The Black Lizard Big Book of Black Mask Stories, edited by Otto Penzler. Black Mask 2, Murder is Bad Luck, and other crime fiction from the Legendary magazine. "10 Carats of Lead" by Stuart Sterling. Read for you by Alan Sklar. Stuart Sterling, the pseudonym of Prentice Winchell, 1895 to 1976, was born in Illinois but lived for many years in Florida. He began his career as a journalist and editor of trade publications before becoming the writer and producer of more than 500 programs for radio, mostly mystery series, as well as writing for film and television. Among his many radio shows were Bill Lance, which ran on West Coast stations in 1944 and 1945, and the early series The Eno Crime Club, which first aired on CBS on February 9, 1931, as a 5-times-a-week show. It underwent several format and title changes during its 5-year run. Written by Sterling, it featured pure detective stories about Spencer Dean, known as the Manhunter. Beginning in 1954, Sterling wrote a series of 9 mysteries under the Spencer Dean pseudonym. His best-known screenplay was Having Wonderful Crime, 1945, very loosely based on the 1943 John J. Malone novel by Craig Rice, starring Pat O'Brien, George Murphy, and Carol Landis. Of his more than 400 mystery stories, 40 are about Chief Fire Marshal Ben Pedley, the tough investigator who hunts down arsonists with single-minded intensity. He also starred in 9 novels, beginning with 5 Alarm Funeral, 1942. His other major series detectives are Gil Vine, a hotel dick at the Plaza Royale, in 8 books, and department store detective Don Cady in the Spencer Dean novels. Other Winchell pseudonyms are J. DeBecker and Dexter St. Clair. 10 Carats of Lead was published in the August 1940 issue.
A Special Squad Story. 10 Carats of Lead. It was a case for the homicide man according to all the rules, but Mike Hansard of the headquarters Hock Shop Squad knew it had germinated under the 3 gold balls of his own special province, and that it could only end when he pulled the correct blue card from his suspected file. Chapter 1. Death on the Diamond Exchange. Mike Hansard stood just outside the door as 2 white-clad interns wheeled the operating carriage into the wardroom. They left the room silently without bothering to transfer the man in the short-sleeved hospital shirt to the cot. A grave-eyed nurse touched Hansard on the sleeve. "He won't be out of it for half an hour. You might have a little while with him then." The plainclothesman eyed the strained, weather-beaten face on the pillow. "No chance to pull through?" She shook her head. "An ordinary man would have died on the table. Yeah." Mike's jaw was rocky. Guy gets toughened up after 20 years on a beat. Makes it that much harder to check out. The nurse moved quietly down the long corridor. Mike sat down on the cot. The dying man groaned, stirred a bandaged arm uneasily. Mike had a similar bandage on his own arm, where they'd made the transfusion. But he didn't have 3 bullet holes in his guts the way Tom McCready did. Mike would have given a lot more than a pint of blood to help Tom, if he'd had the chance. McCready had gone to bat for him plenty of times. There was that night when Mike was new to harness, and the Casati crowd had cornered him in a blind alley and put the lead to him. Tom hadn't even been on duty, but he'd heard the gunfire and come in blasting, just as Joe Casati was about to dot Mike's eye. There would be a 3-inch scar somewhere on McCready's chest, under those bandages, that the older man had carried ever since, as a memento of Casati. Mike had been close to Tom in those rookie days. They both reported to the reserve room in the same precinct house. Both had similar ambitions. But Mike had passed his qualifying examinations and gone on up. Tom just couldn't seem to make the grade. But that was just because some of the gold braid boys couldn't get it through their thick skulls that MacReady had what it takes to be a first-class detective, and then some. They knew now, too late. And they'd be out in force at the funeral, to give honor to a cop who'd faced a murderous pistol fire in performance of his duty. Hansard ground out his cigarette and cursed helplessly. A hell of a lot of good official honors would do Tom's widow and 10-year-old kid. The man on the pillow muttered incoherently and rolled his head from side to side. He opened his eyes, stared vacantly up at the detective. It was another 5 minutes before there was a light of recognition in his gaze. Then he reached out feebly for Hansard's hand. "Hello, Mike," he whispered hoarsely. "How you feel, Tom?" MacReady grimaced. "Not so bad. I guess they fixed me up okay." "Sure," Mike grinned cheerfully. What they had fixed Tom up with had been a load of morphine. That was all they could do. "Feel like telling me what happened?" The wounded man closed his eyes. "Ain't much I can tell, Mike. I'm coming along Hester Street to see if old lady Kruger got her coal from the relief. When I get to the corner opposite Dumont's jewelry store..." He groaned, tried to put a hand to his belly, fumbled at the bandages for a little, then stiffened and lay still. Hansard lit a cigarette, held it to MacReady's lips. "Take a drag, Tom." The patrolman inhaled greedily, let the smoke dribble slowly from his nostrils. "I see these two punks and a dame huddled in front of Dumont's window. When they spot me, they move on kind of sudden, so I go over to give a peek." His voice was weaker. His lips looked like blue steel. "When I get up close, I see this Red Cross poster stuck on the outside of the window. Oh, it does hurt. Take it easy, old-timer. The old gray mare, Mike, ain't what she used to be." Sweat glistened on MacReady's face. He went on slowly. "Knew that poster was screwy, stuck over a hole in the glass. They'd used a glass cutter and a suction cup. Half the junk was gone out of the window, so I went after 'em." "You get a look at them, Tom?" MacReady licked his lips. Couldn't see 'em clear. Light was bad. They went up the Bowery, turned in that alley, middle of the block." A trickle of pink saliva ran out of the corner of his mouth. "When I hit the corner, they jumped me. Didn't get a chance." His voice trailing off into nothing, but his lips continued to work. Hansard put his ear close to MacReady's mouth. "Be a while," the patrolman was gasping, "before I get back to roll call." "A little while, Tom, yeah." "You'll have to look after it, Mike." MacReady's eyes opened suddenly very wide. He hoisted himself up convulsively on one elbow. "They assigned you to the case, didn't they, Mike? It's a hock shop case, ain't it?" "Sure it is. Inspector put me on it personal." "Oh, that's okay, then." The patrolman fell back limply. "Long as you're on it, Mike." His eyes glazed. He fought to focus them on the man bending over him. "When'll Mary and Steve be over to see me?" "Ought to be here any minute, Tom. Any minute now." There wasn't any answer. The faded blue eyes stared fixedly up at the ceiling. Hansard took out his watch. rubbed the back to mirror brightness on his vest, held it to MacReady's lips. After a minute, he put the watch back in his pocket. "You sure got lousy brakes, pal. You sure did. I don't know if anything can be done to balance the books for you, but I'll give it a try, Tom." He rang the bell on the wall. In the shadow of the L, the street was dark and gloomy, but the opposite side of the Bowery was a blaze of naked electric bulbs over dazzling displays of silver plate and glittering rows of gaudy gems. One jewelry store crowded against another, elbowing for space in this brilliant white light of Little Maiden Lane. As Mike stalked toward the sign, Dumont's Diamonds, he saw a bulky-shouldered man lounging in the doorway. When Hansard angled toward the Red Cross poster on Dumont's window, the man stepped out into the light. His eyes were narrow slits in a brick-red face. He had his right hand in his coat pocket, and his voice was brusque. "Keep moving, mister. Right along now, right along." Hansard didn't even bother to show his badge. "Christ's sake, don't you Ames dummies know a cop when you see one?" The representative of the Ames Patrol took his hand out of his coat pocket. "I ain't taking no chances. Buddy of mine had the switch snapped on him a little while ago, right up there on the corner." "Yeah, and he might be alive now if you stuck to your post where you're supposed to, Shamus," Mike said curtly. "What's your name?" "Brundage." The Ames man was surly. "And don't be telling me my business. I know what I'm supposed to do and what I ain't. I've been assigned to this corner for 2 years. Me and Tom MacReady always got along, Jake. He never made no complaint, and none of our subscribers got any squawk." "MacReady ain't exactly in a position to complain. Far as your customers are concerned, why should they holler? They're covered by insurance, aren't they?" Hansard went over to the window, ripped off the poster, looked at the 6-inch hole the glass cutter had made. "But that isn't saying there aren't going to be plenty of beefs about this. There've been too many of these glass cutter jobs in the last 2-3 weeks. It'll be the same mob back of all of them. Now they've gone up against a chair job. Everybody'll get put on the pan about it. Where was you when the fireworks went off?" Brundage jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Down on Hester. Kid came up and told me somebody had heaved a brick at Tomasini's window. That We Buy Old Gold joint. So I beat it down there. It was a false alarm. So then I hear the shooting and hike back." He shifted uneasily under Hansard's cold stare. "I called an ambulance from MacReady." "Yeah?" Hansard morosely studied the vacant spaces in Dumont's display. The robbers had been smart. They hadn't taken any watches or any of the cheap slum that's used to catch the eye of the passerby. The stuff that was missing was mostly rings, he decided. "You got a key, Brundage?" The Ames man produced a ring attached to his belt with a steel chain. "I ain't supposed—" "Suppose my eye," growled the plainclothesman. "Open up." Brundage used a key. Hansard went in first, inspected the alarm box on the wall, saw it hadn't been tampered with. Then he found a phone, got through to headquarters. "Extension 402, Ed Schmidt." "Ed, I'm down at Dumont's. Put through a 31, will you? All cars. Rush. Have 'em contact every hock shop in the city. Notify us of anyone trying to pawn any solitaires worth over, say, $50, or any unset stones more than a quarter carat. They'll probably pry the stones out of the settings." "Yeah, I know. It's 100 to 1 shot. Still and all, it's one of those things we gotta cover, Ed." He hung up. Brundage shook his head dubiously. "You ain't gonna lay the finger on the lads who did this job just by putting the peep on the hock shops. This mob was from out of town." "Why do you think so?" "I seen their car." "Where?" "Couple of blocks down. Green sedan with jersey pads." Hansard swore and reached for the phone again. "Why the hell didn't you say so when I was talking to headquarters? How did you know it was their car?" "Well, I don't, for sure." But it was there when I beat it down on Hester, and it wasn't there when I got back. Then that old hag selling pretzels down on the corner claims it was two guys in a frill, came running over to the sedan and drove away like a Hello, Ed? Yeah, something to add to that alarm. All cars to notify all men on post. Pick up a green sedan. What make, Brundage? Buick, near as I noticed. A Buick, maybe, Ed. Or any other green sedan with Jersey plates. 2 men and a girl in it. No, this Ames dope I'm talking to never heard about getting a license number. So long. The headquarters man reached out, caught the private guard's necktie, yanked him close. How many times you been told to take the plate numbers of any car parks near the Diamond Exchange after closing hours? Let go, snarled Brundage. You're choking me. I don't know when that sedan parked there. There's a lot of Jersey hawkers come over to do business before closing hours and leave their cars around here while they grab a bite. Anyhow, I told you I was in a hurry to check up on that rock throwing. If it hadn't been for that... Yeah, Hansard sent him reeling back against one of the glass cases. You don't stay on your post. You don't check on parked cars. You'd ought to have your watchman's license revoked. You had sense enough to notify the proprietor here? I tried to get Dumont on the phone. He wasn't home. Where's he live? Over in Brooklyn. Well, try him again. Send him a wire. Collect. Ask the phone company to give him a bell every 5 minutes until they get him. But get him over here. I'll do the best I can. And soon as you see him, get me a complete checklist of all the ice that was glommed. I want the number of stones in each ring, the carat weights, settings. Sure, I know. You don't know your rump from a hole in the ground. If you get hold of anything, phone it into headquarters, extension 402. And don't be leaving Dumont's here to run around and see if you can locate somebody who can give you a description of those 3. We'll take care of that without any amateur kibitzing. Hansard got out of the store, up to the corner of the alley. He half expected some of the homicide boys to be down there, but maybe the word hadn't gotten through that McCready had died. Or perhaps they'd come and snapped their photographs and were now combing the district for eyewitnesses. The sharp contrast between the blinding brilliance of the row of windows at the Diamond Exchange and the utter pitch blackness of the alley made it difficult for him to adjust his eyes quickly. He slipped on something greasy underfoot. He put his flash on it, and his nostrils flared in repugnance. This was where Tom had taken it. He swung the circle of light up and down the cobblestones. Besides McCready's blood, there was nothing to see except a couple of those small white-slotted cards in which rings are displayed. Each card bore the caption, "Absolutely perfect blue-white, 22-carat setting, latest style." A couple of chunks of limestone had been chipped from the building wall by flying lead, but there was nothing else. Chapter 2. The Girl in the Hock Shop. Mike strode grimly through the alley, over to Center Street, up to the block-long white stone building at number 240. He went down a freshly scrubbed corridor, smelling of antiseptic, turned in at a door marked Detective Bureau, Lost Property Division. There was a long counter running across the front of the room. Behind it, half a dozen small oak desks. There was only one man in the office, a thin, sharp-featured individual with glossy black hair, shaggy eyebrows, and an expression of perpetual surprise on his face. He sat in a swivel chair with his feet up on the lower drawer of his desk. This was Ed Schmidt, Hansard's working partner. He was drawling into a telephone. "Yeah, that's what I said. Report by phone and pronto. Now, that don't mean you shouldn't send in the regular descriptive cards on everything that's been hocked in your shop today. If I don't get a brown envelope with a bunch of those cards from you in the morning, I'll know you've either gone out of business or you're trying to give us the runaround, Abe. But about those solitaires, it's important. They're hot as the electric chair." Hansard sat at his desk and gloomily fingered the day's list of property, lost and stolen. There were wallets reported from the Midtown section. Their only chance of recovery lay across the hall, in the offices of the pickpocket squad. Another epidemic of lost dogs in the Washington Heights area probably meant that the old dog racket was being worked again. And there was the usual assortment of missing handbags, wristwatches, and briefcases, mostly testimonials to their owners' forgetfulness. None of these held any interest for Mike. He would let the other boys on the squad look after them. By that tacit understanding which goes without expression in the police department, it was accepted that Hansard was after the mob that had shot down his friend, and that he would let nothing interfere with that job until it was done. He knew that the likelihood of his finding the killers was remote, unless he had a streak of luck. For there would be little doubt that this was the work of the same crowd that had bedeviled the pawnshop squad for nearly 3 weeks, with window-hole robberies from one end of Manhattan to the other. "Mike," called the other man, hanging up the phone, "I got that file of lugs who've been involved in window robberies from the Bureau of Identification. Covers 12 years, about 60 guys. But more than half of them are doing their homework up at Stone College." "Let me have a look-see, Eddie." Mike shuffled over the identification cards, with full face and profile photos. "None of these answer the descriptions given by any of the bystanders at the other robberies, Ed?" "Not as near as I can make out. But we might as well go through the routine." Let homicide do it, Eddie. They can put more men on it than we can. And anyhow, I've got an idea it's a waste of time. I think this is a new mob, just organized. The way they're going at it, Mike." Schmidt came over and put a police flyer from San Francisco headquarters on Hansard's desk. "It looks to me as if they're old hands. 7 jobs they've pulled. Nobody's caught 'em. Nobody's even got a cast-iron description. That takes some experience." "Yeah, I guess so, Eddie." Mike studied the flyer. It was an old one. It stated that all police departments should be on the lookout for William Sexton, recently a resident of San Francisco. Sexton was an expert at window work, had cleaned out 5 jewelry stores in one night, and departed for places unknown. His method had been to use a couple of stooges to stand on either side of him, apparently inspecting the contents of a show window, while he used a window glass cutter, calmly inserted a cane with a wad of chewing gum on it, and picked up such items as his fancy dictated. After the desired merchandise had been abstracted, the busy Mr. Sexton would calmly paste a poster of some sort over the small hole and depart. "This looks good," Mike grunted. "Only there's no photo." "Good reason why," Schmidt pointed out. "They never caught him. They picked up that dope from Stooley's. Wouldn't you say this Sexton might be our man?" "Yeah, that's a thought. All we got to go on is 5 feet 6 or 7, 160 pounds or thereabouts, brown hair, brown eyes. I mean, I can't walk from here to Broome Street without bumping into half a dozen guys would answer that description. I'll tell you what, Ed, wire Frisco. Ask them if they got any later dope on this punk." "Okay." "And send out a teletype to all states we got working agreements with, giving his description. Include the green sedan in the Jersey notice, and warn all of them to be on the lookout for anybody trying to hawk or sell unset ice. Anything else, Mike?" "Yeah. Check over the lists of arrests McCready made the last 4 or 5 years. See if any of those bums had any jewelry store robberies in their records. I have a hunch maybe this slob who shot him did it because Tom knew him and put the pinch on him at some previous time." The phone rang. Schmidt answered. "Yeah?" Hold the line a second, Elias." He put his hand over the receiver. "Litzman calling up on 6th Avenue. Says there's a floozy trying to put the bite on him for $200 on a rock worth 6 or 7 C's anyway. Wants to know what to do with her. Tell him to stall her, kid her along, haggle with her. Tell him if he lets her go before I get up there, I'll dig that old receiver charge up and slap him in the jug for sure." Mike grabbed his overcoat, got to the door, and Ed, "Yeah? Tell him to work it so he gets her prints. On his showcase or maybe a fountain pen." He got into the corridor before Schmidt yelled, "Want me to notify the radio Rolos?" "No," Mike called back. "I'll do that if I need them." Hansard's coupe hit nothing but the high spots on the way uptown. This might be a wrong lead, of course. No telling whether the skirt at Litzman's was the same one Tom McCready had spotted down on Little Maiden Lane. But if she wasn't, it was a damn queer coincidence. Women didn't do much legitimate pawning at night. That was a male trick for booze money. Women usually did their hawking in the daytime, when they could buy something they needed with the money they got. But if this was the same dame, seconds might count. Litzman might not be able to stall her off for long. She'd be sure to get suspicious. Still, there was something screwy about the setup. That window job had certainly been done by a professional mob of heisters. Yet no gem thief would be dumb enough to suppose he could get away with pawning a piece of glitter within a couple of hours after the stuff had been lifted. It was 10 minutes past 9 when Mike got out, a block below Litzman's. He forced himself to stroll leisurely toward the hock shop, past a couple of employment agencies. It wouldn't do to come tearing into the shop. There might be a lookout waiting outside or across the street. That was why he hadn't wanted the radio cars notified. A lookout would have spotted police cars before they could have closed in and given the alarm. He turned in hesitantly under a dingy sign from which hung 3 tarnished gilt balls. The window was plastered inside with a miscellaneous network of watches, binoculars, shotguns, revolvers, banjos, carpenter's levels, flutes, fishing rods. Phony flashwares, bought at auction, Hansard knew, for sale to overwise suckers. The girl was still there. She was talking earnestly to Elias down at the far end of the counter. A bleached-out aluminum blonde with plenty of curves where they counted, and a pinched, sharp little face with too much rouge and lipstick on it. She wore a short seal jacket over a thin blue silk dress. And if Mike Hansard was any judge, she was scared silly about something. "Won't you please hurry?" she was saying shrilly to the 2 men behind the counter. "I tell you I've got to catch a train." Old Elias Litzman looked at her mildly over his steel-rimmed spectacles and fingered his scraggly beard thoughtfully. "In a transaction of this size, it is necessary to make out the papers correctly. I have my pawnshop license to protect." "I understand, but I've given you all the information you've asked for." "How do you spell your first name, Miss Sampson?" "Oh, here." The pawnbroker deferentially handed her his pen. "If you will just fill this in yourself. Full name and address, phone number, if you have one." The girl wrote eagerly. Hansard rested his elbows wearily on the counter, took his watch out of his pocket as if he were greatly embarrassed. The younger Litzman came up to him briskly. "You wish to make a loan, gentlemen?" He slid a slip of white paper under Mike's hand. "Like to get about $5-6 on the turnip. It's worth 25 at least." On the slip he read, "Stones, 1 diamond, weight 1 1/2 carats, setting 22-carat yellow gold, inscriptions none, maker's name none." Mike tucked the pawnbroker's record unobtrusively away in his pocket. "I gotta have $5 anyway." Under his breath he added, "Nobody with her, Saul?" Saul Litzman examined the watch's movement with professional disdain. "5 I couldn't let you have. Watches like them are positively a drag on the market these days. Maybe 3. He whispered, "All alone, Mr. Hansard." "You can sell it for 15. A fellow offered me 15. Saul shrugged scornfully. "You should have taken it." "Give me 5 seeds on it." Mike murmured, "Ever seen her before?" "Where'd you get this watch, mister? You're so anxious to get rid of it. Maybe it ain't yours." "Never laid eyes on her, so help me." "It's mine," Hansard grumbled. Those are my initials inside the case there. What's her say-so? Claims she's a showgirl. Used to be in Burley, out of a job. Claims she's had the ring couple of years. Guy gave it to her. Sal laid the watch on the counter with an air of finality. $3.50 is absolutely our outside limit, my friend. Take it or leave it. I'll split the difference. Make it $4, huh? You think she's leveling, Sal? Well, so I'll do it. If you don't come back and redeem it, I lose money, I'm telling you. We put the ring under the glass, Mr. Hansard. She's lying positively. Ring ain't ever been worn by anybody. Anyway, showgirls' rings always got a little grease paint on them that holds the dust under the setting points. There ain't no dust of any sort under the points on this ring. Write out your full name and address, please. Mike spoke without moving his lips. How much will she take? Here's $4, mister. She come down to $150. Much obliged. I'll be back for the watch. Give it to her. I'll be responsible for it. Sal turned toward the green steel cabinet back of the counter. As he did so, he nodded almost imperceptibly to his father. And as the plainclothesman slouched toward the door, he could hear old Elias saying, I take a chance, young lady. Actually, I ain't got a right to let you have the money, but you say you got to get to San Francisco. You give me your word. Absolutely, you redeem the ring, so I make an exception. Hansard glanced back through the intervening lacework of opera glasses, ukuleles, cocktail sets, drawing instruments. The girl's head was thrown back. She was drawing a deep breath as if a terrible load had been lifted from her shoulders. This could be the frill Macready had seen. It was the type of ring that had been stolen from Dumont's place. He had been able to tell from the vacant spots in the jeweler's window that most of the rings had been engagement specials. He surveyed the street. Between 46th and 7th, there was only an elderly couple strolling leisurely. No cars at the curb. Just a battered baker's truck parked in front of a coffee pot down at the next corner. Mike slid into the doorway next to Litzmann's. He'd tail her, see who she met, where she went. Maybe the mob had been desperate for dough, had to make a fast touch to get out of town. In that case, she was coming. She was almost running as she pushed open the door, but she glanced warily up and down the block before she walked quickly downtown. She got about 10 paces when the baker's truck moved jerkily out from the curb. The man behind the wheel was a horse-faced individual with an ugly scar slashing down from one corner of his mouth. Hansard saw the glint of metal in the driver's hand. That was enough warning for Mike. "Hey, kid!" he yelled. "Watch that truck!" She saw it at the same instant, screamed, turned, and fled back for the shelter of the pawnshop doorway. The truck speeded up. Little jets of orange flame began to spit from a hole in the side panel of the truck. Glass shattered above Hansard's head as he put out a foot, tripped the girl so she sprawled flat on the sidewalk. The staccato bark of an automatic rifle echoed hollowly in the empty street. The heavy, flat report from Mike's police positive crashed thunderously through the more brittle sound of the rifle fire. Something licked out with a hot tongue at his cheek. He dropped to one knee and aimed carefully as the gray truck roared past. The door and window of the pawnshop disintegrated in a jangling shatter of broken glass. At his feet, the girl squealed once and lay still. Mike fired at the driver, saw the windshield smash, put another bullet halfway down in the front door by the driver's seat. Then the truck was past. Lead smacked into the door jamb beside him as he thumbed fresh cartridges into his pistol, sent a burst of slugs at a rear tire. He heard the tire go, saw the truck swerve crazily around a corner. A police whistle shrieked. Behind him, heavy feet pounded on pavement. Hansard stood up, flipped his left hand in a horizontal palm-up, fingers-back gesture that says, "I'm a cop," everywhere. A harsh voice behind him grated, "Which way they go?" "Round the corner," snapped Mike. "Gray truck, tire gone. Watch it, they got a chatter gun." The patrolman raced for the corner. Hansard knelt beside the girl. His attempt to protect her had failed. One of those half-inch slugs from that automatic rifle had ricocheted from the metal casing of the pawnbroker's window, caught her in the throat. She was still alive, but when she tried to speak, a red froth bubbled from her lips and her eyes glazed. Behind Hansard, old Litzman was screeching like a maniac. "Look, Nu! Look what you've done! A tip-off I give you, and right away is shooting, is killing!" "Shut up, Papa!" yelled his son. "You ain't hurt. That poor girl, she's dead." A radio car came down the avenue with a banshee wail, slid to a screaming stop. 2 uniformed men came over cautiously, guns drawn. Mike said, "Hansard, Headquarters Hawkshop Squad, Shield 1721. One of the officers had a sergeant's chevrons on his sleeve. He glanced down at the girl, looked up at the left side of Mike's face. "They get you bad?" Mike put his fingers up, touched his cheek. It was warm and wet. There was a jagged cut a couple of inches along where a splinter of glass had ripped him. "Cut myself shaving," he gritted. "Tell the broadcasting boys to put out a 31 for an old Ford truck, gray panel job, 2 men, both armed. One's a guy with a long, narrow face. He's got an inch scar on the right side of his mouth. I didn't see the other guy. He's the one hit this kid with the stutter gun." The sergeant motioned to his partner. "Phone inside, headquarters first, then a meat wagon." The patrolman pushed open the shattered door, got in to the telephone. The muscles in Mike's jaws twitched. "Same 2 who put the clutch on a flock of stones in a Bowery jewelry store and knocked off Tom McCready a couple hours ago, Sarge. The blonde here was in on the heist. She pulled a fast one on her pals. Must have wanted to take a powder. She tried to hock a piece of ice here with Litzman. They followed her. When she came out of the shop, they drove up and let her have it. I winged the lug who had the wheel." He bent down and picked up the girl's gilt mesh bag. The sergeant sheathed his gun. "Where'd this truck come from?" Hansard jerked his head toward the coffee pot. Parked in front of the scoff shop down there. Might be some of the boys inside got an idea where it came from, but I doubt it. This was the same outfit who were supposed to be riding around in a green Buick sedan. The truck was probably stolen half an hour ago. "Well, I'll drop in the lunch counter." The sergeant bent over to get a good look at the girl's face. "This dame didn't work this part of town, I'll guarantee that. Might not be from New York at all." Mike's face was stern. "But the fingerprint boys will find out. This mob that knocked her off has gone kill-crazy. If we don't put the clamps on them—" "Yeah," the sergeant pulled out his report book. "They might have holed in right close by here. We'll give this precinct a going over. Don't worry about that. I knew Tom McCready. He was a right cop." "One of the best," Mike agreed. The other officer ran out of the hock shop. "Tunnels and ferries and bridges all blocked. There'll be an ambulance here in a couple of minutes." "Thanks." Mike stepped over the girl's body. "Get something to cover that up, will you? I'm going inside a minute. I'll stick around till homicide gets here anyway." Chapter 3. Lily doesn't work here anymore. Inside, old Elias was blubbering incoherently, in a frenzy of fear. Sol was still trying to calm him. Mike spilled the contents of the girl's bag out on the countertop. Lipstick, cigarettes, gum, an address book full of phone numbers, a couple of old letters without the envelopes, a purse, some hairpins, and a few keys. Mike opened the purse. There was a roll of bills, a couple of dollars in silver. He tossed the currency across the counter. "Tear up that ticket, Sal. Here's the dough. Let me have the ring." The younger Litzman took the money as if it was a scorpion, went to the safe. Mike pawed over the miscellany on the counter, put the stuff back in the bag. The letters were addressed to Dearest Daughter and were signed Mama. There wasn't anything in them to tell who the daughter was or where she lived or anything about her, except that her mother was glad she was so well and happy with her work. The names in the address book were Phil's and John's and Paul's and Bob's, no women. Most of the phone exchanges were in the Midtown office section. Tucked away in the back of the book, where he hadn't noticed it before, was a little piece of blue paper about 3 inches long and an inch wide. It was a remitter's receipt from the American Express Company for a money order. It was for $20, was made out to F.O. Marshall, signed by L. Marsh. He went over to the telephone, worked the dial. After a second, Schmidt came on. "Ed, saw some wood for me, will you?" "Yeah, I want to know who L. Marsh was. The skirt who was with the two who put the burn on McCready. They just fixed her up with a slug, too. L. Marsh is the name. I don't know anything about her except she's a $5 floozy. But she sent an express money order to someone named F.O. Marshall on April 22nd. Number is 1317522. Get me an address, Ed. Yeah, I'm still at Litzman's." Outside, the ambulance slid to the curb with bell clanging and bloodshot headlights. The emergency intern came in and swabbed off Mike's cheek with something that stung like fire. "You ought to come back to the hospital, have this treated right, officer." "Later, maybe. Just do your stitch-in-time stuff, Doc. I got a rush job on hand." The intern got out the needle. Sal brought the ring to the plainclothesman while the suture was being threaded into the flesh of Mike's cheek. "It ain't the plate glass," Mr. Hansard, "or the damage inside the shop here, but nobody'll come near us now. A thing like this'll ruin us, honest. Especially if it gets out that the poor girl was borrowing a little money from us and got murdered like that right after. Couldn't you tell those newspaper men that it was accidental, that she just happened to be in front of our place of business?" Mike couldn't talk back. He mumbled, "No," as well as he could. "There you are, officer." The intern slapped gauze and collodion over the wound. "Come around in a couple days and have it dressed." "Sure," Hansard grinned lopsidedly. "That'll be fun." The intern went out to help put the girl's body on a stretcher. Sal held out his hands despairingly to Mike. "Suppose those killers come back, maybe they'll think Papa and I could identify them." "They know damn well I can, so they'll come back after me first. Long as I'm alive, you don't have to work up a sweat about it. There's your phone. Maybe that's Ed Schmidt." It was. "Geez, Mike, I just got the news over the short wave. They get you bad?" Only a scratch, Ed. You get that address?" "Yeah, I don't know if it's the right one, but the Express people say Lily Marsh lives at 478 West 72nd Street. Know what that is?" "Yeah, riding academy, Ed." "That's what they tell me. I wouldn't know. I'm a married man myself. But you're white, single, and over 21, so go to hell, Eddie. Any other stuff come in?" "Not from hock shops. Word about the truck." "What?" "Picked up what was left of it on West 48th. They'd folded it over a hydrant. Bloodstains on the upholstery of the driver's seat. You must have nicked one of them." "I hope. That wouldn't even up the score, either. Any report from that stoop in the Ames patrol?" "Yeah, he's got Dumont down at the store. Want me to cover it?" "No, stick to that phone for the time being. I'll have a look at the Marsh hangout and then run down to Dumont's." The homicide boys rolled up in 2 black cars, brought out their print kits and cameras, questioned Mike for a few minutes. Then he left them there, with the assistant medical examiner making chalk marks around the body. He got to his car, tramped on the button up through Central Park, turned west at 72nd. The ground floor of number 478 was occupied by a glorified lunch counter, with shiny red leather stools and lots of chromium and glass brick. There was a big neon sign flashing over the door. Every couple of seconds, the crimson and green tubing proclaimed, "The meeting place, where gourmets gather." There was a little hallway off at one side, a row of letter boxes with name cards in them. None of the cards bore the name of Marsh or Marshall. Mike went up a carpeted flight. At the head of the stairs, behind an oval marble-topped table, sat an enormously fat woman in a black lace dress. Her eyes peered out slyly from puckers of pink flesh. There was no way of telling where her chin ended and her bosom began. She patted a crown of permanent curls with pudgy fingers covered with diamonds and leered ingratiatingly. "Evening, sweetheart. Which one of the girls did you want to see?" Mike grinned amiably. "Lily Marsh. She in?" The madame's lips made an O. "Oh, she ain't, honey. But maybe you'd like to make the acquaintance of a cute little redhead. She's, The fat woman stopped and squinted at the gold badge Mike was holding in the palm of his hand. Then she giggled. Her jowls shivered with merriment. "You're a man who can take a joke, aren't you, officer? I like a man who can stand for a little kidding once in a while." She reached down, pulled up her skirts, brought out a wad of bills from its stocking hideout. Hansard waved a hand. "Once in a while, but not tonight. Which is Lily's room?" She put both hands flat on the marble, levered herself erect. "You ain't going to get rough or anything like that, are you?" "Not unless I have to." Mike's smile was still agreeable, but his eyes were frosty. "Which room?" "Front right," the stout woman pointed. "Want a key?" "I don't want to kick the door down." He held out his hand. From somewhere in the folds of her dress, she produced a flat key. "Just sit right down there again. Act natural. Don't bother to tip off anybody. Just go right on as if I wasn't around. And probably in a few minutes I won't be." "I always play ball, officer. It's the safest way." He went toward the front of the house, used the key. He kicked the door open, stood to one side. The room was pitch dark. The shades were drawn in the windows, looking down onto the street, although through them Mike could see the dull claret glare of the meeting place sign at regular intervals. There was an odor of musky perfume. He held his gun in his right hand, felt around for the light switch with his left. An unseen hand gripped his left wrist, jerked him off balance. Mike wrenched himself free, but not before a 2-foot length of lead pipe had smashed down across the back of his neck, half stunning him. He crashed forward to his knees. A foot stamped savagely on his gun hand, crunching the knuckles. The shoe, which had come within the detective's blurred vision, booted the revolver out of his grasp. The door slammed behind him. Light flooded the room from rose-shaded bulbs in the ceiling. Hansard gazed up groggily. 2 men stood over him. One was short and squat. His arms were so long, his hands hung almost to his knees. His face was long and narrow. There was a scar twisting down the right corner of his mouth. The left sleeve of his coat had a jagged tear in it. The fabric was soaked with something that looked like port wine. The other man was tall and slender, with a boy's pink cheeks and flax-colored hair that waved as if it had been marcelled. He wore a suit of pearl-gray gabardine, a wine-red shirt, and an apple-green tie. Neither of the 2 faces above him had been among the photographs Ed Schmidt had taken from the Bureau of Identification, Hansard decided. The tall youth spoke languidly. "Don't waste time giving him the toe, gorilla. Use the pipe." The squat man grunted, swung clumsily with the chunk of lead. Mike did his best to roll away from the blow, but took it on the shoulder. His left arm felt as if it were paralyzed. "He's one of them he-guys, babe," spat the gorilla. "Got guts." "Never mind his guts, George. I want his brains smeared on the carpet, and make it snappy. He might have a partner hanging around somewhere." Mike wished to God he'd had sense enough to lug Ed Schmidt along. Maybe he could summon help, if that fat dame in the hall wasn't in on the play. He tried to cry out, but the smash on the back of his neck had done something to his vocal cords. He could only whisper. The gorilla could still talk all right, though. "Well, can't I have a little fun with him, babe? It ain't every day." "Kill him! Kill him now!" insisted Babe in an ugly, high-pitched squeak. "Cave his skull in. Knock his teeth out afterwards for souvenirs if you want to. I don't give a damn, but finish him off first." Gorilla George measured his distance, swung down his arm. Mike twisted, rolled, stumbled to his feet. Babe was leveling a gun at him 5 feet away. The detective could see the bright blue eyes sighting along the barrel. There was no time to make a decision. Babe would put a shot through his heart in another split second, and if the slug missed, the gorilla would be on him, and next time that lethal pipe would smash home. Mike acted almost without thinking. As Babe's finger tightened on the trigger, and the gorilla's grunt of rage came close behind him, Hansard leaped through the window. He took shade, curtain, and sash with him. The glass crash was loud enough to smother the crack of Babe's gun. Mike didn't feel the impact of a bullet, but at that particular instant, he didn't think it mattered much. One way or another, he was probably checking out, unless his estimate of distance had been exactly right. He could hear the warning yells of pedestrians below as he burst out over the sill. It wouldn't do any good to brace himself, but he couldn't help it. Something came up, slammed into him with terrific force. He grunted with the shock, but it wasn't the sidewalk, and it hadn't knocked him goofy. He'd guessed right then. The narrow, flat surface beneath him that had stopped his fall was the top of the meeting place sign. It was directly under Lily's window. Women screamed from below. Mike twisted around to look down. There was a vicious stab of agony at his right side. That must be a cracked rib. The pain made him dizzy. He put out a hand to steady himself, knocked aside a length of hot tubing, saw the sign beneath him flicker and dim. He gritted his teeth, got his knees under him, crawled backward till his heels touched the building. A traffic cop sprinted across 72nd Street, shouting, "Don't move! Stay right where you are! Keep your head now! I'll get you!" Hansard stood up, teetered precariously on the foot-wide top of the sign. He knew the traffic man, and hollered, "Never mind me, Allison! Watch below there! Don't let anybody in or out!" "Gotcha, Mike!" The policeman bellowed gruff commands at the gathering crowd. Mike rested his elbows on the sill above him, muscled himself up. He hadn't taken all of the window pane with him. He had to kick some of it out before he could climb back into Lily's room. The light was still on, his gun still on the floor, over in the corner where Gorilla George had kicked it. He picked it up. The fat woman stood in the doorway, dry washing her hands and whining. "I thought you said there wasn't going to be any roughhouse." Mike ignored it. "Where'd those 2 punks go?" "Those men who ran out into the hall just now?" Mike's lips tightened. "Don't stall. Where are they?" She pointed to the stairs. "They went down. I didn't know you were after them. I couldn't have stopped them anyway." "I'll say you couldn't. You know 'em." "Never saw either of them before tonight in my life, honest to God." "All right," he growled. "If you see either of them again, and don't report it to the precinct, you'll take a good long vacation at the city's expense." He went up to the 3rd and top floor, made sure there was no trap to the roof. Allison yelled up to him, "Mike, janitor down here says a couple of mugs beat it out back into 71st through the basement a minute ago. One was a kind of ape man with a scar on his face. The other one was just a real sweet thing. They the ones?" "That's the pair." Mike came down, described Gorilla George and the Babe in lurid detail. "Phone that dope into the dispatcher. Tell every man on duty to pick up either one of those lugs on sight." "They got guns, Mike?" "They sure have, and they like to use them on a man's back. They'd have used one on me right away, except they didn't want to attract too much attention here in a crowded district. The Babe shot at me as it was. "You look like you've been in another fracas somewhere, Mike. Get chewed up a little bit?" Mike put his hand up to his cheek. The cotton and collodion bandage was still there. "Rather be chewed up than boarded up, Allison. I still got my luck. Never mind filling an accident report, but after you finish with that alarm, you might phone homicide and tell them what happened up here. Those punks must have a hangout in town somewhere. They know their way around too well to be strangers, so maybe some stoolie can help us out." He went back to Lily's room, closed the door. There was no doubt this was the blonde's place of residence, even if she didn't always sleep here. There was another one of those letters in the bureau drawer, in the same handwriting, signed Mama, but very little else. On the dresser was a pyroxylin toilet set in flamboyant lavender and gilt. Mike thoughtfully stuck the hairbrush in his pocket, went out and locked the door. He'd never seen a set just like that one. The fact might be worth a little nosing around. He tossed the room key on the marble table. The fat woman eyed him fearfully. "Lily won't be back," Mike said curtly. "She's got a date with an undertaker. Keep everybody out of this room until an officer tells you different." Chapter 4. Credit Corner Clue. When he went down and climbed in his car, it hurt him to sit straight behind the wheel. He found he could get by if he twisted sideways a little. That rib would give the sawbones a little something extra to play with when he went to have his cheek dressed. The part the girl had played in the robbery and killing had been cleared up a little. She had undoubtedly been a pickup, hooked into the crime without knowing what it was all about. Probably they'd given her the one ring as her part of the payoff. But when McCready had spotted them, been murdered for his alertness, the girl got cold feet and tried to run out. That still didn't clear up the main problem. Who was behind this business? Neither the Babe or Gorilla George were more than cheap choppers. They wouldn't be likely to have planned this whole series of window jobs on their own. Mike stopped in at a bar opposite the news building and ordered rum, a double Demerara, straight. He felt better directly he'd downed it. When he got down to Little Maiden Lane, Brundage, the Ames Patrol Service Guard, was inside the jewelry store with a small, dapper, apple-cheeked man in pince-nez, who wore a Van Dyke that looked as if it were made of old manila rope. He bobbed his head to Hansard, held out a neatly manicured hand, and said, "I am Ramon Dumont. You are from headquarters, Lieutenant?" "Yeah, just Detective Hansard. Hello, Wamesy." "Hello." Brundage stared. "Judas Priest, they marked you up, didn't they? I heard about it from the harness bull who took McCready's beat. I'm still a hell of a lot better off than Tom. You make out that missing property list, Mr. Dumont?" "I have it here. The total amount is near 7,000. But of course, the thieves cannot realize any sum such as that." "You don't bet on it," said Mike. "They might have ways and means." He put the list in his pocket, took out the hairbrush. "You, sell this?" Dumont examined it. "No, it is not an item we carry." The Ames man goggled. "Nobody'd be fathead enough to risk 10 years in the pen for a hunk of junk like that," Hansard. "I didn't think it was stolen, Shamus." The detective tossed the brush on the showcase. "But it belonged to the skirt who was in on the robbery here. Figured maybe she'd bought it down here, used it as an excuse to case the store." The little jeweler laid a finger alongside his nose, cocked his head quizzically. "As I say, it is not out of our stock, but it is possible—" He dived under the counter, disappeared from sight. "I might perhaps be able to tell you who is the manufacturer." "Yeah, that might help," Hansard agreed. Dumont began to paw over illustrated pages in a catalog. Brundage said in an undertone, "I phoned a copy of the loot list to our Jersey office." "Yeah, can't do any harm," Mike said wearily. "Won't do any good either." That's what you Center Street wise guys think. Brundage was nettled. The Newark cops just give out with a stolen car bulletin. Guess what car? Don't tell me, Hansard said sarcastically. Is that green sedan you saw? Exactly, retorted Brundage. And from the way you described that lug with the scar on his puss, I'd say he's one of the old Newark mob, a rat called Chuck Scanlon. You must be out of practice, Amesy. You're not calling your shots so good. The crut who put the bump on that blonde is named Gorilla George. I don't know if he comes from Newark or not, but I've good reason to believe he's still in New York. Well, for Christ's sake, Brundage glowered angrily. How do you expect us to be any use on a job like this if you keep all the info to yourselves? I don't, fella. I don't. This is a cop case. A blue's been knocked off. It's a personal matter with those of us who knew McCready. To get the guys who dropped him, Brundage. That lets you out. In a pig's whinny, it does. I've been assigned by my office to follow through on this job. The insurance outfits are beginning to raise hell with Ames, so it's a personal matter with us, too. The jeweler said excitedly. Here it is. I've found it. It is a new design. The manufacturer is the Knick-Knack Novelty Company. They're up in Attleboro, Massachusetts. Mike said briskly. I hope they don't go to bed before 10 o'clock up in Attleboro. He reached for the phone and dialed headquarters. Eddie, he said when he got his partner's extension. We might have a lead. Up in the Marsh Mouse's furnished room, I find a very gaudy piece of jewelry. A toilet set. It was made by Knick-Knack Novelty up in Attleboro. According to their new catalog, it's listed as number 27VO, and it's called Passionnel. Hot stuff, huh? Well, I figure maybe one of the killers might have given it to her. If so, it might help a lot to know where he bought it, or stole it. Get on to Attleboro. I know it's late, but get the cops up there to locate somebody who can tell you who bought sets like that around New York. And hustle, Eddie, hustle. Then he went to work on the loot list. 22 solitaires up to 1.5 carats, he read. 5 bar pins, mostly Malays. 1 platinum brooch with 2 rubies and 6 Malays. 1 yellow gold brooch with a small cabochon emerald and 5 genuine pearls. 1 pair of diamond cufflinks, yellow white stones, gold lover's knot setting. He glanced up curiously at Dumont, who was stroking his beard daintily. Didn't look to me like there were that many empty spots in the display. The jeweler shrugged. I do not dress the window myself, naturally. But here is the clerk's notation for the close of business last night. He took a typed sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it on the showcase. I have crossed off the items which are still in the window. Those which I have not checked are obviously missing. If there has been any mistake, it is obviously, simply an oversight. Oh, you don't say. Hansard stuck the display record in his pocket, along with a list of stolen merchandise. You want to be a little careful about oversights in a matter like this. Might get someone to wondering if maybe you don't know more about the robbery than you're telling. Dumont was horrified. But not at all. The list I gave you is accurate, to the best of my knowledge, I assure you. I cannot permit you to make insinuations. Brundage tapped on the showcase with a scowl of importance. The insurance companies will have to prosecute if you're making a false claim, Mr. Dumont. I'm warning you. So, the jeweler hissed resentfully, you intend to intimidate me, to induce me to present a less complete list of my losses. Well, his manila rope beard stuck out at right angles to his neck. You will not frighten Ramon Dumont. No, not one little bit. The phone rang sharply. Mike got it. I caught the sales manager in his office working late, Mike. He checked his order book, and the Knick-Knack people sold that particular number to 24 jewelers in the metropolitan area. We haven't got time to fine-tooth 24 stores, Ed. Look up their cards. I already done it. Schmidt announced. "There's only 2 of the 24 on our blue list." "Which 2? Salvatore Montero down on Nassau Street, and that big outfit up in Harlem, Nathan Cutwick." "Oh, maybe you got something there, Eddie. Grab your hat. I'll pick you up down front in 5 minutes." He left Brundage cross-questioning the jeweler, ran his coupe up to headquarters. Schmidt was waiting. "Pile in, pal." "Holy cats, Mike! What smacked you?" "Glass out of Litzman's window. I want to do a little smacking back." "Boy, can't blame you for that." "They laid for me up at that blonde's hangout, too, Ed. Wanted to put me out of the picture because they weren't sure how much the blonde had told me before she died." "How much did she tell you?" "Not one damn thing. But I dug the knick-knack lead up in her room." "It smells like trouble, Mike. Wouldn't it be an idea to let the homicide babies do the dirty work up in Harlem?" "A lousy idea. They'll be on the Litzman end anyhow. But this business is right down our alley. We know this Cutwick is a chiseling fence, or he wouldn't be on the suspected file. Maybe he's been engineering all these window hole jobs." "Well, his place will probably be closed this hour." Might be open, too. They do more business in Harlem around midnight than they do in the daytime." When they rolled up in front of a dazzling corner in the heart of Harlem, Mike got out of the coupe. The luminous sign said, "Your credit is good at Cutwick's Corner." "You can watch through the window from here, Eddie. Don't let anybody climb on my back." Mike went inside. There was only one man in the store, a tall, powerfully built individual with expressionless gray eyes and skin the color of tallow. "Something I can do for you, sir?" "Maybe. I'm a police officer. You're Nathan Cutwick?" The big man's eyes narrowed. "I am." "Then you'll know about a girl who bought a dresser set here a little while ago." Cutwick pulled down the corners of his mouth and rotated his head slowly from left to right. "I can't be expected to remember every person. You remember this blonde, friend of the Babes and Gorilla George?" A pendulum clock on the wall ticked off several seconds before Cutwick answered. "These persons you mention, I can't seem to recall." Hansard shrugged. "Maybe they're the ones who are lying, then. They claim to know you all right." "Well, that's quite possible." The expressionless eyes stared insolently at Hansard. "I've been here on this corner for several years now." "Yeah, we've been watching you for several years, too. You shouldn't have any trouble remembering these lads. They say they've been doing business with you for quite some time." Cutwick picked up a cocktail shaker made of ruby glass in the shape of a barrel, ringed with silver hoops. "What sort of business?" "Stones. Their statement says they just left a bunch of stuff with you." Mike was casual about it. As yet there was no indication his bluff was working. "I'm just waiting for the search warrant to come over from the station." The proprietor of the credit corner waved a bloodless hand. "Help yourself. You don't need a warrant in my store. Go right ahead." The plainclothesman played his last card. "If it was only some hot ice we were after, I'd take you up on that. But this is a homicide case, Cutwick." "Oh." The jeweler set down the shaker softly. "Someone has been killed?" "The girl I just told you about, and a cop. You know how it is with the commissioner? When a policeman's been murdered, we put on plenty of pressure, but we have to do everything strictly legal to be sure no prat of a lawyer can beat a conviction." Cutwick took out a silk handkerchief, wiped his mouth. "This killing, now, it was in connection with those diamonds?" "That's right. And the party who's fencing them is going to be charged as an accessory. It's a chair job for someone. But, of course, if you're in the clear, it won't worry you." "Suppose—" The big man put both palms on the top of the showcase, bent over until his face was only a foot from Hansard's. An honest businessman had been deceived about the ownership of certain gems and was quite unaware of the manner in which they came into the possession of certain parties attempting to sell them. Go ahead, I'm supposing. Do you think the police would take this fact into consideration, my friend? Hansard smiled tightly. They might, if the businessman could help us to get a conviction. Cutwick sighed. I give you my word of honor I knew nothing of this killing. Now, naturally, under such circumstances, I would immediately have turned the stones over to the authorities. I'll bet you would, said Hansard curtly. Let's see him. The jeweler emerged from behind the counter, walked with a curious shambling gait to the door of the credit corner, locked it. Mike grinned to himself. That would give Schmidt something to fret about. The big man came back, beckoned to Hansard, led the way to a partition at the rear of the store. On the way, the detective gave the once-over to the big steel safe, which stood under an electric light out where any passing policeman could make sure it hadn't been tampered with. Evidently, the jeweler didn't trust his privately purchased goods to its security. There was a tiny cubbyhole of an office, a big glass-topped desk, and a modernistic lamp of varnished wood and copper. Cutwick snapped on the light, sat down in a padded chair. Let's be open and above board, my friend. Let's, Mike agreed. Perhaps there is a reward for the arrest of these men you tell me about. Mike stared. Sure, Jewelers Association reward. $2,500 or so last time I heard. For evidence leading to conviction. Why? As I understand it, you policemen are not qualified for such a reward if you capture the criminals. So, which? Cutwick spread his palms blandly. Possibly, we could work out some arrangement, you and I, eh? I give you the information, you see to it that I receive the reward, then we split. Hansard shook his head in admiration. You got your nerve, putting a program like that up to me. Why, you putty puss, you'll be getting all the reward that's coming to you if you miss getting indicted for complicity in murder. Now cut out the horse and show me the glitter. Cutwick sighed, pulled the lamp over in front of him. You cops are so stupid about money matters. Who will it hurt if you and I split that $2,500? There was no answer from the hock shop cop, so the jeweler grasped the base of the lamp in his left hand, twisted the top with his right. The lamp unscrewed, the top lifted off, and there was a niche in the wooden base about the size of a bird's nest. There were a lot of shiny eggs in it, round little gold eggs with diamonds in them. Hansard laid them out on the desk. All here but one, he announced. I got that one in my pocket already. They wanted $3,000 for the lot, Cutwick murmured resentfully. Claimed they'd brought it over from Naples and smuggled it in. Don't give me any of that guff. Hansard scooped up the jewelry, dumped it in his coat pocket. You knew where it came from. Probably you bought it at that. Oh, I deny it absolutely. I asked for time to make an appraisal. Did, huh? Tell me why a crook should trust you with $5,000 or $6,000 worth of rocks. Unless, of course, they'd done business with you before on the same basis. The fence arched his eyebrows superciliously. I am a reputable dealer. I wouldn't be likely to run away. Not unless you can make $1 by doing it. All right, when were these rats coming back for their cheese? Tomorrow morning, officer. Didn't they leave any address, any place you could get hold of them? Cutwick looked startled. Why do you ask me? You have them under arrest, haven't you? I didn't say so, Mug. but I'll have you in a cell in no time at all unless you answer my questions." The jeweler groaned. "They mentioned the Nevin Street number over in Brooklyn, 24781, if I remember correctly. But they were most particular that I shouldn't attempt to contact them." Hansard wrote it down. "Okay, mister. I'll get over there and give a gander. You better close up shop now." "I'd intended to." "One more thing." Mike reached for the phone, dialed Springs 7-1000. When he got the switchboard man, he rattled off. "Hansard talking, Hock Shop Squad. I'm up at 9744 Lenox Avenue, jewelry store, Nathan Cutwick. Got that? The phone is Edgecombe 70741. Put a tap on the wire right away, will you? I want a record kept of all conversations, numbers called, the works." He hung up with the operator's comment still ringing in his ears. "What's the matter with you, Hansard? You know we gotta get a court order before we do any wiretapping." Mike started for the front door. "Where you live, Cutwick?" "At the Concourse Savoy, on the Grand Concourse." "You better beat it right up there. Stay there till I give you a ring." The jeweler unlocked the door. "You won't double-cross me, Mr. Hansard, after my helping you this way?" The detective clucked derisively. "You're a guy should talk about double-crossing. I'll promise you nothing except an even break, and you won't get that if you don't keep your nose clean from here on in." Chapter 5. 10 carats of lead. He went out, swung briskly past Schmidt without speaking. After he'd gone halfway down the block, he flailed one arm in a come-on motion without turning around. His partner got it, slid the car up alongside. "No dice, huh, Mike?" "Plenty dice. I got the junk in my pocket." "Well, ain't you going to arrest Cutwick?" "Not yet, Ed. I'm not sure he's really working with these choppers. But we'll find out. You stick here at this end of the block. I'll drive around to the other end. We tail him. If he comes your way, I'll see him and pick you up. If he heads my way, you're on your own. You better check in with HQ." Hansard dropped his partner, drove on around the block. The lights at the credit corner were just going out as he hit the end of the street. A minute later, the jeweler stepped out of the door. He glanced cautiously up and down the block, hurried toward Schmidt's corner. Mike followed with the car, keeping well behind him. Cutwick turned down 7th Avenue. By the time Mike saw Ed Schmidt, the fence was nowhere in sight. "That yellow," Schmidt snapped. "Heading downtown. That's him." Mike grunted. "He's taking one hell of a roundabout route to get to the concourse, isn't he?" Through the northwest corner of Central Park, they trailed the taxi to a short crosstown block between Columbus and Broadway. Mike stopped the coupe before the taxi ceased moving. When Cutwick got out of his cab and scanned the street, there was no indication anyone had been trailing him. The jeweler paid off, hurried into a 3-story brownstone house. Schmidt said, "Hey, that's one of those remodeled joints with a couple of apartments on each floor. How do we know which one he's in?" "We don't, Eddie. You stay here. Collar him if he comes out. If you get rough about it, nobody could blame you. Cuff him to the wheel, and then hit the hall. Wait there until you hear a racket somewhere. That'll be me. If you don't hear a rumpus in a couple of minutes, make one yourself and get some help." "Well, how'll you know where to head in, Mike?" "I'll have to pull a Peeping Tom act up the fire escape at the rear. If he's not in one of the rear flats, I'll go to the roof and come down inside." Well, don't climb into some dame's room by mistake, pal." Mike told him to go to hell. Got around back, past a row of ash cans, using his flash. Found the iron ladder leading up past the rear windows. There were lights on all 3 floors. The voices on the first floor were female. Those on the second, an old man and a child. But when Hansard put his ear to the window on the top floor, he heard Cutwick say, "I don't want any part of it, babe. I don't mind running a few legitimate risks, but this hot squat stuff is too much for me." The high-pitched voice of the babe cut in. "You soft fat-bellied... What do you think you can do about it now? All I want is my money back. I'll give you the stuff. You can get rid of it outside the state." The babe cursed him obscenely. "You got as much chance of getting back that grand as you have of staying in the clear if George or I get picked up, Nate. The junk was worth $3,000 any way you wanted to figure it. You chiseled us down to $1, and now you want to welch on that." "All right." Cutwick sounded tired. "Forget the cash. Come up tomorrow and take the junk back. I don't want it. It's too hot for me. I'd rather take the loss and throw the stuff down the sewer." "Why didn't you bring it with you tonight, if you're so damn anxious to get rid of it?" The jeweler said, "I don't want to touch it again, much less carry it around where they could frisk it off me. You come up in the morning and get it. If you don't, I'll heave it in the river, I'm telling you." Mike squatted on the fire escape and grinned sourly as he patted the bulge in his pocket where the rings were. The old buzzard was still after that reward, figured that by getting Babe and the gorilla to return to the credit corner in the morning, he'd square himself with the authorities and be able to claim at least a part of the $2,500. He wouldn't miss the $1,000 he'd paid over to the Babe so much then. There was no more talking from within. Somewhere in the apartment a door slammed. Mike got out his jackknife, went to work on the catch of the window. It was a gamble, busting into a crook's flat this way, but it would be even more of a gamble if he and Eddie tried to crash the front door. And maybe this rear window wasn't being watched. It wasn't. He slipped the catch with the blade, put his fingers on the pane, pushed up gently. The window came up with no noise. He got out his gun, shoved the shade aside, stepped quietly over the sill. Then he closed the window softly. The Babe might notice a draft from an unaccustomed source. The room he was in looked like a boudoir. Rose-pink spread on the bed, fluffy drapes at the windows, a dressing table with a vanity mirror, but no women's clothes. He stepped to the door leading into the hall. There was a rattling of ice in a glass, the sound of a siphon. Mike moved out into the hall. The Babe, in a pair of vivid blue lounging pajamas, was mixing a drink. He was lifting it to his lips when Mike said, "Hang on to it, sweetheart, with both hands. Get both hands on that glass, fast." The Babe did as he was told, watching Hansard with sullen eyes. Mike stepped close to him, jabbed him gently with the muzzle of his pistol. "Turn around, Babe. Up against the wall there." He got the bracelets out of his hip pocket, clipped one half of the nickel cuffs to the killer's left wrist. There was a buzz out in the front of the apartment. Another, and another. "That'll be Georgie the Ape Man, huh?" Mike snapped the other half of the handcuffs around a steam riser in the corner of the kitchen. "You stay here, beautiful. I'll go let him in. And if you yell or anything like that, I'll put a dent in that classic nose of yours." Hansard went through the hall, past a daintily furnished living room, to the front door. There was the sound of a key in the lock. Mike didn't wait. He jerked the door open. Gorilla George fell into the room, his jaw gaping in astonishment. Hansard had his share of the same feeling, for behind the gorilla, a look of grim determination on his red face, and an automatic clutched in his fist, was Brundage, the Ames patrolman. Things happened fast. The gorilla let the momentum of his plunging entrance carry him into a dive from Mike's knees. Hansard chopped down with the barrel of his revolver, caught the ape man beside the ear, with force enough to crack the skull of an ordinary individual. But the gorilla didn't stop. He got those long arms around Hansard's knees, threw him heavily. From the kitchen came a cry, "George, he's got me cuffed here." The words spurred the scar-lipped man to a frenzy. Mike shot him once through the shoulder, but George smashed a clubbed fist to the plainclothesman's jaw, wrenching his head to one side and sending a spasm of pain through him from the cracked rib. Then Brundage took 2 quick steps, put the muzzle of his automatic in the gorilla's right ear, pulled the trigger. The body collapsed on top of Hansard. Christ's sake, Brundage, Mike muttered. You didn't have to do that. The Ames man blew the smoke out of his pistol barrel. He'd have killed you, wise guy. He was heading upstairs to do just that when I ran into him. Mike got painfully to his feet. Didn't you run into my partner, too? I left him down there on guard. Sure, Brundage turned the gorilla over with his toe. But he wanted a phone for some more of you John Laws, so I told him to go ahead. Then when I got in the building, I'm trying to find which apartment belongs to this Babe Tyler, who used to buddy around with Dumont. And who should come along but this rat? So I bring him up with me. George! Screamed the Babe from the kitchen. Where did he hit you, George? If that got you, I'll burn his eyes out. Mike nodded toward the kitchen. Georgie's boyfriend or something. The one who drilled Tom McCready. Brundage stuck out his jaw belligerently. I'd like a crack at that punk. I'll run him over to the precinct house for you. You ain't in no shape to manhandle him, fella. Hansard said, I'll be okay. Bent a rib last time I had an argument with these two. But you can help me with them, unless you've got ideas about collecting any part of that Jewelers Association reward. The Ames man shook his head. I ain't eligible. All I'm doing is trying to protect my job. That's why I hammered Dumont until I dragged the Babe's address out of him. Give me the cuff keys. I got a couple of new grips I want to show that scut. Hansard took a key from his vest pocket, tossed it to him. Don't bang him around too much. Prosecutor'll give us trouble if you do. Brundage went into the kitchen. Mike waited until the private patrolman was out of sight, then followed on tiptoe. He peeked around the corner. Brundage was having trouble with the lock on the handcuffs. Hurry up, whispered the Babe, and give me a gun. Left-hand pocket, muttered the Ames representative. This key don't fit. Damn right it don't, Mike snapped. You don't think I was sap enough to fall for that line of horse, do you? Brundage snarled, fired. But his aim was spoiled by the Babe, who was desperately trying to tug the extra pistol from Brundage's pocket. Mike took his time, steadied himself against the door jamb, shot Brundage in the navel. He had to put another slug in the same place before the private cop sank to the floor and dropped his gun. The Babe had managed to get the automatic from Brundage's coat before the Ames man fell. He lifted it, sighted. Hansard came in fast, knocked the muzzle aside, clipped the Babe once across the teeth with the barrel of his own .38. The killer moaned and sagged limply against the chain of the handcuffs. Brundage rolled over on his side. They'll get you for this, copper. My people will get you. Sure they will, Amesy. Mike ran water in the sink, put his head under it, said sputteringly, They'll get me to accept a medal for turning up a traitor, as well as a guy who's wanted by the Frisco police. You're crazy. Ain't the first time cops gone gun crazy. Brundage put a hand to his belly. Somehow the gesture reminded Mike of Tom McCready on the operating carriage. No. Mike wiped his face on a dish towel. I might have been a little dumb, but not wacky. I had sense enough to figure out that the louse behind all these window hole robberies must be somebody who knew a lot about the kind of stuff in jewelry store windows, and when the Ames men wouldn't be around, and what time the harness bulls would be on a different part of their beats. A guy like Dumont wouldn't know all those angles. He wouldn't be able to find out, either. And naturally, a couple of torpedoes like the Gorilla and the Babe here wouldn't have that information. But you would, and working with Cutwick, you'd gotten away with it for a long time, using a different mob of killers every so often, and knocking them off yourself when you were through with them, I suppose. The Babe whimpered. George! You shot George? Not me, Mike said. I would have, only your boss beat me to the punch. The youth in the pajamas reached over, clawed savagely at Brundage's face. Mike bent down, clipped him. Mike! Where are you, Mike? It was Schmidt's worried voice calling from the front door. In the kitchen, Hansard shouted. Schmidt came running in. "Holy cow!" he breathed as he saw the two men on the floor in the corner. "Good thing I sent for an ambulance, huh? What'd you do that for, Ed?" "That jeweler, Cudwick. I went away from the car and left that Ames gent to watch him. When I come back, the Ames lad is gone, and Cudwick has a hole as big as your thumb in his chest." "I hope he'll live," Mike growled, "to testify against this crooked private cop. His name isn't Brundage, of course. It's Sexton. But it won't make much difference. The babe will go to town on the stand. Brundage or Sexton bumped the babe's boyfriend." "Geez, Mike, what a shambles. Which one shot the blonde?" "The babe there. On Brundage's orders, no doubt. The girl got panicky when Tom was shot and tried to skip. They had to blot her out or the game was up." He went over to the half-conscious youth, ran his fingers through the marcelled hair. "Know what I was wondering, Eddie?" "What, Mike?" "How this baby will look with his head shaved."
Murder is Bad Luck by Wyatt Blassingame. Read for you by Oliver Wyman. Wyatt Rainey Blassingame, 1909 to 1985, was born in Demopolis, Alabama, and graduated from the University of Alabama. Eager to travel, he hit the road and was given the nickname Hobo. He got a job with a newspaper, but lost it within a year because of the Depression. He eventually found his way to New York City in 1933, where his brother Lurton, a literary agent, showed the young writer a stack of pulp magazines and told him to take them home and study them, as they were buying stories. 6 weeks later, Wyatt, who had never even heard of the pulps, sold his first story. Although he was a slower writer than many of his contemporaries, he still sold 400 stories to the pulps before serving as an officer in the U.S. Navy during World War II, and about 600 throughout his career. The service gave him background for several books, and he graduated to the better-paying slick magazines like the Saturday Evening Post, Collier's, American, and Redbook. When the fiction markets began to dry up, he turned to writing non-fiction articles, mainly on travel and juveniles, mostly about animals and American history. His only book of mystery fiction was a short story collection, John Smith, Here's Death Walking, 1944. Perhaps his best-known mystery character was Joe G., a short name he liked because he could type it quickly, but which still counted as 2 words, who couldn't sleep while he was on a case. He also wrote many pulp stories under the pseudonym William B. Rainey. Murder is Bad Luck was published in the March 1940 issue.
Murder is Bad Luck. For me, this man McCracken was bad luck. Like a black cat, or the number 13 for some people. He didn't want to be bad luck any more than a cat does. He just was. To start with, he lost me my chance at the Daily Double. It was New Year's Day, and the fairgrounds was jammed with people. Christmas week had made a cut in my paycheck, and I was trying to get well with $10 on the double, which my old agent, who was still chiseling the boys out of their fees, had put down for me. I'm a track cop, and not supposed to bet. Extra Trouble had taken the first one all right, and now if Doomsday came through, the payoff would be $22.40 for each $2 ticket. I hadn't gone to the paddock, so I didn't see Doomsday until the horses were on the track. And when I saw him, I leaned over to Dud Harris, who was a rat-faced private detective and a louse, and happened to be standing beside me. "He's got a needleful," I said. "So it would seem, indeed," Dud said. Doomsday was wet with sweat, with foam white along his neck and around his mouth, and he was tiptoeing along, chiefly on his hind legs. He made a couple of breaks toward the infield, and he took a nip at the number 4 horse's rump. The boy on him, an apprentice who'd been riding about 3 months, was so scared you could tell it by looking at him. As they paraded past, I was standing at the rail near the finish line. I yelled to Johnny on the lead pony, and he turned around, meaning to get a hand on Doomsday's reins. And then some damn fool threw a New Year's firecracker right over the track. The guy who threw it was standing a few yards from me, and I saw his hand go up in the air, the sparks sizzling off the fuse. A man close to him, later I learned it was this man McCracken, who at the time I had never seen, yelled, "Hey!" and grabbed the thrower's wrist, and the firecracker, instead of sailing up the track, went straight out between Doomsday's feet. It and the horse exploded together. Doomsday made 2 corkscrew turns, and on the second one, the jockey took off like a pebble out of a slingshot. Then the horse came straight at the rail, fear-crazy, and jumped it. The crowd was so thick that persons against the rail didn't have a chance. The fall broke Doomsday's right foreleg and his neck, or only God knows what would have happened. But he had already done damage enough. There was one man killed, another with a dislocated shoulder, a woman with a bloody nose, and my $10 gone to hell. The drunk who'd thrown the firecracker wasn't hurt. The man with the dislocated shoulder was this McCracken. David McCracken, he said his name was, and he said the dead man was a friend of his named Andrews. Doomsday had come right down on top of this Andrews, crushed his skull and broken his neck. I was told to go along to the hospital with the injured man and learn just how bad the lawsuit was going to be. When I finally got to talk with McCracken, he turned out to be a pretty nice fellow, an average-sized blond man with an average face. He said he realized the track wasn't to blame, and the drunk who'd thrown the firecracker didn't have money enough to be sued. All McCracken asked for was money for his doctor's bill and a pass to the track. He couldn't tell me very much about the dead man, a fellow named Arthur Andrews, except that Andrews had been a small-time commercial artist and writer. Told me he did articles on outdoor life and illustrated them himself, McCracken said. He's got a wife somewhere in New York City. I can probably find her address for you. It seemed this McCracken was a bachelor who lived on a comfortable but fairly moderate income and spent his time wandering around the world. He had met Andrews 2 weeks before at a little fishing camp near the mouth of the Mississippi. They'd got to be friends and had come to New Orleans together for New Year's. The police checked this as a matter of routine and proved it was true. To everybody's surprise, Andrew's wife didn't sue the track for a dime. She just had her husband's body sent to New York and buried it. The only person who sued was the woman who'd got a bloody nose. She said her beauty had been ruined forever, and she sued for $100,000. I said I was going to sue because my $10 had been on Doomsday. But the stewards reminded me they couldn't have been because a track cop isn't allowed to bet. So that, we thought, was that. But it wasn't. I saw McCracken a few times. Twice he asked me up to his hotel to poker games, and both times I lost. For me, he was plain bad luck. It was about 2 weeks later that the girl turned up at my apartment and asked if I could find David McCracken. "He's my uncle," she said, "and I've got to find him, and he seems to have disappeared all of a sudden." I looked the girl over and decided maybe McCracken wasn't such bad luck after all. She wasn't more than 5 feet tall, with black hair cut in a long bob, and she was cute and sleek as a 2-year-old. I like small women because I'm little myself. I'm too heavy to ride anymore, though I rated with the best for 3 years, and I brought home Morning Glory in the Derby, but I still don't reach over 5'6" without jumping. And this girl was small, but oh my. "The clerk at Uncle's hotel told me to come to you, Mr. Rice," she said. "He said you knew my uncle personally, and that you were a detective and could find him if anybody could." "Maybe he's left town," I said. "He was here 3 days ago when I arrived and telephoned him. He said he would come over to my hotel to see me, and he never got there. No one has seen him since, but his hotel says he has phoned several times to ask if he had any mail. And he's still registered there." She looked me squarely in the eyes. "If you could find him, it might be worth money to both of us. He'll be getting 6 months' income in a few days, and I want to make a touch. I'll pay you 10% of what I wiggle out of him." I'd had a sure thing in the fourth that afternoon, and consequently was wondering what I would use for money the rest of the month, so pay on the side sounded good. And it wouldn't have mattered anyway, and you'd understand that if you'd seen the girl. I have my weaknesses. "I was just going to dinner," I said. "Come along and you can explain in detail." I went by and nicked my old agent for 30, and the girl and I went to a place in the quarter where they boil shrimp the way I like them. I said we should have a drink before eating, and she said she'd drink a martini. I took a Pousse l'Amour. I ate there fairly often, so the waiter didn't even blink, but the girl did when she saw the drink. "What's in there?" she asked. "Nothing but maraschino, the yolk of an egg, vanilla cordial, and brandy." "Oh," she said. "That's all?" "That's all. Now tell me about this missing uncle of yours." "I'm his niece. In fact, I'm the only relative he has." She smiled. Her lips were full, the lower one puckering down a little, the way I like them. They were bright red, and her teeth were white. She was a honey. "My name's Mary Swanson, and I'm a junior in medical school." "What?" I said. "Huh?" She laughed. "Everybody looks that way when I say I'm studying medicine, but I am. I won't be much longer, though, if I don't find Uncle David and put the B on him. He wasn't very definite in his last letter, so I decided I'd come down from St. Louis and try to talk him out of $1,000. After all, I'm his only living relative, and I happen to know that he gets half his income every year about the 1st of February. But I've got to be back at school in a couple of days, and I haven't been able to find him." "He's hiding out on you." She shook her head. "I don't think so. He's always been generous with me. I've never had to ask him for money before. But he did sound strange when I talked to him over the phone. Kind of frightened. I'm afraid something has happened to him." She took another martini, and I had a brandy scaffa, which is made of raspberry syrup, maraschino, green chartreuse, and brandy, the liquors kept in separate layers. She said it was pretty, but that she didn't want to sample it, which was probably my loss. I asked why she hadn't gone to the police about her uncle. She sipped at her drink and then looked up, half serious and half grinning. "I'm afraid my uncle's got himself mixed up in some kind of personal affair. Nothing bad, but, well, I have my reasons." I said that I could understand, and that Sandy Rice was to be relied on to be discreet in matters of this kind. And she said, "I'm sure you are, Mr. Rice." And I said, "Call me Sandy." So we ate dinner, and afterwards she drank cognac, and I took a brandy sangaree, which is a mild concoction of sugar and water and brandy and port wine, with nutmeg sprinkled on top. It was cold when we went outside. The wind whipped down Conti Street, and Mary, she was Mary by now, and I didn't even remember her last name, put her hand in my elbow. "Let's go over to your uncle's hotel," I said. "If we don't learn anything, we can take in the first show at the Blue Room without getting out in the cold again." Sam, the night clerk at the hotel, said, "McCracken phoned a couple of times to know if he had any mail, but I haven't seen him in the last 3 nights. I told the girl you were the guy to help her." Mary was standing several yards behind me. Sam said, "Nice, huh?" and leered out of one corner of his eye, like a cop who has caught you speeding but doesn't want to write a ticket. "One good turn deserves another, Sandy." I said, "There is some rumor that old Cactus will take the 4th tomorrow, but I wouldn't put more than $2 on it." "Thanks." It was my inning now. "How about giving me the key to McCracken's room and letting me go up and look around?" "I like this job," Sam said. "I don't want to lose it." "Is it still the same room?" "Yes, 512. I said, "If the odds go below 5-1, tomorrow might not be old Cactus's day after all." "You are a hell of a detective," Sam said. "You protect the people's interests, don't you?" "I work for the track. I investigate what they tell me to. I can't help rumors." I told Mary to wait for me in the lobby. I rode up to the 5th floor and went up to 512, the first door around the bend in the hall. There are quite a few keys on my key ring, and they will open a lot of doors, but none of them opened this one. Wondering why, I tried the knob. The door was already unlocked. I stepped inside and closed the door again. It was dark in the room, just a little gray haze coming through the windows. I moved to the left, feeling for the light switch, and my foot touched something big and heavy and rubbery. My hand touched the switch at the same time, and I clicked it on. I looked down at the thing at my feet. It was a man. He lay on his back with one arm flung back. The coat was messy with blood, and the knife was still there under his left shoulder blade. Blood was bubbling slowly around it, but he was dead, plenty. And they tell me that when a corpse is still bleeding, then it hasn't been a corpse more than a few minutes. I looked at the dead man's face, and I had never seen him before. Then I looked up and saw that the door to the adjoining room was open. It was very still and very quiet. That kind of quiet stillness that comes just before a big race, when there is actually some movement and sound all around you, but you don't hear it or see it anymore. It was the kind of stiff quietness that you feel. When McCracken and Arthur Andrews, the man who had been killed in the accident at the track, had come here, they had taken adjoining rooms, and after Andrews' death, McCracken had kept both rooms. The one beyond the open door was dark, except for the yellow rectangle of light on the floor. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a gun, and I didn't have any business here, though Sam, the desk clerk, knew damn well I had come up, and I didn't know if there was anybody in that dark room beyond the door. But there wasn't much time to think, and I did a fool thing. Maybe Mary and I shouldn't have stopped in that bar on the way to the hotel, where I put down an East India cocktail of raspberry syrup, Caroni bitters, red curacao, maraschino, and a double brandy. Anyway, I reached down and took the knife out of the dead man's back. It was really stuck in there. I had to pull hard to get it loose. Then I circled the bed and went through that open door into the room beyond. I could see the outline of the room, but nothing else. I turned on the light to make sure. The room was empty. I tried the door opening into the hall. It was unlocked. When I looked down, I saw that several drops of blood had dripped from the knife blade onto the floor. The palm of my hand was sticky, and all at once I felt a little sick at the pit of my stomach. I realized I had been so scared the backs of my knees were aching. I returned to the room where the dead man lay. Somebody knocked on the door, 2 sharp raps, and then the door opened, and a man came in. He said, David, if you won't answer my letters, Then he stumbled over the dead man. He was a tall, thin, hawk-nosed man, and he looked as if he was accustomed to having his own way. He certainly had control of himself. He took a half-step back from the corpse, and his mouth, which wasn't much more than a white slit in his face to start with, got tighter and whiter. He reached in the inside pocket of his expensive gray topcoat and took out a .25 automatic. The gun was about as big as a pack of cigarettes, but it was big enough. With his left hand, he reached back of him and closed the door into the hall. "Drop that knife," he said, and when I did, "Where's David McCracken?" I just stood there. There wasn't much else I could do. "I don't know," I said. The newcomer stared hard at me. "This is his room, isn't it? Where is he?" "It's his room, all right, but he's not here. I don't know where he is." "Was he here when you killed this man?" His eyes flickered down to the body and back at me again, hard and black. "That's impossible. This man hasn't been dead more than 10 minutes. He had a deep voice, but it was sharp and hard and very distinct. Except for one of these Boston accents, he would have made a swell race announcer. He said, "What are you doing in McCracken's room?" "I was looking for him." "And this man?" He gestured at the corpse without taking his eyes off me. That fishy stare was getting me. "I found him here." "Who is he? What's his connection with Mr. McCracken? And who are you?" I was getting over the shock of looking into the gun muzzle and felt sure the man wasn't going to shoot. I said, "I'm a detective, of sorts. The guy on the floor I don't know. Do you?" We faced one another for about 4 seconds, the tall man trying to make up his mind about something. I had already made up my mind. I wished to God I had never heard of David McCracken. The man said, his mind made up, "Back over to that phone in the corner and tell whoever answers that you have killed a man in room 512 and to send the police." "Wait a minute," I said. "You're jumping the bell. I didn't kill him. I never saw the guy before." He said, "Phone," and meant it. The switchboard girl answered, and I said, "Put Sam on the line." The tall man snapped, "You can talk to whoever answers." "To hell with you." I was certain now he wasn't going to shoot. I said, "Sam, I'm up in McCracken's room. The door was unlocked, that's how I got in. And there was somebody ahead of me. A guy with a knife stuck in his back." Sam made muffled moaning sounds, like a man who has bet next week's pay on the favorite and watched him run last. "And now there's somebody else up here, some nut with a gun who thinks I did the killing. No, I never saw either of them before. You better phone Lieutenant Murphy." I hung up, and the tall man and I stood there looking at one another. With his left hand, he reached in his pocket and got out an ivory-tipped cigarette and a gold lighter and lit up. He never took his eyes off me, and he never moved the gun. Someone knocked on the door. I thought it was the house Dick. The tall man said, "Come in," but the door was already opening, a woman coming through saying, "Art, darling, I've—" and then she stumbled over the body. She screamed. It wasn't a loud cry. It was choked, like a man trying to yell after a horse has kicked him in the belly. Her eyes got too big for their sockets, and I thought they were going to spill over. Her face got so white, the makeup looked like smeared blood. She staggered back against the wall. The tall man snapped at her. "Whom were you looking for?" You could be certain he said whom, because that's the way he pronounced words. The woman didn't say anything. She just stared at the corpse as though she was going to be sick. "You were looking for Mr. McCracken?" She looked up at him, and then at me. She was breathing hard. She was still frightened, but her face wasn't so twisted with fear anymore, and I began to notice that she was good-looking. Very good-looking indeed, if you like redheads, and I do. Blondes, brunettes, and redheads. She was a little tall for me, slender, but full where she should be. She had a kind of bright, show-off beauty, and my guess was she'd been a chorus girl. "Yes," she said after a while. "David McCracken." "You're lying," the tall man snapped. He sounded damn sure of himself. And about that time the house dick came in, and a few minutes later Lieutenant Murphy and a whole flock of boys from headquarters. Now the fun would begin. Fun for everyone but me. The tall man pointed at me and told them, "I knocked on the door and entered and found this man with the bloody knife in his hand." Murphy is a big man with pink cheeks and pale, heavy-lidded eyes, and a brother-in-law who was a politician, or else he never would have got on the force, no less be lieutenant. When he looked at me, I knew he was still remembering a sure thing I had given him a couple of weeks back. The sure thing had run forth. That's the hell of being connected with the track. Persons keep after you to put them onto something, and if you don't, they hate you for a cheapskate, and if you do, and it comes in, they forget you, and if it doesn't come home, they say you touted them wrong intentionally. Hell, if I could find one really sure thing a season, I wouldn't be working for a living. I said, "Now look, Pete, I never saw this guy on the floor before in my life. I didn't kill him. Why don't you ask this tall bird what he's doing here and what he's carrying a gun for?" The tall man said his name was Lyndon Blumberry, and he was from Boston. "I am Mr. David McCracken's lawyer and the administrator of his estate. For several weeks I have been trying to persuade Mr. McCracken to come to Boston to complete the sale of some bonds of his for which I have obtained an offer. For some strange reason he has refused to come there. So I came to him." "Carrying a gun?" I said. He looked down a thin nose at me before he decided to answer. "And a certified check for $5,000 to complete the sale. Of course I carried a gun." I told Murphy about McCracken's niece, and how I had come up to his room and knocked on the door, which was ajar, I said, and which swung open when I knocked. And from there I went on with the exact truth. Murphy snorted, and the fingerprint man said, from the next room, "Only one set of prints on this knife, I think, Lieutenant. I can make sure after I get it down to headquarters." And that set would be mine. The M.E. said the dead man had been killed sometime within the last 40 minutes, and Murphy looked at me and nodded his head. The red-headed girl said her name was Nell Parker, and she had known McCracken in New York, had written to him occasionally. She had come south for the winter, arriving in New Orleans that very day, and had called on McCracken. Both she and Mr. Lyndon Blumberry said they had never seen the dead man before. Murphy had the hotel manager and Sam, the night clerk, in the room by now. Sam looked worried. "I didn't give anybody the key to Mr. McCracken's room," he kept saying. "I don't know how the door could have been opened." "You didn't have any idea that Sandy Rice was coming up here?" Murphy asked. "No, sir. There have been lots of persons phoning and asking about Mr. McCracken lately, but I just told them he wasn't in. I would have told this gentleman," he nodded toward Lyndon Blumberry, "when he asked for McCracken's room number, but he walked off before I could explain." "What did you think Sandy Rice wanted with McCracken?" "Well, Sandy used to play poker up here sometimes, I think. Sam began to stammer, and Murphy started looking at me with his mouth grinning, and his pale eyes cold. "Gambling," he said. He had it all worked out now. Somehow the gambling would furnish a motive, and I'd practically been caught in the act of murder. They'd make a cinch case out of it. I'd have a chance like a three-legged mule in a match race with Johnstown. "Damn it," I said. "Let's get Mary up here, and she'll tell you—" "Mary?" Murphy asked. "McCracken's niece, you idiot. She's downstairs in the lobby. She'll tell you what I was doing." He told the other cops to keep their eyes on Blumberry and the red-headed girl and the corpse, and we would be right back. We rode down on the elevator. Pete said, "I lost $20 on that pig you touted me on. I hope to God you'd try something cute." There wasn't any need to argue with him. He wasn't much better than a half-wit anyway. We started across the lobby. I couldn't see Mary anywhere. "Where is she?" Pete said. A man and woman in evening clothes passed us. The woman wore one of these dresses without any shoulder straps at all, the kind that looks like it has already started to fall off and is halfway gone. Pete said, "My God, look at that," and turned to watch. It was then I saw another couple going out the street door at the far end of the lobby, Mary and David McCracken. I started to run after them. Halfway across the lobby, I heard Pete bellow, just a roar of sound at first, changing into, "Hey, hey you!" And of all things, "Halt!" Mary and Dave McCracken were already out of sight, but I wasn't going to lose them. I kept going. I was running 5 yards from the door, the Negro doorman staring at me and Pete, who was following across the lobby. All at once the Negro's face went a sort of ash gray, and he went straight up and came down running. At the same time, a hole popped in the door, and then I heard the shot. I hadn't thought that idiot Pete would shoot, but now I was going too fast to stop. The second bullet whined at my ear as I plunged down the steps. A quarter block down the lighted street, I saw McCracken helping Mary into an automobile. She had stopped, half in and half out, and was staring back, toward the sound of the shots. I yelled, "Hey, wait!" McCracken shoved her. He shoved her so hard she must have bounced against the other side of the car. He dived after her. I saw I couldn't catch him on foot, so I angled for one of the cabs lined up in front of the hotel. Behind me there was a crash as Pete Murphy came through the hotel door, waving his gun. The driver of the cab I was going for took one look and went out the other side, and I jumped under the wheel. I got the taxi going just as that half-witted cop let go with another bullet. I heard it smack into the rear of the car. There was only one car between McCracken and me. I figured I'd catch him easy enough. By this time I was mad as hell, getting shoved around and accused of murder and shot at. I put my foot down hard on the gas. The street light was green, and McCracken went straight across Canal into Dauphine Street. I knew I had him. He was going the wrong way on a one-way street. The first block was almost empty of traffic, but if he turned, he'd have to slow down, and if he went straight, he'd jam up in traffic. And then my motor gave a couple of sputs and died. Pete Murphy had shot a hole in the gas tank. My luck with McCracken was holding steady. Less than a block behind me, cops were blowing whistles and running and waving guns, and people were yelling. I left the taxi where it stopped. In fact, I left it before it stopped. The joint I picked was called the Purple Door. I had never been there but once, and nobody knew me, and they had closed booths along the rear wall. I went past the bar, across what they called a dance floor, where a three-piece Negro orchestra was blowing its lungs out, and into a booth. I sat down, and one of the house girls sat down opposite me. "Run along," I said. "I got trouble."
"You waiting for one of the other girls?"
"I'm waiting for a drink."
"Well, you want to buy me one, don't you?"
"No," I said. "I don't. I just want to sit here and do some deep thinking." A waiter stuck his head in the booth, and the girl said,
"Hey, Doug, this guy don't want to buy me a drink."
"What's he want?" Doug demanded. "Hold his own hand? You can do that outside, Squirt." I was deciding that with the cops looking for me, I would be less conspicuous in the French Quarter with a girl than without one. So I said, "All right, I'll buy her a drink." "What you want, baby?" "I know what she wants," Doug said. "What about you?" "A Roman punch." "A what?" "If the bartender don't know how to make it, tell him to look it up. He can read, can't he?" Doug spat out of one corner of his mouth. "What difference is it to you? You ain't big enough to complain." He went off, and the girl said,
"It's a cold night, ain't it?"
And I didn't say anything. I had a lot of hard thinking to do. I had a murder charge hanging over me, and I was guilty of stealing a taxi. I had run away from the scene of the crime, and Pete Murphy would be sure I was guilty. Once he got me in jail, that would be the end of it. From there to the hot seat would be shorter than the road from the betting ring to the poorhouse. Once they got me in jail, it would be all over. So I had to keep out of jail and learn who had murdered the man in the hotel room, and I didn't even know who the murdered man was. The waiter brought our drinks. He looked at my Roman punch and at me and shook his head and went away again. The girl said,
"My Lord, what's in there beside a fruit salad?"
"A mixture. Raspberry syrup, lemon juice, orange juice, curacao, rum, and brandy. I like the brandy."
"I've been working in this joint for 6 months," she said, "and this is the first time I ever thought I got the best of it by drinking this colored water they serve us girls."
I said, and went back to figuring what I had ahead of me. I couldn't go home because the cops would be watching the place, and I couldn't go to the track tomorrow because they'd be there too. I tried to think of Mary's last name, and I couldn't remember it, and she hadn't told me which hotel she was staying in. But obviously the thing to do was find her and McCracken, because I felt sure McCracken would at least know the corpse in his hotel room. How to find McCracken? The waiter stuck his head in the door. "You ready for a drink, buddy? That ain't a park bench you're sitting on." The girl said,
"I'll take another one."
"A brandy flip," I said. The waiter brought it, and when I took a sip, the girl said,
"You're drunker than I thought you were. You wouldn't drink that thing sober."
"I like it. There's nothing in it but hot ale and egg and sugar and nutmeg and brandy."
"Oh,"
she said.
"You're one of these straight whiskey drinkers, huh?"
I said, "I love to buy you whiskey, or that colored water they serve you girls for whiskey. But I'd love it better if you kept quiet. I got some thinking to do."
"It's okay with me. I get paid by the drink."
"It's a wonder that pink water don't rot your stomach out," I said, and then went back to my thinking. I tried to remember everything that had ever happened to me which had any connection with David McCracken. It was a dismal list, all bad. I tried to remember everything that had happened tonight from the time Mary rang my doorbell and asked if I could find her uncle. I thought about this for a while and said to the girl, "Excuse me, baby, but I gotta make a phone call. Just wait for me." The Negro orchestra was blowing so loud it shook the phone booth, but I finally got Sam, the hotel clerk. He was an inquisitive cuss. and I figured that by this time he would know everything the police did. I asked him if the cops had identified the corpse. "Sure," he said. "Where are you?" "You just answer questions, and one of these days I'll give you a winner." He said the stiff was identified as a Roscoe Jancy, a member of a New York brokerage firm. "How much money did he have on him?" I asked. $14.20. But at the St. Charles, that's where he was staying, he'd put $500 in the safe." "Did he have any big certified checks on him? Or in the safe?" "There's none listed," Sam said. "What's your idea?" "That lanky Boston lawyer, Lyndon Blumberry, brought down a big check from McCracken. And you said the dead man was a broker. I thought maybe he'd brought one, too." Sam was quiet a moment before he said, "He didn't bring the one Mr. Blumberry had. That was on a Boston firm and had to be countersigned by Blumberry himself." "Not that one," I said. "But there may be some damn fool who wanted to steal the one he did bring." And I hung up and went back to the booth and finished my brandy flip. The waiter stuck his head in and looked at the empty glass, and then at me with some new respect. He said, "Little man, what now?" "A Metropolitan cocktail." The girl said, "When you make mine this time, use the big eyedropper to put the liquor in my water. I gotta have something to help me stand up under this guy's conversation. I swear to God, he's about to talk my ear off." Doug brought the drinks back and put mine gently on the table. "I'll bring the lilies with the next one," he said. The guy underestimated me. "You don't have to worry as long as I stick to straight brandy," I said. "I always stick to brandy when I'm drinking fairly steady."
"Oh," the girl said. "So that's straight brandy?"
"With gum syrup, Coroni bitters, and French vermouth thrown in," the waiter said. "The bartender sprained his back looking under the shelf for the bottles that ain't had the dust off 'em since he bought this place." He closed the booth door and went away. The girl said,
"How'd you ever learn the names of all them drinks? You read 'em in a book somewhere? Or did you used to be a bartender?"
"I used to be a jockey," I said. "I was raised around horses. I never had more than 2 bits at a time until I was 16 and started riding. And all at once I was in the big money. Of course, after 3 years I was too heavy and out of the money again. When I had plenty. I had to train most of the time, but on Saturday nights I'd go out with the other jockeys, and because we didn't know any better, we'd order whatever looked the fanciest and cost the most. I got to where I liked the things." She said, "I've been drinking this pink water a long time, but I ain't got to like it yet." "Won't they let you drink anything else?"
"Yeah, if the customer will buy it. But this is almost all profit, and I get a bigger cut off one of these than off something costs more. Besides, you can drink these all night."
That reminded me that I couldn't sit here gossiping all night, so I started figuring on my problem again. But I didn't get anywhere. I wanted to find McCracken, and I didn't know how to go about it, until about 15 minutes later, when I got my first break. The door of the booth opened, and there was the rat-faced private detective named Dud Harris, the same guy who'd been beside me at the track the first time I ever saw McCracken. He grinned and showed his rat teeth and said, "I am a very smart detective, Sandy. I am indeed the smartest detective in Louisiana. I find you in 10 minutes, when all the cops in New Orleans are sitting around waiting for you in other places. I am very smart indeed." He was very pleased with himself. "If you're so damn smart," I said, "why can't you see I got company?" There wasn't any sense in spreading the news that cops were looking for me. "Do not worry about her. My car is outside, so let us depart. I have news for you." I'm not lying. That's the way he talked. In Omaha, once I saw an amateur play where the characters talked the way Dud Harris did, but in addition, Dud always had his pointed teeth sticking below his narrow mustached lip. He was one of these people you want to sock without knowing why. But he was smart, and if he said he had news, it was probably worthwhile. Anything right then was worth trying. We drove down St. Louis to Canal and out toward Lake Pontchartrain. I asked how he'd found me. "I have been talking with our mutual friend, the night clerk, Sam. He told me you had phoned. I didn't tell him where I was." "No, but Sam is a very observing young man, though not smart. He said you were calling from an establishment which had a very loud and raucous band. I concluded it would not be any of the places you frequent, because you feared the police would be looking for you there. And yet I thought you would be in the quarter. I found you in the third dive I investigated." "Why were you looking for me?" "I thought perhaps you were interested in locating Mr. David McCracken." I turned around on the seat and looked at him. He was whistling softly through his teeth, staring straight ahead at the street and seeming very pleased with himself. "Do you know where McCracken is?" "I do," he said. "Indeed I do." "Where?" "That is a long story, Sandy. I was hired 2 days ago by Mr. Roscoe Jancy of New York City to locate Mr. David McCracken. Tonight, having accomplished the job with my usual ease, I was embittered to learn that Mr. Roscoe Jancy is now a corpse who will never pay my fee. But it occurred to me, after hearing the story, that you might be willing to take Mr. Jancy's place. It occurred to me that locating Mr. McCracken might help you prove you had not murdered Mr. Jancy." "How do you know I didn't?" "I am a student of human nature," Dud said. "You are not capable of cold-blooded murder." I promised that I would borrow $100 in the morning and pay him. That was the price he insisted on, and I wasn't in any spot to argue. He gave me an address, which was only a couple of blocks from the point we were passing, and at the next corner he stopped and let me out. I watched the red tail light of his car as he drove away. The idea that Dud Harris was mixed up in this was something new. Maybe he was right that I couldn't commit a cold-blooded murder, but I'd bet that Dud could stab a man in the back any time he needed to. The house McCracken was supposed to be in was between City Park and Canal, a small place with shrubs growing in the yard. The blinds were pulled so that at first I thought there were no lights inside. Then I saw a narrow yellow thread under the front door. It was cold, and the wind flapped my top coat against my knees as I started up the walk. I wished suddenly I had a gun. I had a creepy feeling that I was going to need one. But I didn't have one with me, and I couldn't go home to get one because the cops would be watching my apartment house. I went up the steps quietly and tried the knob without knocking. The door swung open. I stood in the doorway looking in. David McCracken was walking across the floor with a half-filled glass of whiskey and soda in his hand, walking like a man who has been at it a long time, back and forth. He looked worried and frightened. He spun around as I entered, turning so fast some of the liquor spilled from his glass. What? His mouth hung open. I let him have it. I said, "I want to know why you killed that man in your hotel room." He'd been frightened before, but now he looked as though he was going to faint. His face got green, and he just stammered without making any sense. He didn't seem able to say anything, but... What? "The dead man in your hotel room," I said. Roscoe Jancy. Why did you kill him?" The whiskey glass slid out of his hand and broke on the floor. He didn't notice it. His mouth was working with froth coming out of it like he was a horse who'd run the mile and a quarter in mud. Finally, he said, "I didn't kill anybody. I haven't been in that room in 3 days." He swallowed hard. "Who'd you say was killed?" "Roscoe Jancy of New York." "I never heard of him." I was watching him when he said it, and I would have sworn he was telling the truth. It gave me an empty feeling in the stomach because I'd counted on something here that would help. This made the whole mess crazier than ever. And then the door on the far side of the room opened and Mary came in, looking as pretty and cute as a puppy. She was smiling with her mouth, but her eyes were a little worried. Her black hair waved smooth down to her shoulders, and she must have just finished putting on fresh makeup.
"I thought I heard your voice," she said. "What was all the excitement in front of the hotel just as Mr. Smith and I were leaving?"
"You didn't want to see."
"I wanted to, but Mr. Smith said that if I wanted to find Uncle Dave, I'd have to hurry."
I stared at her, trying to make sense out of her words. "Who said what?"
"Mr. Smith said he'd take me to Uncle Dave, but there wasn't any time to waste. I knew you'd understand."
"I don't. Isn't Dave McCracken your uncle?" It was her turn to stare.
"Why, of course."
I was really confused now. "Then you mean this man here isn't McCracken?"
"Certainly not. But he said he knew where Uncle Dave—"
McCracken jumped. I never saw anybody move that fast. I was spinning sideways, but he got his left hand on my coat and held on. He was bigger than I was, and the topcoat handicapped me. I hit him twice in the face with all I had, but he still held on. And then he had the gun out of his hip pocket and slammed me over the head with it. The room began to spin around in easy circles, but I could tell I was on hands and knees, and I could feel the blood running down my forehead from the cut the gun had made. I heard somebody screaming, a way off it seemed, and then I knew it was right there in the room with me. It was Mary. She was backed into a corner, and McCracken was going for her. I tried to get up, and I stumbled and fell. My head hit the arm of a chair. I went down flat and cold. I came to on the floor where I had fallen. My wrists and ankles were tied, and I was gagged, and my head hurt like hell. There was dried blood in my eyes, and I couldn't see very clearly. I blinked a few times and twisted around, and there was Mary on the floor across the room from me. She was tied up the same way I was, and her hair wasn't in smooth waves anymore. But she was conscious, and she didn't seem to be hurt. She tried to grin at me, which is quite a job when you have a lemon in your mouth with a handkerchief tied outside to keep it there. My head hurt worse than a homebrew hangover, but I started wiggling around trying to get loose. McCracken had been hurried and frightened, and he'd done a lousy job of tying me up with some neckties. In 5 minutes I knew I was going to make it. It took about 15 minutes altogether. Then I untied Mary.
"Well, well," she said. "Fancy meeting you here."
She began to laugh. She was scared, almost sick, but she was fighting against it. That girl had what it takes. "Where'd McCracken go?" I asked.
"Who?"
"McCracken. At least he's the fellow I knew as David McCracken. You called him Smith."
"That's what he told me his name was. The one thing I'm certain of, he's not my uncle."
"Where'd he go?"
"I don't know. But don't you think we better leave here before he comes back? He might—"
She swallowed.
"Might do worse next time."
"Wait a minute. Maybe I can find a gun." I searched the house, and the only thing of interest was a small batch of drawings done in pencil. They were pretty good. One of them showed a horse and jockey, and under the picture was written, "Sandy Rice on Morning Glory." I said, "Well, I'll be damned," but I didn't find a gun. Mary and I walked 2 blocks before we located an all-night drugstore, and I phoned for a cab. My watch showed 10 minutes after 4. It was cold, that wet kind of New Orleans cold that soaks through you so you feel as cold in the middle of your stomach as outside. Mary was explaining,
"I was waiting for you in the lobby. You must have been gone nearly a half hour. And the clerk who'd been at the desk—"
"Sam?"
"I think that's the one. He left the desk a few minutes before. Then this Mr. Smith, or whatever his real name is, came up and asked for my uncle's mail. I heard him, and so I asked him if he knew where Uncle Dave was. He looked frightened, and then he said yes, he knew where Uncle Dave was, and he'd take me to him. As we were getting in his car, we heard the shooting, and I saw you run out. But Mr. Smith shoved me into the car. He said Uncle Dave was already in trouble and couldn't afford any more. He brought me to that house, and he said for me to wait until Uncle Dave came. After 2 or 3 hours, you came in."
We were waiting for the cab, drinking black, scalding coffee at the soda fountain. I asked, "After he bopped me, what?"
"He tied me up. He didn't hurt me once I quit fighting. Then he tied you and walked up and down the room like he didn't know what to do next, until finally he turned around and said he would be back later, and went dashing out the door."
It looked to me as though I had part of this crazy matter worked out. I still couldn't be sure. I told Mary about the murder, and she said she had never heard of a Roscoe Jancy. As far as I could tell, the world wasn't going to miss Roscoe Jancy very much. Nobody seemed to have heard of him. He was a hell of a man to get sent to the electric chair about. "What about a Mr. Lyndon Blumberry?" I asked.
"I know him. He had charge of Uncle David's estate. And by the way, when I was waiting for you in the lobby, I thought I saw him coming down the stairs, but then somebody got in the way, and when I looked again, I decided I was wrong."
He was there. The cab was blowing outside, and we went out to it. It was cold in the taxi, and we sat close together. "Downtown," I told the driver. And then I asked Mary, "What about this Blumberry?"
"I always had an idea he'd be crooked if he needed to."
"Well, he's a lawyer, isn't he?" She laughed and said I must not like lawyers, and I started to tell her about the time I got sued for breach of promise by a girl I had never seen but once in my life. That was when I was riding and in the money. But I skipped it. I asked her if she had ever heard of a Nell Parker, a good-looking redhead. Mary looked up at me, frowning a little.
"No. Why?"
"The redhead who came rushing into your uncle's hotel room tonight said that was her name." Mary was quiet a moment.
"When you asked me why I didn't go to the police about my uncle," she said, "I didn't tell you the exact truth. At least not all of it. Maybe I should."
"It's about time."
"When I telephoned Uncle David the day I got to New Orleans, the first thing he said when he heard my voice was, 'Nell, darling.' He said it in a way Uncle David has assured me he never spoke to women. He was pretty much of a Puritan. When he didn't turn up, I thought perhaps this Nell was mixed up in it somewhere, and if I went to the police and they found him and her, he might not be in the humor for lending me money. I thought it was better to find him privately."
"I think it's time we found her," I said.
"Do you believe Uncle David's with her?"
I looked at her squarely. "I believe your Uncle David is dead. I believe he has been dead for a month." The morning papers were on the street by now. I read that I was wanted on suspicion of murder. From what Lieutenant Pete Murphy had told the reporters, there didn't seem to be much suspicion. Pete was sure. Cops were ordered to shoot if necessary. It gave me sort of a weak feeling in the stomach. The paper also listed the names and addresses of everybody mixed in the affair. Nell Parker was staying in a small apartment hotel in the French Quarter. We went there. It was one of these old places with a courtyard. Fog was coming in from the river, and you could smell the river and once or twice hear a ship's horn moaning. There was a kind of gray light mixed in with the fog, but you still had to feel your way along. Inside the house it was almost as bad. A hall down each floor that was almost as wide as the rooms on either side, and just a small globe at the end. The whole building had a damp, cold smell.
How'll y'all know which room is hers?
Mary was whispering, though I had told her not to. I'm guessing there'll be somebody awake in her room and talking. So I went from door to door, listening. It was on the second floor at the back I heard the voices. A man was saying,
"Never meant to let myself in for murder. They'll pin it on me, sure. We've got to get away from here."
A woman said something I couldn't understand. Then the man said,
"We've got enough. We've got insurance."
I didn't know what to do. If I went for the cops and this man and woman got away, I was a sure thing for the electric chair. And once the cops got their hands on me, they weren't likely to look farther. It would take a long time to convince them, probably too long. But I didn't have a gun. I decided to take the chance this fellow wouldn't shoot. I motioned to Mary to stand back, raised my hand, and knocked on the door. The voices in the room stopped as though I had hit them with a hammer. There wasn't a sound at all. Way down the river somewhere a foghorn tooted. I knocked on the door again. There was about 10 seconds of quiet, and I thought, maybe they are taking it on the lam out the window. Then I heard the clacking sound a woman's mules make, and the door was unlocked and opened. The redhead from the hotel stood there wearing a negligee. I moved with the door as it opened and got inside before she could stop me. Except for the redhead, the room seemed empty, but on the far side there was a closed French window onto a balcony. I thought I saw something move there, a little gleam of light on metal. I kept wondering if the man was going to shoot, and I had the weak sensation you get as you start down the highest drop on a roller coaster. The redhead said, "What the devil do you want?" "I'm looking for your husband." She took a long breath. It made her breasts stand tight against the silk negligee.
"For who?"
Arthur Andrews supposedly had been killed at the racetrack the time I first saw McCracken, but I felt sure now he was alive. I looked at the window. "For Mr. Arthur Andrews," I said. The light glint outside moved, and I said, quick, loud, "I know he didn't kill that man at the hotel. I just want him to help me prove it." Her face got very pale, but set. She had green eyes like those of a cat.
"Didn't you kill him?"
"No," I said.
"Then who did?"
I'll admit it was part guesswork, but I had to give her and Andrews something because I needed them. The whole thing had to come clean before the cops would believe me, and I didn't know who was on the balcony. I knew part of it, but not all. I didn't know I was practically trying to commit suicide. I said, "The real McCracken's lawyer killed him. That Mr. Lyndon Blumberry." On the balcony, the light beam moved fast. A man yelled, and I dived sideways. There was a hole in the glass window with lines spiderwebbing out from it, and the sound of the gun came smashing through. I was rolling sideways, trying to get out of range, when the second shot blasted. The bullet ripped into the floor by my face. Then I got both hands on a straight chair and flung it. It was a big chair, but when you're scared as I was, you're stronger than you think. The window went out with a crash, and there was another sound that wasn't part of the window breaking, that kind of screeching noise a nail makes when it's pulled out of wood, and the crackle of iron. A man screamed. He really screamed. Then there was a kind of soggy bump, and the scream stopped with it. I stood up and was surprised my knees would hold me, and even more surprised that my stomach didn't give way and let my shoulders settle down on my knees. But somehow I got over to the balcony. There was a man standing there looking down where the rail was gone. As I came up, the man turned around. It was David McCracken. At least, he was the fellow I had thought was McCracken. The fellow who told Mary his name was Smith. His name, actually, was Arthur Andrews. I looked down to where there was something dark in the courtyard. "Who's that?" "I don't know. When you knocked, I ducked out here, and he was here. I'd never seen him before. When he tried to shoot you, I grabbed him. We were wrestling, and He swallowed. We went down and looked at him. It was Lyndon Blumberry, the lawyer. He wasn't dead, but he wasn't going to get up soon. His back was broken. Mary was ready to go back to medical school, and I had said I would take her to the train. We started a couple of hours early so as to have time for a drink or two. Mary was sipping a martini, and I was drinking gin with her, a Kinney 50-50, which is a smooth mixture of rum, grapefruit juice, the white of an egg, and gin. Mary said,
"Now tell me how you knew that Mr. Blumberry, Uncle Dave's lawyer, had killed that man."
I said I hated to admit it, but it was part guesswork. But I did have some things to go on. When he found me in the room with the corpse, he said the man hadn't been dead more than 10 minutes. But he hadn't even touched the body except to stumble against it. He'd hardly glanced at it, and it had stopped bleeding. In that light, he couldn't even tell if the blood was dry or not. I wondered from the first how he could be so sure.
"And you guessed from that?"
"With what you told me. You said you saw Blumberry coming down the hotel stairway. In other words, he had already been upstairs and was walking down again. Yet he claimed to have come up only once in the elevator. All I needed was a motive. The cops have got that straight now."
"Explain it,"
she said. "It was some kind of South American government bond which had been defaulted years ago and was considered worthless. I don't understand much about these things, but it seems this government was trying to get some fresh American cash, and to make a good impression, they were going to redeem those old bonds. Your uncle had nearly $100,000 in them. The redemption had been kept under cover, and Blumberry was trying to buy them from your uncle for $5,000, buying them under another name and selling your uncle on the idea he'd found a sucker. The trouble was, your uncle was supposed to go to Boston to close the deal, and he couldn't go because he was dead. And Andrews couldn't go because he'd be recognized as a fake."
"You mean that when the accident happened at the track, Mr. Smith, or Andrews, or whatever his name was, told the police that Uncle Dave, the dead man, was named Andrews, while he pretended to be Uncle Dave?"
"That's it. Andrews and your uncle had actually met in that fishing camp, just as Andrews told me. They got to be friends and came to New Orleans together. Your uncle had told Andrews enough about his affairs for Andrews to know your uncle lived on an income, and that a good part of it was soon due. Andrews himself was in a tough hole financially. When the accident happened, he saw his chance. He and your uncle were about the same size, both blonde. They didn't look particularly alike, but they looked enough alike for a vague description to fit either one of them, and nobody knew them. Everybody took Andrews' word for it that he was McCracken. He wrote his wife in New York, and when your uncle's body arrived, Mrs. Andrews buried it just as if it were her husband, and collected his insurance. The insurance company didn't investigate. They had the word of the New Orleans authorities that Andrews had been killed in an accident. Andrews was waiting for your uncle's checks to arrive. He had some old signatures of your uncle's which he could trace as endorsement, and that would be that. Then he could leave, change his name again, and your uncle would vanish. Or, with good luck, he could just keep on living on your uncle's income."
"And then?"
"Then this matter of the bonds turned up. Andrews wouldn't go to Boston, so Blumberry came here. I think he came intending to kill your uncle, but he swears no. With your stubborn uncle out of the way, it would have been easy to persuade you, the heir, to sign over the bonds. Unless he meant to kill your uncle, there wasn't any need for having those skeleton keys that would open his hotel room, for walking up the stairs so he wouldn't be seen, for having the knife ready. What Blumberry didn't know was that you had come to New Orleans 2 days before and phoned and frightened Andrews so bad he was hiding, but still trying to collect the mail with the checks in it. So Blumberry went up and waited in your uncle's room for him to come. It was this Roscoe Jancy who came instead.
What was he doing?
He was a member of a New York firm that was interested in the bonds. For 2 days he'd been trying to locate McCracken, or the man he thought was McCracken. He'd hired a private detective. Finally, he got the idea the desk clerk was lying and that McCracken was in his room all the time. So he went up and turned the doorknob and went in. Blumberry says they argued and learned they were there on the same business and finally fought. Personally, I think Blumberry was standing by the door and let him have it as he came in, thinking Jancy was your uncle and not seeing his mistake until too late. Anyway, he killed him. He must have just been slipping down the stairs as I came, and he saw me. He was sure you saw him as he started to cross the lobby, and realizing that would break his story of not having been there, he marched up to the desk, asked for McCracken's room number, and headed for the elevator. He knew I would probably still be in the room, and he might be able to make me a fall guy for the killing.
But what was he doing on Andrew's balcony later?
He had begun to guess the truth after the redhead came in asking for Art. I'd forgotten about her saying, "Art, darling," until I found the drawings in that house near City Park. Then I remembered that Arthur Andrews had been a small-time artist. Anyway, Blumberry figured if he was right, and if somebody was pretending to be McCracken but wasn't, and if he could turn that fellow over to the police, all would be swell. He would have the real McCracken dead, and he would have somebody convicted of Roscoe Jancy's death, because it would look as if Jancy had recognized Andrews as a fake, and Andrews had killed him. Blumberry traced Andrews the same way I did, by his wife's address in the paper. She'd given the cops her maiden name, but she'd had to give them her right address. Blumberry crawled up to the balcony to get a look. About that time, I scared Andrews into hiding on the balcony, and there they were together, both listening to what I told the redhead. Mary asked what they were going to do to Andrews. "I don't know. A mild jail term. I'll do what I can to help, because he came through for me on the balcony. He wasn't a killer, not even when he had you and didn't know what to do with you. He was afraid you'd find out he was pretending to be McCracken. Even after I arrived and we both knew he was a fake, he didn't kill us. Mary and I both got to thinking about how we felt when we thought he was going to kill us, and we polished off our drinks in a hurry. I felt better then, and warmed up. "I think we'll have another," I said. "To McCracken."
"You mean Smith?"
"Another one for Smith," I said, "and then one for Andrews. So we'll have him right under whatever name he prefers."
Her Dagger Before Me by Talmadge Powell. Read for you by Pete Larkin. Talmadge Powell, 1920 to 2000, was born in Hendersonville, North Carolina, and attended schools in North Carolina, Tennessee, New York, and California, studying creative writing at the University of North Carolina. He settled into a career as a professional writer fairly early, selling his first mystery story to 10 Story Detective, which ran in January 1944. Although he produced stories in various genres, more than 200 of his pulp and digest-size magazine stories were in the mystery, crime, and detective field, both under his own name and using various pseudonyms including Jack McCready, Anne Talmadge, for the novel Dark Over Acadia, 1971, Robert Hart Davis, Robert Henry, Milton T. Lamb, and Milton Land. For 4 novels about Tim Corrigan, he employed the familiar Ellery Queen byline used by several other writers. His short story writing career spanned 4 decades, and many of his original character-driven tales were adapted for Alfred Hitchcock Presents. They were collected in Written for Hitchcock, 1989. Of the 9 mystery novels under his own name, 5 were about Ed Rivers, a tough but good-hearted Tampa-based private eye, including his first book, The Killer Is Mine, 1959, followed by the much-praised The Girl's Number Doesn't Answer, 1960, as well as with A Madman Behind Me, 1962, Start Screaming Murder, 1962, and Corpus Delectable, 1964. He was the guest of honor at PulpCon in 1996. Her Dagger Before Me was published in the July 1949 issue.
Her Dagger Before Me. Chapter 1. Cold Meat. I had been on a divorce case, shadowing a man most of the night before, so I didn't do anything about the screaming telephone for the first few seconds, except try to swim back down in the sticky molasses of sleep, and wish whoever was calling would go away. The phone kept snarling. After a minute, I was wide awake, and in that state, going back to sleep in the muggy noonday Florida heat was out of the question. I heaved myself on the edge of the bed and shouted at the phone, "All right, I'm coming." The apartment was sodden with heat. I've been in Tampa a long time, but I never got used to the heat. While I'm padding toward the phone, I might as well tell you who I am. The name is Lloyd Carter, age 44. I'm beginning to add an inner tube around my middle, and I don't like to be kidded about the way I'm starting to bald on the crown of my head. I live in a rundown apartment on the edge of Tampa's Ybor City. The bed is lumpy, the furniture old. It's just a place to sleep. I got in the private detective business 21 years ago. I never intended to make it a lifetime career, but I guess now I will. I've never married, which is maybe what put the pickles in my disposition. I had a girl when I was young in New York that I might have married, but she ran off with a punk I was trying to nail. He was cornered in Indiana by state police, made a run for it. But a fast freight got in the way of his automobile. She was in the car. New York wasn't the same after that, and I came south. I've been with Southeastern Detective Service over 16 years. I picked up the telephone. "Lloyd?" It was the old man's voice, Henry Fayette, who ramrodded Southeastern. Should have retired a long time ago. He's seen too much of the seamy side of life streaming through his agency. It's in his voice. But he never could retire because he's a spender and is always scratching hard to keep the wolf at arm's length. "Lloyd," his tired voice said, "I want you to come to the office right away." I didn't argue. He'd known how late I'd worked last night. If he hadn't had to call me, he wouldn't have. I went in the bedroom and dressed. Baggy slacks, sweaty sports shirt, and the knife under my left armpit. I'm naked without the knife. My work puts me across the tables now and then from Ybor City characters. The only weapon some of those lads understand is a knife. I was going to have to get my laundry out today. I wrote a note for the girl, left it on the kitchen table. I opened the icebox, drank a pint of beer, and headed for the office. The heat was terrible. Already beads of sweat were like a film of hot oil all over me. The agency's offices are in a sagging brick building that was young when Tampa was young, on the lower end of Franklin Street. I opened the door to Henry Fayette's office. He was behind his desk, a tall, gaunt, raw-boned gray man in a gray tropical suit. He stood up. The girl sitting at the end of his desk watched me cross the office. Without looking directly at her, I sized her up. She wasn't exactly plain, but she wasn't beautiful either. She was tall and slim, with a nice enough figure and face and rather drab brown hair. Just a girl who could lose herself in a crowd, with a sort of hungry look on her face that might mean she was hungry for food or love. Her clothes, white linen frock and bag, indicated she had enough money to eat regularly. The chief introduced us. Her name was Aline Buford. "Lloyd," Henry Fayette said with a small, tired gesture of his hand. Miss Buford wants us to do something about her stepmother and a chap named Buddy Tomlinson. You might repeat the details, Miss Buford, to Lloyd as you told them to me." She sat on the edge of her chair, hands in her lap, and gave me the details. Her voice was calm, even, but it was belied by the cold fire deep in her eyes. It was about the average sordid mess. This Aline Buford's father had been a fairly wealthy man. Aline's mother had died 10 years ago, and her father had remarried 6 years later, all of which was normal enough. But the sordid part began when the old man died. In his will, he left provisions for Aline to have an income, not too large. The bulk of his fortune, Emma Jean Buford, Aline's stepmother, was to hold until the girl was 30, 7 years from now. My father seemed to have some foggy idea that I wouldn't be capable of handling almost $1 million until I was at least 30. "And what happens then?" I asked her. "Emma Jean is to come into 200,000. I have to have the rest of the money." Her face tightened, and I leaned back with a sigh, knowing that now we were getting around to the sordid part. Emma Jean Buford and her stepdaughter had come south for the winter to St. Petersburg, the resort city across the bay from Tampa. She had joined the Throngs, a woman who had outlived her responsibilities, who had nothing but time, money, and restlessness on her hands. She had met Buddy Tomlinson. From Aline's description, he was one of those boys who had perpetual youth, a husky physique that, at 45, was still trim, a disarming smile, coal black hair, and one of those little boy faces. The fact that she was almost 15 years Buddy's senior hadn't worried Emma Jean any. "She's like a schoolgirl," Aline said. "With her first beau, she's buying bathing suits and evening gowns and seeing Buddy Tomlinson constantly." "And where do I enter? What do you want me to do?" I looked at her over the flame of my lighter as I touched it to a fag. Aline looked steadily at me. "I want you to mark up Buddy Tomlinson, so he'll never be handsome to any woman again." A second or two ticked away. She saw the old man about to speak. "Of course," she said, "I know you can't be hired to do that. But I know Buddy's trying to marry Emma Jean. He has plenty of chance of success. My money is melting away fast enough in her keeping, and if Buddy marries her, there won't be anything for me when I'm 30. "Could Tomlinson and Emma Jean manage that?" I asked the old man. "You know anything could be managed with enough money and the right lawyers," he said flatly. "But it's my money." For the first time, a bit of panic showed in Aline's face. "He was my father. He made the money. Now it's my money. You can't let them do that to me." "Will you wait outside for a minute, Miss Buford?" Fayette asked. The girl looked at him, then got up and went out of the office. "Lloyd," Fayette said when she had closed the door behind her, "I want you to drive over to St. Pete with her. This is a sort of personal thing with me. I've known Emma Jean Buford for a long time. She used to live in Tampa. Then she went north to work, met and married Ollie Buford. Since she's been back in Florida, I've visited her a time or two at her place in St. Pete. That's why the girl came here to us, I guess. Emma Jean's going through a phase in her second childhood, to my way of thinking, but I don't want anything to happen to her. I want her to have a chance to wake up, see what kind of man Tomlinson is, see if he'll scare, then scare him." "I'm flat," I said. He grimaced, pulled out his wallet, hesitated, and handed me the lone 20 from the worn leather sheath. "Use my car. It's parked in the back of the building. See Buddy Tomlinson, phone me back, and take the rest of the day off." I said thanks. When I left his office, he was punching tiny holes in his desk blotter with the tip of his letter opener. The girl rode with her head slightly back, catching the breeze that blew in the gray sedan. Her hair rippled. Her lips were parted a little as she looked out over the bay. "Tomlinson has a beach place," she said. "On Coquina Key. We'll probably find him there." That was about all the talking we did, but I kept looking at her. She wasn't beautiful, yet there was something. Coquina Key isn't the real name for the island, but we'd better call it that. It's one of that long chain of islands west of St. Petersburg, all connected by bridges and causeways that separate Boca Ciega Bay from the Gulf of Mexico. We drove through the snarled, slow traffic of St. Petersburg, took the Central Avenue Causeway, stopping once at the toll gate, and then driving on across the white four-lane parkway that had been pumped up out of Boca Ciega Bay. Then we were on the Keys. The islands are a lot alike, long fingers of land stretching north and south for miles, but just wide enough crosswise to separate Boca Ciega from the Gulf. Where they're settled, the Keys are built up heavily with cabanas, framed boathouses, framed cottages, and a development here and there of bungalows. But in the unsettled stretches, the islands are desolate, white sand and shell, and closer to the boulevard grown over with weeds, scrub pines, cabbage palms, and palmetto. Over the whole, put a vast blue sky, torrid sun, surround with sparkling blue water and whispering surf on the white beaches, populate with easy-living people, put a fleet of fishing boats in the inlets with a fine cabin cruiser at a private pier on a private beach here and there, and you've got the picture. Toward the lower end of Coquina Beach, we turned off the boulevard on Sunshine Way. The street was wide, white concrete, curving gently toward the cluster of squat bungalows half a mile down the island. It looked like a brand-new development, the white land so clean it was barren. Here and there small Australian pines and royal palms had been set out. Buddy Tomlinson lived in the CBS, stucco over cement block, near the end of the street. The whole row of houses was painted a light pink. I opened the car door. Aline opened hers. "Hadn't you better wait out here?" "No," she said. "I'm coming in." I shrugged and we went up the walk together. I rang the chimes on the oak-stained door. Nothing happened. In the bungalow next door I could hear warm laughter, and in the background a radio playing softly. I rang 4 times in all. Then I walked around the side of the bungalow and looked in a window. I looked away quick, closed my eyes for a second. The first thing I saw when I opened them was Aline's profile. She was standing close to me, looking through the window as I had done. "He's dead," she said calmly. I didn't ask if it was Buddy Tomlinson crumpled in there in the living room. The description fitted like a glove. Aline had her wish. He'd never be beautiful to any woman again. "Well," Aline said, "we won't have to worry about him any longer." Then her eyes rolled up in her head. Her face was very white, and before I had time to think, she was keeling over. I caught her, carried her out to the car. There was a half-empty pint in the glove compartment. I figured that ought to bring her to. "You," I told her limp form, "are one hell of a funny sort of dame." I was tilting the pint bottle to Aline's lips when a nearby male voice said, "Anything wrong?" I looked at the bungalow that was next door to the one in which Buddy Tomlinson lay dead. I remembered the music and casual laughter I'd heard. Now the music was silenced. A man and woman stood together just outside the screen door of the bungalow, on the small, hot flagstone terrace. I noticed a screen door behind them was one of those fancy jobs with a huge white silhouette of a flamingo on it. The man and woman were watching me warily, thinking no doubt that Aline and I were a pair of drunks out celebrating. There was just one word for the girl standing on the terrace: sleek. She was wearing a white playsuit that was startling against her dark tan. She had a sultry-looking face with wide red lips. Her hair was midnight black, cut with bangs. She was holding her hands at her sides in a sort of theatrical way, the way models do, pointing very slightly outward. The man beside her was tall and athletic, dressed in an expensive T-shirt that was a riot of colors, cream-colored slacks and tan sandals. His arms and face were freckled, his hair a crinkly, close-cropped light blonde mass on his head. He and the girl watched as I took the bottle from Aline's lips. Aline sat up, mumbling a groan. Her lids fluttered. "I'm all right," she said weakly, shaking her head. I got out of the car. The strapping young blonde experienced a tightening in his face. To put him at ease, I said, "The lady simply fainted." "That's too bad," the girl in the white playsuit said. "Is there anything we can do to help?" "Phyllis," the man said, obviously annoyed. "Oh, they're all right, Baxter," she said crossly. Then to me, "We saw you carrying the girl to the car. We thought you might be drunk." She giggled and made dainty, studied gestures with her hands. They were graceful, long hands. She probably realized it. She probably made use of them with every word she said. "Do you know the man next door?" I asked. "Buddy? Sure," Baxter said. "But Phyllis and I haven't seen him around since we came in from our sale. If you're looking for him—" "I'm not looking for him," I cut in. "Have you got a phone?" Baxter frowned. "Yes, here in the living room. I'd like to use it." Baxter looked annoyed. Phyllis told me to go ahead. They followed as far as the doorway, stood there while I phoned. Maybe Baxter was afraid I'd carry off the ivory bookends on the table near the phone. The Gulf Beaches are not incorporated in the city of St. Petersburg, which allows the beaches to sell alcoholic beverages on Sunday and a later curfew for their night spots. So I put in a call to Sheriff Ben Aiken. What I told him jarred a few morose curses out of him, and he said he'd be right out. When I turned from the phone, Phyllis's hands were fluttering about her throat. Baxter's face looked tight and somehow mean. "Buddy Tomlinson is dead?" Phyllis said, as if it was simply too horrible for her to realize. I was in no mood for details and simply nodded. I went back out to the car and sat down on the running board on the shady side and lighted a cigarette. "Can I have one?" Aline said. I gave it to her. "What will they do with him, Lloyd?" "Take him to an undertaking parlor. I think Doc Robeson has got the corner on that trade for the county." "I wonder who killed him." "I wouldn't know. I didn't particularly care. I sat and smoked, chain fashion, and at last Ben Aiken arrived. There were two other men with Ben, but they were just faces. He was the whole show. He was a big fat man with a lot of gut hanging over his belt. His pants were even baggier than mine, and his shirt was pasted to his big sloping shoulders with sweat. He had a large florid face with a tiny button nose in the middle of it, and a sweating, bald head. I sat there in the open door of the car watching the house. I couldn't see much, but I could hear Ben and the other two men working inside. Shortly, the county coroner drove up. He was swallowed by Buddy Tomlinson's bungalow. After a while, Ben Aiken came out. He came over to the car, questioned Aline and me. I told him the short, simple story of my finding Buddy Tomlinson. To keep myself clean, I told him why Aline had hired me. She was sitting on the car seat behind me, at a higher level, of course. When I brought her stepmother's name into it, the toe of her shoe bit in my spine. Aiken got nothing more out of her. He questioned the couple from next door. Phyllis's last name was Darnell. She had been married, she said, but was a divorcee. Baxter's full name was Baxter B. Osgood. Yes, he and Phyllis both had known Tomlinson. No, they hadn't seen him since yesterday afternoon when they'd all been drinking at the Pelican Bar and Grill, half a mile down the beach. He and Phyllis had had a morning date to go sailing. They'd sailed and swum and come back here just before Aline and I rolled up. When he'd finished with them, Ben motioned me off to one side. You got any ideas on this thing, Lloyd? No, I'm off it. I was supposed to warn Buddy Tomlinson off Emma Jean Buford. Now Buddy doesn't need it. You think the gal is holding anything back? He caught a side glance at the car where Aline was still sitting stiffly. If she's holding out on you, she's holding out on me, too. Ben sighed and mopped his face. Maybe one of them long-drawn cases. I gotta trace this Buddy Tomlinson backward. Find out who he was, where he's been keeping himself, in whose company, and so on. I might find a motive somewhere along the line. Funny kind of kill. You didn't get a good look in there, did you, Lloyd? I hadn't, but I didn't say anything. I just stood passive and let Ben get it off his chest. I knew that in talking in his confidential whisper, he was setting the details in his mind. Nothing in the whole bungalow had been hurt, except Tomlinson. You saw the wound in his face, Lloyd. He was shot in close. The side of his right palm was mutilated. Looked like somebody was threatening him with a gun. Made a grab for it, and the shooting started. What does that give you? Nothing much. Must mean he was shot with a revolver. Don't need to tell a man like you that an automatic won't fire with pressure on the killing end of it. Ejector won't work. Gun won't cock. Gun jams up. We're hunting the slug. From Tomlinson's cheek looks like a .38. So maybe when I find out where he's been keeping himself, who he's been seeing, I might find out somebody who owns a revolver like that. You need me for anything else, Ben? I guess not. Then I'm going back to Tampa. I'll drop the girl in St. Pete. She'll probably want to talk with her stepmother. She won't have much privacy. Ben grinned. There's a phone in Tomlinson's bungalow, and I'm going to have City Homicide look in on Mrs. Emma Jean Buford. He mopped his face some more. Hell to work in this heat. I'll see you around, Lloyd. I got in the car and drove off. The last I saw of the scene, Baxter Osgood and Phyllis Darnell were still standing on Osgood's flagstone terrace, watching Ben Aiken waddle his way into the Tomlinson bungalow. Somehow they looked scared. I drove Aline to the Morrow Hotel in the northeast section of St. Pete. The drive along Tampa Bay was wide, beautiful, lined with fine houses and hotels. A few boats were out sailing on the bay, the small white triangles of their sails tilted over in the light breeze. The Morrow was built like an old Spanish castle. When I braked before it, I saw a black car at the curb. Aline saw it, caught her lip between her teeth. She turned her face to me as she got out of the car. "I'd like to see you again sometime," she said. I looked at her for a minute. "I'll phone you this weekend." She closed the car door, went running up the wide, palm-lined walk. She was staying here at the Morrow with her stepmother, but I didn't know the phone number, and I decided I didn't like to thumb through the phone books. It was just as well. I was 20 years her senior. I drove back to Tampa and went to the office. The old man wasn't there, and I mumbled talk with the girl behind the reception desk until he came in. He went into his private office, and I told Fayette everything that had happened. His chiseled, raw-boned face looked gaunt. He sank behind his desk. "What'd you find out about Tomlinson?" "Nothing, except that now he's just a dead pretty boy. It ain't our case. I'll see you tomorrow." I caught a bus and rode up through the squalor of lower Nebraska to my apartment. I bought a 25-pound block of ice at the ice house on the corner, carried it up to my apartment. I put the ice in a dishpan, set the dishpan on a center table in the bedroom. I plugged in the electric fan and set it behind the pan so that the air was blowing over the ice, over the bed. I sat down on the edge of the bed. The air was cool and good for a second or two until I got used to it. I reached under my left armpit and pulled out the knife. It was long, keen, and gleaming, with a 6 1/4-inch blade. I knew what was bothering me now. A living, breathing, feeling man had been killed. I slung the knife. It flashed, struck the door jamb, stood out from the wood, quivering. I flopped over on the bed and went to sleep. It was a hell of a hot day. Chapter 2. Knife for Hire. I didn't sleep long. I woke with a mouthful of cotton, sweat drenching me, a heat-thickened pulse pounding in my head. I ran my tongue around my gums, realized that somebody was knocking on the door. As I went to answer, I plucked the knife from the door jamb, put it back in its sheath under my armpit. I looked at my watch. It was 4:40 in the afternoon. When I opened the door, Phyllis Darnell had her hand raised to knock again. She'd changed from the white playsuit, wearing now a yellow silk dress that really set off her complexion, lazy black eyes and midnight hair. "Oh," she said, as if the opening of the door had startled her. She made vague gestures in the air with her hands. If it hadn't been for that way she had of using her hands, she'd have been a very beautiful woman. "You wanted to see me?"
"Yes, Mr. Carter. Are you busy?"
"It depends. I guess you want to hire a detective?"
"Why do you say that?"
"Well, my looks didn't bring you here, did they?" Ice flaked in her eyes.
"No, your looks didn't bring me here. Are you going to ask me in or not?"
"Why not?" I held the door wide. When she came in and I'd closed the door, I said, "You care for beer?"
"No."
"Well, excuse me a moment. Make yourself at home." She followed me out to the kitchen. I opened the icebox, counted the bottles of beer. The girl who had come in to clean while I'd been out had been thirsty again. I opened a bottle of beer, killed half of it, said, "I'm listening."
"I really don't know how to begin, Mr. Carter. I really don't."
She wrung her hands, real fright coming to life in her eyes.
It's very awkward."
"I've heard awkward things before. Sit down. Iced tea?" She shook her head, then nodded.
"Yes, I'll have a glass of tea."
I put water on to boil. "How'd you find me, Mrs. Darnell?"
"I asked that sheriff. From the way he talked to you when he arrived at Buddy Tomlinson's bungalow, I knew you were a detective. He told me where you worked, where you lived. You weren't in your office, neither was your boss, and the girl at the reception desk."
Okay. I guess you wanted to talk to me about Tomlinson?
Yes. No. I mean, in a way I did."
She glanced about the kitchen as if seeking a way out, a way to stall.
"I see the water is simmering, Mr. Carter."
So it was. I took the battered aluminum pot off the flame, dropped in a tea bag, chipped ice and put it in a glass and poured the tea over it. I set out cream, sugar, and scratched in the back corner of the icebox for the lone wilted lemon there. Slicing the lemon, I said, "Why don't you just tell me straight off? Why beat around the bush? Buddy Tomlinson has been murdered, and it's put you on the spot somehow. You want me to remove you from said spot. All right, what is it?" The way she whitened beneath her deep tan gave her the appearance of wearing a heavy coat of dark powder. Her hands were trembling.
I really don't know what to say. I really don't."
I set the tea before her, sat down across the table and finished my beer. Then I just sat there, not speaking, not moving. When the silence began to eat away her nerves, she said shrilly,
"I lied this morning. I'm married, but I'm not a divorcee, and I had every reason in the world for wanting to kill Buddy Tomlinson."
She began to cry softly. She took out a wispy handkerchief, made dabs at her eyes.
"I really hate to say this. I really do. You see, Mr. Carter, I have a husband in Augusta, Maine, but we're not divorced and never intend to be.
I really don't know how I'm going to explain this to you. Oh, I've been a fool. I can hardly explain it to myself. But I love my husband deeply, and I am sure I mean more to him than life itself. I won't try to excuse myself. But every year I take a vacation to Florida, the West Coast, South America, or Cuba. My poor trusting husband. His business keeps him tied to his desk, but he insists that I might as well escape a few weeks of northern winter every year. It's on these trips that I present myself as an unmarried woman or a divorcee. That way one interests a better class of men than if one admitted being a married woman. Somehow that way it always seemed in my mind to cheapen my husband less. She was looking down at her hands, momentarily quiet in her lap, waiting for me to speak. To condemn her, maybe. I opened another cold beer and didn't say anything. "Drink your tea," I said. It wasn't very good tea, but she drank it gratefully. I finished my beer and said, "Buddy Tomlinson was one of those men?" She nodded mutely. "You certainly made a mistake about classifying men in his case." She shuddered under the sentence as if it was a blow of my hand, but she continued to look silently down. "How'd you meet Tomlinson?" "Through Baxter Osgood. They seem to be close friends. Baxter Osgood owns a small beer garden on Coquina Beach. I was there one night. He introduced me to Buddy." "Then you were promptly swept off your feet." "You aren't a woman. You didn't know Buddy Tomlinson," she said in a stricken voice. "Now he's dead, and the letters have disappeared." "You made the mistake of writing him some mush notes?" Her face flooded red. "He was in Bradenton for a week. He begged me to write him every day. He was so sweet, so boyish." Her voice thickened with a violent anger. Her hands played on the tabletop. "Something I said must have caused him to suspect that I wasn't really divorced." "Can you recall what you might have said?" No. One night, just before he went down to Bradenton, we drank quite a bit. I was drunk when he took me to my hotel. I must have talked of my life in Augusta." "Afterwards he wanted money for the letters?" She nodded again, swallowing in such a way her throat constricted with the action. "I gave him almost $500, but he didn't give me the letters back. I knew then that I was in a deadly game, that my life in Augusta depended on what I did. I hoped to wheedle the letters out of him. Now he's dead. Can't you see what might be the results if those letters come to light? My husband's life ruined, a possible murder charge against me. Mr. Carter, you must help me. I can't afford to be drawn openly into this kind of mess." I opened a third beer. She was in a jam, all right. If those letters had been worth $500 before Buddy Tomlinson's death, now they were worth every nickel she could lay her hands on, and somebody evidently knew that. If the police had discovered the letters, they'd have taken her in for questioning by this time. I said, "Any idea who Tomlinson might have boasted to? Who might have known about those letters?" "No, unless it's Baxter Osgood. I don't think he makes all his money out of that beer garden he owns. I think there was something more between him and Buddy than mere friendship." "Business deals?" "Perhaps." "All right," I said. "I'll do what I can to help you. But get one thing straight. This is murder. Contrary to what the public thinks, private dicks don't like to get mixed in murder. If we have to wade through murder, the cost is high." "I know," Phyllis Darnell said. "I'll pay." "I'm not worrying. After all, I'll have the letters, won't I?" I ushered her out, showered, and went over to Mac's garage, where my coupe had been laid up with a ring job. Greasy, limp from the heat, Mac had just finished the job. He wiped his hands on a piece of waste and told me the old crate was ready to roll. I made arrangements to see him on the 15th and drove down to the office. The old man was locking his private office, getting ready to leave for the day. I told him to unlock again, explained the case. He unlocked the door, walked across his office, saying, "Murder case? I don't like it, Lloyd. I never liked a murder case. I know. The official boys have everything to work on a murder case. Labs, organization, everything. A private agency small as ours ain't equipped for it. I know. I opened his desk drawer, took out the .38 police special that always nestled there. I pulled out a corner of my shirt tail, tucked the gun in my waistband, and tucked the shirt back in over the gun. You'd never know it was there. A box of loads was in the corner of the drawer. I dropped a handful of them in my pocket. The old man was already on the phone, talking long distance. I sat down and smoked until he finished. He pushed back the phone, shadows over his raw-boned, gaunt face. Ben Aiken's glad we're going to cooperate, Fayette said. That's good. He give you much? Henry Fayette nodded, his frown deep and sour. He jabbed at his desk blotter with his letter opener. This Buddy Tomlinson was quite a guy. Convicted once in Miami on a larceny charge. Charged once with blackmail in Baltimore, Maryland, but got off for lack of evidence. Nabbed once in Brownsville, Texas, for being mixed in the marijuana racket, but beat that rap, too. Miami had his whole previous record. Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg almost a year ago, in company with an unknown woman who can't be located. There's nothing on the St. Pete blotter against him, except a charge of driving intoxicated, for which he was fined. He was killed between 12 midnight and 1 o'clock last night, which means that he lay in his bungalow during that time without being found. The murder gun has not been located, but Aiken has got him an important witness, a guy by the name of Baxter B. Osgood. He the one you met over there? I nodded. Osgood owns a beer garden on the beach. He lives in the bungalow next to Tomlinson's. An athletic, freckled, blond guy. He could be plenty mean, I guess. The old man traced a pattern on the desk blotter with the opener. Osgood says he was awakened last night about 12:30. Says he dreamed a backfire woke him. Now realizes it must have been the shot in Buddy Tomlinson's bungalow. Osgood says his bedroom window faces the Tomlinson house, and that from that window he saw a woman leaving Tomlinson's bungalow. There was a bright moon. You know that moon at the beach, turning night into day. Osgood recognized the woman by the red swagger coat she was wearing, and her hat. The hat had a couple of tall feathers sticking up out of it. Fayette flung the opener on the desk. His face was gray. Damn it, I told you she was an old friend of mine. Accusation flamed on the old man's face. Then he shook his head as if clearing it. I'm upset. I can't blame you. I got no reason to blame you, Lloyd. You mean the woman Baxter Osgood recognized leaving the Tomlinson bungalow is Emma Jean Buford? Fayette nodded. In his quiet, flat voice, he said, Ben Aikens jailed her, charged her with first-degree murder. I whistled softly. It didn't help the old man's feelings any. It was pretty late in the day to do anything much, but Fayette insisted on driving over to St. Pete to talk to Emma Jean Buford. We took my coupe. The thing I wanted out of this case was those letters of Phyllis Darnell's. That's what we'd get paid for. But the letters were somewhere in the pattern of Buddy Tomlinson's death, and I knew we were going to have to sift through that pattern to find them. I didn't like a damn thing about the case. It's only half an hour's drive from Tampa to St. Pete by way of Gandy Bridge, and it was still daylight when we got in the Sunshine City, though the sun had dropped in the Gulf, leaving behind it vast streamers of crimson and gold in the western sky. We wasted 15 minutes talking over the case with the St. Pete men. Then we went back to Emma Jean Buford's cell. She had been crying, and her face was swollen. But even so, you could see that she had been a raving beauty in her day. As Aline had said of her stepmother, Emma Jean was well preserved, slim, with a small unlined face and hair dyed to a nice shade just darker than auburn. She didn't look a day over a young 40. She managed to smile when the old man entered her cell. It's unfortunate that you have to visit me here, Henry. Fayette said, "We want to help you. This is Lloyd Carter. Mrs. Buford, Lloyd." We each said it was a pleasure, and Emma Jean sank on the edge of her cot. She looked at the old man with hope and trust. They talked for 2 minutes. She wasn't able to tell us a thing more than the county man had. She had been home asleep, she claimed, when Buddy Tomlinson had been murdered. She hadn't seen him since the night before his death. She spoke of him with a mixed tenderness and hot newborn hatred. The old man told her that we'd do our best, and we left her. That was that, for my money. Outside headquarters, Fayette mopped his face with a big red bandana and said we might as well eat. We went to eat. It was just after 8:30 when I got back to my apartment house in Tampa. The place had no garages, so if you owned a car, you left it at the curb. I locked the coupe and walked in the apartment house. I was halfway up the flight of stairs when the door opened in the lower hall and my landlady's nasal drawl came to me. "Is that you, Mr. Carter?" I bent over the stair railing, looking down the hall. She was standing in her doorway. "There's a woman in your apartment," she said. "Said she had to see you. I let her in to wait." She slammed her door. I went on up the stairs, down the hall, and opened my apartment door. Aline Buford stood up when I entered. She turned on the small lamp over near the corner, and the soft light silhouetted her. I remembered her as I had first seen her in the old man's office earlier in the day. Not plain, but not beautiful either. Now, with the light behind her like that, a light not bright enough to glare at her or show up the room in which she was standing, she almost made the grade. She was almost beautiful. Are you mad at me, Lloyd? For coming here? I don't think so. I'm glad, she said in her calm, colorless voice. She took a turn up and down the room. I closed the door and stood watching her. I couldn't stand it in the empty hotel room any longer, she said. I thought I hated her, Lloyd, but she was so pitiful when the police came and took her. She came over closer to me. Emma Jean and I never got along, but when she was gone, I sat in the room there in the Morrow for a while, remembering the fights we'd had, the things I'd said to her. I couldn't stand the room any longer. I called one of the St. Petersburg detectives. He didn't know you, but had a buddy who did, so I got your address and drove over. A moment of silence passed. Lloyd, will you take me someplace? Where would you like to go? Any place there's some music, a glass of wine, something to eat. She caught my arm. Lloyd, they won't send her to the electric chair, will they? I don't know. But what if she didn't do it? It looks pretty much like she did. Murder is a funny thing. Sometimes cops flounder around a lot on a murder case because they haven't got direction. But once they get direction, once they know what they're looking for and who it's to be used against, they usually dig up evidence. I sensed a shudder rippling over her. Let's go have that glass of wine. We went down, got in the coupe, and drove over to Club Havana, a small, quiet place with Cuban music, fair wines, and fairly good food. I sipped a beer, danced with her, watched her eat her dinner. She ate the spicy Cuban food as if she'd been too nervous and distraught to eat before. Now that she had let down, she discovered she was famished. But that other hunger, that longing in her eyes, it was still there when she'd reached her coffee. It had been there always, I guessed. Lonely, without an anchor. We danced a few more times. We talked for a while. She told me about her hometown, her girlhood. I was walled off, she laughed, by high walls of greenbacks. She reached over and clutched my hand. I feel much better now, Lloyd. I think I'd better go back to St. Pete. But tomorrow, Couldn't we do something then? I don't know. Show me Florida, Lloyd. Not the Florida the tourist sees, but the backways, the way the swamp people live, the farms and villages. Sometime, I said. She didn't take her hand off mine. She leaned toward me, her mouth parted a little, the soft blue light of the cabana glinting faintly on the tips of her teeth. I could see a pulse beating in her throat and the almost invisible sheen of perspiration on her forehead. Very softly, the band was playing a tender Cuban love song. I kissed her softly on the lips. She leaned back, said quietly, "Thank you, Lloyd." Then she gathered her handbag, stood up, and we left the place. She said she'd take a taxi to St. Pete, and I deposited her in one and drove on back to my apartment. The heat was still like a blanket, even though the night was a bit older. I had a cold beer in the kitchen. Cold beer was the only thing I'd ever found to help against the heat, but even that was a losing contest. The beer didn't keep you cool long enough. I wondered if I'd ever get used to Tampa heat. I went in the bedroom. The ice I'd put in the pan on the center table that afternoon had long since melted, but the fan was still running, sending a stream of sluggish hot air over my face. I didn't lie down. I simply sat on the edge of the bed, trying to get my thoughts straight. I couldn't go to sleep, so I got up and went back down to the coop. I started the motor, let it idle for a minute, then I pointed the nose toward St. Pete and Coquina Key. It was a little after 11 when I rolled down the boulevard on the island. A huge moon bathed Coquina Key in silver light. White surf broke against the beach, and out in the water, moon rays lay in a great elongated splash, a pool all their own. Stars were out by the millions in a sky that was pure black velvet. I braked in the business section of the quay. It was pretty grubby, most of the buildings of frame wooden construction, a cluster of boathouses down at the inlet, along with some bait houses. Cabanas and cottages were stacked over the area, close together. Everything there was dark, except for a bar, a chicken-in-the-basket place, and Baxter Osgood's beer garden. Chapter 3. Kill One, Skip One. The beer garden was crowded with people in rumpled sport shirts and slacks and cool cotton dresses. It was hot, smoky, wet and rank with the odor of beer, turgidly alive with sluggish conversation and the rasping of a jukebox. I bought a beer at the bar and asked if Baxter Osgood was around. "I'm right here," Osgood said, practically at my elbow. I turned around to look at him. He moved up to the bar beside me, sat down on a stool. "I saw you come in, Carter." "The beer isn't cold," I said. "No? Why don't you buy someplace else?" "I couldn't. Not the product I'm in the market for." "No?" he said again. "What is it you're wanting to buy?" "Letters," I told him. He watched the dancing for a few seconds. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I know you don't, Mr. Osgood. How much are you paying for this product?" "Enough, but not too much." He yawned against the back of his hand. "I've got to run over to the house for a minute. Like to come along, just for the ride?" "Sure," I said. "I'll come along, just for the ride." We went outside. His car was angle parked at the curb, a blue convertible. We got in, and he drove down the boulevard, turned off on Sunshine Way, braked before his bungalow. "Every time I look at the house next door," he said as we got out of the car, "I think of Mr. Tomlinson." "Too bad about Mr. Tomlinson, but I understand they've got the woman who killed him." "I thought you might be interested in it, say, in an academic way." "Not even in an academic way." "Just in letters, huh?" "You said it." He keyed open the front door. The house was like an oven. He turned on lights, opened windows, threw the switch on an attic fan. Cooler night air began to rush through the place. Osgood walked over to the knee-hole desk, stuck a cigarette in his mouth, and picked up a box of matches that was on the desk. He turned halfway back toward the desk, dropped the matches on it, and opened the drawer, and pulled the gun, all in one liquid motion. He laughed faintly. The gun was leveled at my middle. "Well," I said, "every man is entitled to one mistake." "Yes, one." He came halfway across the room toward me. "Turn around, Carter." I stood still, and he jerked the gun up. His words didn't bother me. The sudden message in his eyes did. I turned around. He came up behind me as if to frisk me. He hit me on the crown, where I'm starting to bald. I don't remember much after that. I think I tried to get out of the house. Common sense tells me I tried to pull Henry Fayette's .38 out of the waistband of my pants. Putting it together later, as it must have been, I think I crawled as far as the kitchen. There I passed out for a moment, and he must have unlocked the kitchen door and dragged me outside. I tried to stir on the powdery sand of the backyard. He hit me again, on the back of the head. The next thing I sensed was a slow melting of black nothingness into a quivering curtain of heavy gray fire, if there ever was any such thing, against the walls of my eyeballs. As the black faded, feeling came in to take its place. My head was a pincushion of pain. My heart was laboring, and I was sucking in mouthfuls of cool, clean air. It was very early morning. 10 or 15 minutes later, I sat up slowly. I was still in Baxter Osgood's backyard. I stumbled to my feet, staggered to the kitchen door, opened it. The old man's gun had still been in my waistband. Now it was in my hand. I intended to fix Osgood so he'd never beat another man again. In my state, I was no match for a fever-ridden midget, but that didn't occur to me. I had a gun, I was on my feet, and Osgood deserved every damn thing I could dish out. But he wasn't in the house. The place was pretty well messed up, with drawers pulled out and stuff strewn over the floors. I decided he'd grabbed a few valuables and skipped. Then I looked out the window, saw his convertible still parked on the edge of the street. I tried to make sense out of it, but didn't feel up to it. As the anger burned out of me, I didn't feel up to anything. I went in his kitchen, started some coffee making. I looked in his refrigerator. 2 bottles of beer were in it. I drank both of them. I followed the beer a few minutes later with 2 cups of scalding black coffee. I ate a piece of bread and butter, a slice of cheese, and followed that with another cup of coffee. I went to the living room, opened the front door. My head was still aching and spinning like crazy. I wondered if I had a concussion. The sun was just over the lip of the earth in the east, rising in that burst of orange and crimson you see nowhere but in Florida. Low in the air, over the edge of the beach, a cluster of gulls were wheeling and screaming. I did a double take at that group of gulls, stared at them a few seconds, then went stumbling toward the strip of beach as fast as I could go. Baxter Osgood was lying on his face, the water almost lapping the tips of his upflung hands. He'd been shot in the right temple, and near his hand lay a .38 caliber revolver. I squatted on my heels beside Osgood's body and tried to figure the way it had happened. He'd left me in the backyard, entered the house to get something. Somebody had arrived. He and the somebody had walked down here, and the somebody, utterly without warning, had shot him. Then, with panic gnawing, the somebody had wiped the gun, pressed Osgood's prints on it, and left it where it might have fallen from his hand. I was pretty sure the gun was the same that had killed Buddy Tomlinson. It was just a hunch, but granting the hunch, and granting that Ben Aiken fell for the suicide picture, Aiken would conclude that Osgood had killed Tomlinson because one of their shady deals went sour, then in panic had killed himself. There was one other point. The murderer evidently hadn't known I was in the backyard. My coop wasn't at Osgood's house, but up at his beer joint. There was no other evidence that I was lying in the backyard, unconscious, when the murderer had called on Osgood. I turned Osgood over, remembering the way his bungalow had been searched. I patted his torso, his waist. The money belt was one of those jobs that blends right in with the body lines. If you weren't careful, you could search him and miss it. I tore his shirt open, took the belt off him. Osgood's belt contained $5,000 in money and a few sheets of paper that upon reading I knew were the letters that Phyllis Darnell had written to Buddy Tomlinson. I went back in the house and phoned Ben Aiken. An hour after that, a small crowd of people was gathered in a room in St. Pete's old sun-baked city hall. They all looked at me when I entered. I had my head bandaged, 3 aspirins under my belt, pile drivers still in my skull, and a feeling like a wad of cotton in my throat. I looked over the silent room. Ben and a city dick were there, along with a stenographer who was a big, brawny man. Henry Fayette was standing beside the chair that held Emma Jean Buford, who'd been taken from her cell. Aline Buford stood near the windows, and Phyllis Darnell stood with her back to the wall near Emma Jean's chair. I tossed Phyllis Darnell's letters on the scarred table. Her gaze rabbited around the room, her hands fluttering to her throat. "Go ahead," I said, "and pick them up. My boss will render you a bill later. For my money, you're a dirty little tramp, Mrs. Darnell, but Ben has agreed to keep the letters confidential. Not because of you, because of that poor devil up in Augusta, Maine."
Then you know that I didn't kill Buddy Tomlinson? You really do know?
Phyllis held her hands pressed tight against her throat. I looked at Aline. She took a step or two toward me. That wad of cotton fluffed out in my throat. "We know who killed Tomlinson and Osgood both, don't we, Aline?" She stopped, then began moving again, circling around the room.
Are you joking with me, Lloyd?
I wish I was. I wish it more than you know, though maybe not for the reason you think. You knew Tomlinson had a good chance of getting his hands on the Buford money through Emma Jean, unless something was done about him. You went to his bungalow, maybe planning to kill him, maybe not. But you did kill him. Osgood saw you leaving. You were wearing Emma Jean's hat and coat, and he thought it was Emma Jean at first. But when he heard her story, he was inclined to believe it, and guessed it had been you. You had killed Tomlinson to hold on to your money, Osgood reasoned. If Emma Jean went to the chair, it would not only leave you clear, Aline, but would remove her as the last obstacle between you and the Buford fortune. It looked sweet from where Osgood sat. He dug you for $5,000, but when you'd had time to think, you knew it was no good. It would never be any good as long as Osgood was alive, so you killed him too. When I found Osgood dead on the beach, I started trying to think of the whole thing as he would have thought. You were the only answer, Aline. You were the one who could have easily gotten Emma Jean's hat and coat. You had motive, and I'm afraid they'll pin it on you. There must be some of your fingerprints on the $5,000 I took off of Osgood. There'll be so many more things when they start looking and digging, Aline. She looked from face to face, her hands knotted at her sides. Then she wheeled and lunged for the door, but the knife was quicker. The knife flashed in my hand, thudded in the door close to her face. It paralyzed her. It paralyzed everyone in the room. She came to life first. She grasped the knife and pulled it from the wood.
"You'd do this to me, Lloyd?"
That wad of cotton in my throat choked me.
"What else could I do?" she whispered. "I'd never had but one thing in a lousy life. That money. That damn filthy Buford money. And now I was going to get cheated out of that. I didn't mean to kill Buddy Tomlinson. I only wanted to scare him. But he grabbed at the gun and it went off. I thought that if I hired a detective to warn Buddy away from Emma Jean, Buddy's body would be found, and no one would ever think I had known he was dead. I thought that would take suspicion from me. And once Buddy's body was found, the detective would have no more to do with the case. After that, it seemed easier. It was much easier to kill Osgood. Yes, killing gets easier all the time."
She sliced the word off with the knife. A spasm crossed her face, telegraphing a wave of horror over the room. A little cough bubbled in her throat. I had never thought she'd use the knife for that. I'd only wanted to scare her, to bring her up at the door before Ben and his men began pulling guns. I'd wanted her to stop, to think, to talk, to cop a plea, to live. She had saved my life. It was the only possible way I could have saved hers. But she'd used the knife on herself. I caught her in my arms as she crumpled, laid her gently on the floor. The scene in the room was breaking apart, people moving, converging on her. Her eyes flicked open. Why couldn't it have been different, Lloyd? Why couldn't you have showed me Florida, the part the tourist never sees? Tears welled in her eyes. A spasm shuddered over her. I stood up, fighting the moisture in my eyes. Distantly, I heard Emma Jean Buford say, "In a way, I'm not surprised. She was always sort of—" "Shut up!" I screamed. Somehow I got out of the room. I walked down the corridor outside, not seeing its walls, not feeling its floor under my feet. Only remembering that longing that was almost pain, that terrible, pitiful hunger. Even death hadn't erased it from her face. And I knew at last why Aline Buford had never been quite beautiful.
One Shot by Charles G. Booth. Read for you by Alan Sklar. Charles Gordon Booth, 1896 to 1949, was born in Manchester, England, then emigrated to Canada, before settling in Los Angeles in 1922 to become a screenwriter for 20th Century Fox. While he was a popular and successful pulp writer and novelist in his time, even his best works, such as Gold Bullets, 1929, Murder at High Tide, 1930, The General Died at Dawn, 1941, and Mr. Angel Comes Aboard, 1944, are seldom read today. The motion pictures that he wrote, however, as well as those based on his novels, are a different matter, still commonly found on late-night movie channels. The House on 92nd Street, 1945, was released shortly after World War II as a thinly disguised film version of the FBI's success in bringing down the largest Nazi espionage organization in the history of the United States, the Duquesne Spy Ring, in 1941. A black-and-white noir semi-documentary, it featured an introduction by J. Edgar Hoover and real-life FBI agents in several scenes. Booth won an Academy Award for Best Original Motion Picture Story and was nominated for an Edgar Allan Poe Award for Best Motion Picture Screenplay, with co-writers Barry Lyndon and John Monks, Jr. It starred Lloyd Nolan and William Eythe. Films based on Booth's novels are Johnny Angel, 1945, with a screenplay by Steve Fisher and Frank Gruber, based on Mr. Angel Comes Aboard, and The General Died at Dawn, 1936, with a screenplay by Clifford Odets. One Shot was published in the June 1925 issue.
One Shot. Peter Stoddard found Nat Hammond's letter waiting for him on his return to Los Angeles. Stoddard had never liked Hammond overmuch. Few people did, for that matter. Nevertheless, he opened the letter with a good deal of anticipation. He knew of only one reason why the celebrated engineer should write him. Stoddard was something of an authority on antiques. 12 months before, he had offered to purchase the famous Parsi Sunrise from Walter Hammond, Nat's brother, on behalf of Philip Andrea, the South American collector. Andrea was a friend of his, but notwithstanding the tragic accident that had wrecked Walter Hammond's brilliant brain and left him broken in body and spirit 2 years prior to that, he had continued to adore the antique and the beautiful, and Stoddard could not induce him to part with the ancient symbol of the Parsi faith at any price. Walter Hammond had died 6 months ago. Stoddard also was an engineer. He had won his spurs early in life, for he was still under 35. But his was not the spectacular renown of the Hammond brothers, builders of the Tse-Chen Railroad. Rather, it was that solid, unobtrusive eminence, such as men achieve by dint of their dogged refusal to admit themselves inferior to any contingency life may have in store for them. He was a tall, strongly built man with a rugged, kindly face, tanned to a leathery hue by wind and sun. One sensed in him qualities of permanency and dependability, leavened by a queer boyishness that endeared him to those who knew him intimately. Stoddard was keenly observant in his undemonstrative way, and as he opened the letter, it occurred to him, as it had often done in the past, that he had never met brothers so opposite in their natures and in their outlook upon life as the two Hammonds. Walter had been the artist, the thinker, the brains of that extraordinary partnership. Stoddard recalled him as he had seen him before the accident, clear-eyed and clear-skinned, well-shaped head, figure tall and lithe and slender like an athlete's, generous to a fault, and contemptuous of the commercial aspect of his profession. And then, after the Tse-Chen accident, broken and bent and vacant-eyed, handsome face all twisted and awry, inarticulate in his speech, and cherishing the beautiful things he had always loved, with the pathetic passion of a slum child for a broken toy. Nat, on the other hand, was a great chunk of a man, domineering and brutal, calculating and cynical, as hard as nails and as tough as leather. How Walter had endured him, Stoddard never really understood. Well, flesh and blood, he supposed. The letter Stoddard saw had been written at Hammond's place in the foothills, an old Spanish house near San Paulo, a small interior town some 50 miles east of Los Angeles. As he had surmised, it was in reference to the Parsi sunrise. The letter ran, "Dear Stoddard, probably you are aware that my brother Walter died here last spring. I am sole executor of his estate, and there are one or two things which I think it advisable to get rid of. Among them is that Parsi sunrise, over which Walter made such a fool of himself a year ago. If you still want the thing, the price is $20,000. I shall not be in Los Angeles for several weeks. Drop in to see me if you are out this way. Yours, etc., Nat Hammond." $20,000. Pretty high, even for the Parsi sunrise. Nevertheless, Stoddard knew that old Andrea would gladly pay it. The sunrise was a jeweled symbol of the Parsi fire worshippers, ritualistic in purpose, extraordinarily beautiful in design. It was fashioned to represent the rising sun, some 3 inches across. Its center was set with magnificent pigeon's blood rubies, from which radiated sapphire tongues of flame. Walter Hammond had acquired it in India from a converted Parsi, one of that remnant of the descendants of the followers of the ancient Persian Zoroaster. Stoddard's satisfaction at the prospect of securing the sunrise was lessened somewhat by the contempt of Walter's love of beauty, expressed in Hammond's letter. Well, Walter Hammond could no longer adore his beloved Parsi symbol. Far better that Andrea should have it than that it should remain in Nat Hammond's unappreciative hands. And then, as Stoddard turned the typewritten letter over, these considerations were suddenly and dramatically swept from his mind. He found himself staring down at a pen-written postscript appended to the back of the note. The character of the handwriting, small, neatly printed script, totally unlike Hammond's sprawling signature, was scarcely less intriguing than the text. To his amazement, he read, "Mr. Stoddard, don't buy the Parsi sunrise, please." That was all. Peter Stoddard was ever a man of brisk action, and 9 o'clock that evening found him driving into San Paulo. It must be admitted that his quest for the Parsi sunrise was overshadowed by the extraordinary postscript that had been added to Hammond's letter. The engineer had not penned it, of course. Who had, then? This diverting question, and his inability to answer it, had alternatively puzzled and delighted him ever since he had read the postscript. That queer, boyish streak in his otherwise staid and responsible nature had dressed it in the iridescent garb of romance. At one of the hotels, Stoddard was informed that Hammond's place was some 10 miles northeast of the town. He was instructed to proceed over the county highway, then turn east along the second dirt road. 2 giant eucalyptus trees marked the entrance to the estate. A strong wind had risen in the past half-hour. Before it drove scudding banks of cloud that spread a pitch-black pall across the sky. As Stoddard's roadster swept along the purple highway, so dense had the night become that impenetrable walls of blackness seemed to enclose him on 3 sides. The fan-shaped glare from the headlights of his car alone gave him any sense of dimension. The wind, rising steadily, clawed at his face, whipped the red into his cheeks. He was compelled to narrow his eyes to slits, thus increasing his visual difficulties. After some 20 minutes of this difficult going, Stoddard perceived an opening in the continuity of wire fencing on his right. Swinging his car, he found himself bounding over a rutted, weed-grown road, which apparently extended into the invisible mountain range, bulking hugely before him. The grade rose steeply. The scent of deciduous orchards assailed his nostrils. He slowed down and began to peer ahead, seeking the 2 eucalyptus trees. Presently he saw them, vague and indistinct in the all-pervasive gloom, and creaking and groaning and whispering in the howling wind. Stoddard swung into the drive and slowed down to a crawl. He found himself in an avenue of smaller eucalyptus trees that whipped his nostrils with their pungent scent. As the machine glided up the cindered drive, headlights cutting a white swath before it, the Hammond house emerged from the pall of darkness that enveloped the estate. It was a white, sprawling, flat-topped structure with cool porches and shadowy terraces, ivy-covered and embowered in a profusion of subtropical plants and shrubbery. A light burned dimly in a single window. Stoddard stopped his roadster in front of the house, alighted, and hammered on the stout oak front door with a bronze knocker, which he found fastened thereto. A dull, booming noise, like muffled thunder, seemed to emerge from the interior of the house. He waited, but there came no response. He repeated the summons. Still no response. For the 3rd time, he wielded the bronze knocker. Then he glanced at his watch. 9:45. The wind swished and howled in the trees now, and ran shrieking around the corners of the building. No response. Stoddard stepped back and regarded the house contemplatively. It had a somber, menacing appearance in the brooding darkness. An atmosphere of evil seemed to enfold it and press down upon it. Once again he evoked muffled thunder from the bronze knocker, and waiting, listened attentively. A full minute elapsed. Still the house retained its tomb-like silence. A cinder path skirted the front of the house. Stoddard ran softly along it toward the lighted window. A queer, apprehensive feeling was taking possession of him. Stopping in front of the window, it consisted of 2 long French doors. He saw that it was approached by a small porch. To this he quickly ascended. Curtains were drawn across the glass doors, but there remained an inch or so of space between them, affording a limited view of the room. At what he saw, Stoddard caught and held his breath. His face whitened to the lips. His heart seemed to stop beating. The room was evidently a library. Books lined two walls. There were several comfortable chairs. A fire crackled in a cobblestone grate. Against one of the walls stood an antique desk, richly carved. Stoddard could see only the front of the desk. Before it, in an armchair, sat a man with his body slumped forward, head and shoulders sprawled over the left-hand front corner of the desk. The left side of his face lay on the edge of the desk. Stoddard glimpsed a smear of red against the light gray of his coat. His body was limp and strangely still. Nat Hammond was dead. Of course, Stoddard knew this intuitively. But so devastating to his mental poise was the shock of thus finding the man he had come all these miles to see, that for a moment or two he could merely stare at him, incapable of thought or movement or speech. Then a gust of fury shook him. Hammond had been shot down like a dog, perhaps within the last few minutes. Casting caution to the winds, he shook the French doors vigorously. They were locked. He took off his cap, pulled it over his hand, and drove his fist through one of the center panes of the doors. In a moment he had drawn the bolt, pushed the door open, and stepped into the room. Hammond had been shot through the heart. His body was still warm. Stoddard gently raised his head and shoulders and leaned them back in the chair. The man's heavy, domineering face was set and rigid. It expressed a profound amazement, as if death had revealed its mystery to him while he was yet alive. Stoddard glanced swiftly around the room. There were no indications of a struggle, nor did he see a weapon of any sort. The door was shut. He closed and bolted the French doors. Stoddard stood in the middle of the room, debating with himself what he should do. The police must be notified, of course. But it was within the bounds of possibility that Hammond's murderer was still in the house, in which event he must be apprehended at once. Stoddard's mind was quickly and coolly made up. First, he would search every room in the place. Then he would telephone to the police. He was unarmed, but Stoddard was one of those rare men who seem to have been born absolutely fearless. The risk he would run simply did not occur to him. Stoddard remained where he was, however. His big body tensed suddenly, and his rugged face grew as hard as flint. He leaned forward, listening intently, gray eyes fixed on the door. He had just discovered that he was not alone in the house. A small sound had come from the hall, or room beyond the door, an inarticulate sound, like the suppressed sob, or a gasp of pain or terror. Stoddard measured the distance between himself and the door. Then his body flexed, and he sprang forward, covering the intervening several yards at a single bound, caught the door handle, and jerked the door open. A gasp of amazement broke from his lips. He fell back in consternation. A girl had tumbled headlong into the room. She recovered herself and shrank back against the wall. Stoddard stared at her speechlessly, the color ebbing and flowing in his bronzed cheeks. She was undeniably pretty. He realized this in spite of the consternation that transfixed him. Her eyes were large and dark and luminous, and her oval face, notwithstanding its deathly pallor, had an intriguing piquancy about it. Her dark, bobbed hair fell around her well-shaped head in charming disarray. He saw that terror and horror dominated every fiber of her being. She seemed to shrink visibly as he stared down at her. Stoddard was the first to speak. "Hammond is dead," he said huskily. "Do you know when it happened? Who did it?" She must have found some reassuring quality in his voice, for the terror in her eyes receded a little. A moment or two elapsed before she replied. 10 minutes ago," the girl whispered jerkily. "I was in my room. I heard the shot. I found him tumbled over his desk. She stopped shuddering and covered her face with her hands. "I don't know who, why, anything." Stoddard nodded understandingly. "Did you hear anyone trying to get away afterward?" "No. There was no one in the house but Uncle Nat and I. Whoever did it must have got out through those doors." She indicated the French doors by which Stoddard had entered the library. The engineer shook his head emphatically. "Those doors were bolted. He didn't get out that way. He couldn't have. I had to break one of them to unfasten the bolt." The girl stared at him incredulously. "You are Hammond's niece?" Stoddard went on. She nodded, still keeping her dark eyes fixed upon him. "I am Julia Hammond. Walter Hammond was my father. You are Mr. Stoddard, I suppose? Uncle Nat said you were coming about the Parsi sunrise." There seemed the merest edge of contempt in her tone as she mentioned the antique symbol. Stoddard let it pass without comment, however. "About how much time elapsed between the firing of the shot and your entrance into this room?" he went on. "I must ask these questions, you know," he added gently, noticing signals of distress in her eyes. "We've simply got to find out who did it." Julia nodded. "Yes, I know," she whispered. "I ran in at once. A few seconds, that's all." Stoddard was incredulous now. "But how could he have got away in so short a time without your seeing him?" Tears suddenly welled up into the girl's dark eyes. "I don't know how he got away," she sobbed, with such emphasis that Stoddard was startled. "Uncle Nat and I were alone in the house. Mrs. Bell, the housekeeper, is visiting in Los Angeles over the weekend. Tyson, the man around the place, has gone to San Paulo for the car. It's being overhauled. He'll be back soon. Someone must have got into the house, shot Uncle Nat, and got away. I don't know how he got in or who it was." Her voice had risen hysterically. She broke into a paroxysm of sobbing. Stoddard's protective instincts were thoroughly aroused now. He longed to utter some word of comfort, but he was essentially an outdoor man, and he could think of nothing adequate to the situation. So he simply waited for the girl's outburst to subside. Stoddard was as ignorant of women as he was wise in the ways of men. But he had an unusually keen brain, and he thought he detected in the girl's behavior a note of panic, which her natural distress at her uncle's tragic end did not account for satisfactorily. Moreover, how Hammond's murderer could have got out of the house, provided, of course, he was not still in it, without Julia seeing him, was utterly beyond Stoddard's understanding. The engineer puzzled over these points until he found Julia looking up at him. "I'm sorry I broke down like that," she said quietly. "What shall we do?" "I'm going to search the house," Stoddard declared. "If the man we want isn't hiding in it, he must have got out through a door or window somewhere. You'd better stay here." Julia shook her dark head decidedly. "No, I'm going with you. I simply couldn't stay here." She led the way into the hall and snapped on a light. Stoddard preceded her to the front door. It was bolted on the inside. Julia said nothing. Stoddard felt a queer chill run over him. They began a tour of the house, commencing with the drawing room. The windows of the latter were fastened on the inside. They passed into the dining room and then into the living room. In these rooms also the windows were fastened. "Uncle Nat had Tyson bolt them on account of the wind," Julia explained tonelessly. Stoddard did not reply. There seemed nothing to say. A sense of emptiness possessed him. He felt as if the atmosphere of the place were choking him. He avoided Julia's eyes. They continued their rounds of the house in silence, coming into each of the 5 bedrooms and the 2 bathrooms in turn. All the windows were bolted. Finally, they entered the kitchen. The single window was fastened, and the back door, which led into an outhouse, was bolted on the inside. There was no basement. Every means of egress from the house was secured on the inside. "I bolted the kitchen door after Tyson went to San Paulo," Julia said, in the same toneless voice. "Uncle Nat has one or two valuable antiques. Our house stands alone, and he was always very particular about having the doors locked and bolted, especially at night." Stoddard said nothing. Not until this moment had he permitted himself to contemplate the conclusion that had been hammering at his brain since they had found the front door bolted. Julia was looking at him unhappily, searching his face for some key to his thoughts. Stoddard contrived to avoid meeting her eyes. It was inconceivable that she had taken her uncle's life, yet he was compelled to consider the evidence of his senses. His respect for the principles of logic, inculcated in him during a lifetime of professional experience, was not to be lightly put aside. Julia had known they would find the windows and doors bolted before they had begun to examine them. This, of course, accounted for that panic-stricken note he had detected in her breakdown in the library. Then a revulsion of feeling set in. Julia could not have done this monstrous thing. Such a theory was too fantastically horrible for sane and reasonable thought. There must be some logical explanation that did not offend every canon of decency. Stoddard forced himself to meet her wide, searching eyes. His suspicions were sacrilege. He swept them out of his mind. Julia caught him by the arm. "Mr. Stoddard," she began, "I heard you knocking at the front door. I didn't dare to open it. I was terrified. I couldn't think. My uncle had been shot down, and I was the only one in the house with him, so far as I knew. I felt sure that every window and door was fastened on the inside, and I had seen no one, heard no one. I was nearly frantic. You know what it means? They'll say I did it." Her voice broke. Then she went on more quietly. "I can't think how it has been done. Men don't pass through adobe walls and locked doors." She gripped Stoddard's arm in a sudden access of terror. You don't think I did it, Mr. Stoddard?" "No," Stoddard shouted. He caught the girl by the shoulders. Their eyes held and kindled. An indissoluble bond of understanding seemed to draw them together. "You didn't do it, Julia, and nothing will ever make me think you did." A sob of relief broke from the girl's lips. Stoddard was seized with a nearly irrepressible desire to draw her to him. He contented himself with merely pressing her hand reassuringly. "You must phone the police," she whispered. Stoddard had forgotten the police. Julia was right, of course. The sooner he got in touch with the authorities, the better. Just then he heard the purr of an engine in the drive outside, followed by the creak of a stopping car. "Tyson," Julia stated. There came a slow, dull knock on the kitchen door. Stoddard shot back the bolt. Tyson was a little wisp of a man with disheveled gray hair, small eyes of a curious faded blue, rather shrewd in their expression, and a wizened skin that reminded Stoddard of a last year's apple. He was quite old, 70 at least. His small, thin body was stooped with age, though a sinewy strength, like that of an old gnarled stick, still clung to it tenaciously. At sight of their grave faces, a look of apprehension leaped into his faded eyes. "What's wrong?" he queried in a thin, cracked voice. Stoddard looked at him gravely for a moment without speaking. The kitchen grew very still and quiet, and the old man seemed to grasp something of the gravity of the situation. "Mr. Hammond?" he began in a trembling voice. Stoddard nodded. "Mr. Hammond is dead," he stated slowly. "He has been shot." Tyson's eyes almost started out of their sockets. His russet color faded, and he caught at the table to support himself. Stoddard watched him narrowly. "Dead," Tyson muttered, as if he found the fact unbelievable. "Dead." Then he shot a sharp, penetrating look at Stoddard. "Who did it?" he croaked. "We're trying to find out," Stoddard returned gravely. "Did you meet anyone in the drive or on the road?" Tyson shook his head emphatically. I saw no one," he quavered shrilly. The engineer silently led the way into the library. Julia was still deathly white, but into her face had come an impassive expression that suggested little of the terror and misery behind it. Tyson stared at the body of his master in silence, a look of unutterable horror in his faded eyes. Stoddard picked up the telephone and got in touch with the office of the San Paulo town marshal. The latter, it appeared, was out. He would return within the next half hour and would come at once. Stoddard put the instrument down, thankful for the small respite. Tyson was still staring at Hammond's body in frozen silence, and Stoddard dismissed him impatiently. The old man went off to his kitchen, mumbling indistinguishably to himself. 2 chairs were drawn up before the fireplace, and Stoddard dropped into one of them. Julia seemed on the verge of taking the other when she cast a shuddering glance at the limp figure by the desk. She went to the switch and snapped out the light. Then she took the vacant chair. "You don't mind the dark?" she whispered tremulously. "I can't bear the light with him there." Stoddard nodded understandingly. The dying firelight played redly on Julia's dark hair. They regarded each other unhappily. Neither of them spoke. The silence seemed to knit them closer together. Outside, the wind still swished dismally in the treetops. Suddenly, Stoddard took Hammond's letter from his pocket and showed the postscript to the girl. "Why did you write that, Julia?" he asked gently. She looked at him searchingly for a moment. "I was doing secretarial work for Uncle Nat." "And you didn't want me to buy the Parsi Sunrise?" Julia's eyes grew humid with expression. "I wonder if I can make you understand, Mr. Stoddard," she went on slowly. "Uncle Nat hated beauty. My father loved it passionately. After the accident, you remember, he simply adored that Parsi symbol. It was pitiable to see him with it. Last year, when Uncle Nat wanted him to sell it to you, he went into hysterics and made me promise to keep it always. Just before he died, he made me promise again. Uncle Nat has charge of my estate until I'm 25, next June, and he insisted on selling the Sunrise. I begged him not to. He called me a silly fool, said the market was just right for disposing of antiques, and he wrote that letter to you. He gave it to me to mail. I was desperate, and I added that absurd postscript. I might have known that it would bring you quicker than anything else. Uncle Nat had no feeling, no love, no tenderness in him," Julia continued bitterly. "Sometimes I positively hated him." She leaned forward. "Do you know, Mr. Stoddard, I can't help thinking that that Parsi Sunrise has something to do with his death." This had already occurred to Stoddard, and he nodded silently. Julia's explanation had increased his fears on her behalf. If she repeated it to the police, an ambitious prosecuting attorney would easily find in her dislike of Hammond, and in her desperate determination to prevent him from selling the symbol, a motive strong enough to account for the crime. "Julia," he began earnestly, "I had to break that window to get into the room. We've got to tell the San Paolo marshal that I found it broken and open. We must give the impression that someone got in, shot Nat Hammond, and got out that way. And we are not going to say anything about your trouble with Hammond." But Julia shook her head emphatically. "No, Peter." She smiled, using his first name with a tenderness that thrilled him. "We are going to tell the truth, all the truth, nothing else. Don't you understand? If we lie, they'll find us out somehow, and that will make it all the worse." "But appearances are so strongly against you." "I know. That's why I'm going to tell the truth, Peter. Nothing but the truth. It is the best way. You'll stand by me, won't you?" A lump rose in Stoddard's throat, and he could not command his tongue. He caught her hand in his and pressed it tightly. The contact seemed to tell her more than 100 expressions of loyalty could have done. Stoddard leaned back in his chair and ran a weary hand through his hair. His brain ached with the strain of its continuous application to this impossible problem he had set out to solve. Every facet of the riddle had an adamantine hardness that defied his mental powers as resolutely as Lucifer ever defied the hosts of heaven. He felt as if he were traveling along the convolutions of a maze with neither entrance nor exit. Well, there was an opening somewhere, and he must find it. He must. Stoddard shut his eyes to ease the throbbing in his head. The house was silent. Outside, the wind had dropped to a thin wail. The fire in the grate had sunk to a bed of red embers. He did not move. Neither did Julia. She was staring into the grate, chin cupped in her hands, waiting. Some time passed. Then suddenly, Stoddard heard a tiny whisper of sound, like the quick patter of infinitesimally small feet on the floor near the antique desk. Cautiously turning his head, he strained his eyes at the place from where he thought the sound had come. But the shadows were too thick. He could see nothing. The noise continued. Stoddard's hard-muscled body grew rigid. His hands clamped down on the arms of his chair. Still, he could not identify the sound. Apparently Julia had not noticed it. She was still gazing into the red-embered grate. The sound possessed Stoddard body and soul. Identify it he must. Setting his eyes on the whereabouts of the light switch, he tensed his body and sprang at a single bound across the intervening floor space. His hand closed on the switch. Light flooded the room. There came a sharp yelp of pain. 3 streaks of white whizzed across the floor and vanished behind the antique desk. Stoddard gaped at them in amazement. Mice! White mice! A wave of exasperation swept over him. He had made a fool of himself over these. Then he saw Julia smiling wryly up at him, and he grinned sheepishly. "They are quite wild now," she said. "Father got them after the accident. He thought the world of them, and he trained them to do the prettiest tricks. Tyson promised to look after them, but Uncle Nat, of course, ordered them destroyed. Tyson simply worshipped Father, and he left their cage open on purpose, I'm afraid, and they got away. That desk was Father's. He used to let them have the run of it. Uncle Nat had Tyson set traps. You'll find one behind the desk. Probably there's a mouse in it." Stoddard fumbled behind the back of the desk and drew out an old-fashioned mousetrap of the box type. In it was a tiny white mouse, stiff with terror. "I'm sure Tyson lets them go after he catches them," Julia continued. "The place is overrun with them, and they never seem to get any less. Tyson was with Uncle Nat and Father for 30 years. He went with them everywhere, and he considers himself a privileged person. I'm sure he couldn't be persuaded to kill the little things. He adored Father." Scarcely conscious of what he was doing, Stoddard knelt down, opened the trap, and shook the tiny rodent out onto the floor. It streaked across the room and vanished behind the antique desk. His mind pivoted upon that last remark of Julia's. She had said that Tyson had adored her father. Could it be possible that Tyson had shot Nat Hammond because of some fancied or magnified wrong done to Walter Hammond by his brother? Stoddard's heart leapt at the thought. Then he dismissed the notion. It was absurd, of course. Tyson was driving back from San Paulo at the time the shot was fired. Moreover, every door and window in the house had been locked on the inside. Stoddard shook his head in a gesture of rage and despair. His brain was numb. He could not think coherently. Setting aside the trap, he looked at Julia. "Do you know where the Parsi Sunrise is?" Julia shook her head. "No, I don't. Uncle Nat hid it away. I never could find it." "Did Hammond have a pistol of any sort?" Julia nodded. "Yes, a small automatic. I don't know where he kept it. I think he was afraid of Father getting it." Stoddard glared malevolently at the antique desk. A curious feeling that it was in some way connected with Hammond's death came upon him. More than ever did it seem a sinister presence brooding over the room. To distract his unhappy thoughts, he commenced a thorough search of the 5 drawers of the desk. Perhaps he might find the Parsi Sunrise. The drawers were crammed with a miscellaneous litter of papers, appertaining to Hammond's business affairs, personal and private. When he had finished several minutes later, he had found no sign of the ancient symbol. His brain had cleared, however, and he eyed the desk thoughtfully. Then he began to run his fingers slowly and heavily over the top of the desk, studying with particular care the beautiful grain of the wood. Nothing resulted from this proceeding, and he turned his attention to one of the massive legs that supported the desk. At that moment, a powerful car throbbed up the cinder drive and slurred to a stop in front of the house. Heavy feet approached, and someone hammered authoritatively on the front door. Tyson shambled out of the kitchen. Stoddard looked up. The color receded from his cheeks. "The San Paulo Marshal," he whispered. Julia nodded. She had gone deathly pale. Stoddard caught her hands tightly between his. "We've got to tell him that I found this window open," he stated emphatically. "No!" The fierceness of her tone startled Stoddard. "If you do, I'll tell him the truth of it anyway. We won't accomplish anything by deceit, I know." Her voice softened. "Peter, don't worry. Things will come out right, you'll see." A sudden impulse to press her hand to his lips overcame Stoddard. As he yielded to it, the look in her dark eyes seemed to leap out at him. Her lips trembled. She withdrew her hand gently. As a heavily built man with a hard, shrewd face and frosty blue eyes strode into the room. Tyson hovered near the door. The marshal went directly to Hammond's body and glanced at it coolly and appraisingly. Then he addressed himself to Stoddard. "Bartlett is my name," he stated in a crisp voice. "I'm the San Paulo City Marshal." He said this as if he wished to leave no doubt of it in their minds. "What's happened here?" Stoddard had intended to gloss over the evidence so damaging to Julia's case as much as possible. Not that he expected to accomplish anything by so doing. But before he could utter a word, Julia plunged into a vividly phrased recital of what they knew of the affair. She quickly explained Stoddard's presence in the house, how he had effected an entrance, and her relationship to Hammond. The possible connection of the Parsi sunrise with the shooting she touched on briefly also. Then, as if her case were not black enough already, she specifically mentioned that they had searched the house and found no one, and that every window and door had been fastened and bolted on the inside. Frankness, her only card, she played skillfully. She finished with a little hopeless gesture that wrung Stoddard's heart. Throughout Julia's explanation, Bartlett had maintained a rigid silence. Little darts of suspicion had leaped into his frosty eyes, and his lips had curled ironically once or twice. Stoddard had observed these signals of the marshal's disbelief, and his rugged face grew haggard as he waited for the man to express himself. But whatever opinions he had formed, Bartlett, for the moment, kept to himself. He fired a stream of pertinent questions at Julia. She answered them coolly and quietly, sitting in the chair in front of the fireplace. The occasional twitching of her hands and the deathly pallor of her face were the only outward manifestations of the stress she was under. "Every window and door locked on the inside, eh?" Bartlett snapped. "Yes." "And you searched every room in the house?" "Yes." Bartlett grunted indistinguishably. Then he took a black-bound notebook from his pocket and penciled rapidly on its pages. Stoddard hung on his movements fearfully and breathlessly. Finally, he could stand it no longer. "Look here, Bartlett," he burst forth huskily. "You don't believe she did it, do you? It looks bad, I know, but good Lord, man, she couldn't have done it. Look at her." In his desperate eagerness to impress the marshal, Stoddard stepped forward and caught him fiercely by the arm. But the other shook him off, chuckling grimly. "If she didn't do it, I'd like to know who did. Every window and door locked and bolted, and the girl and Hammond alone in the house? 2 and 2 still make 4, Stoddard. You can't get away from it." Julia uttered a cry and covered her face with her hands. Stoddard's arm dropped limply to his side. He had expected this, of course. Nevertheless, Bartlett's reasonable deductions left him weak and trembling. All his rugged strength sapped out of him. Julia had intrigued him as no other woman had ever done, and if he could have shifted her burden to his own broad and capable shoulders, he would gladly have done so. He had known her scarcely more than an hour, but into that time had been packed the emotional experiences of a lifetime. Tyson, still in the doorway, took a shambling step forward. Then he stopped, a look of horror creeping into his faded eyes. His lips mumbled soundlessly, and his old teeth clicked together like castanets. Bartlett returned to his notebook. "That, Parsi trinket? What's it worth?" the marshal demanded abruptly after a moment. $20,000, Julia whispered in dead tones. The Parsi sunrise. Stoddard caught his breath sharply. A little train of thought had flared up in his mind. If the ancient symbol had been stolen, and he could establish that fact, the existence of a third party might be argued, surely a point in Julia's favor. He glared at the antique desk thoughtfully. It seemed to leer back at him. The desk had been manufactured in a day of political intrigue, probably for someone of importance, when combination lock safes were unknown, and a secret compartment in a private desk was a highly desirable feature. Stoddard had examined the grain of the top of the desk in the hope of discovering a concealed chamber of some kind. feeling sure that if there was one, the Parsi symbol would be inside it. Now he began to run his fingers painstakingly over the right-hand front leg, as he had been about to do when Bartlett arrived. Several minutes elapsed. The marshal continued to make notes in his black-bound book. Julia had not moved from her chair in front of the fireplace. Tyson was still standing within the door, mumbling soundlessly to himself. Stoddard began on the left front leg of the desk. Suddenly, Bartlett closed his book with a snap, pocketed it, and turned to Julia. "Get your things together," he commanded tersely. "I'm going to take a look around the house. Then we start for San Paulo, the sheriff and the DA. No!" The single word, uttered by Stoddard, had the effect of a pistol crack. A cry of exultation broke from his lips, and he pointed dramatically down at the top of the antique desk. Then Bartlett and Julia and Tyson rushed forward. Stoddard met them with an ecstatic look on his rugged face, and his left hand closed fiercely, triumphantly on Julia's arm. A section of the top of the desk, some 8 inches long and 5 inches wide, stood erect, revealing a compartment perhaps 4 inches deep. There was a hole in one corner of the compartment. Near it lay the Parsi sunrise, glittering like a constellation of minute stars. A bundle of papers, their edges serrated as with the fretting of tiny teeth, lay on the bottom of the compartment, partly supporting an automatic pistol that had been carelessly thrust into the compartment in such a way that its muzzle pointed directly at where Hammond's body must have been before he fell forward, and his death agony shut down the cunningly concealed section he had just released. Entangled with the trigger guard and hair trigger of the pistol was a common mousetrap, baited with cheese. And caught by the leg in the trap Nat Hammond had set for it was one of Walter Hammond's white mice. In futile terror, it had dragged the trap across the trigger as Hammond had opened the compartment. The roar of the shot that had killed Hammond had stilled its tiny heart.
The Dancing Rats by Richard Sale. Read for you by Jeff Gerner. Richard Bernard Sale, 1911 to 1993, was born in New York City and educated at Washington and Lee University, 1930 to 1933, where he had already begun to write professionally, selling early stories to the pulps, including The White Cobra, to the Shadow magazine in 1932. He went on to write more than 350 stories, mostly mystery fiction, for all the major pulp magazines including Black Mask, Thrilling Mystery, Argosy, and Detective Fiction Weekly, for which he created his most successful series character, the newspaper reporter cum detective Joe Daffy Dill, whose adventures also featured Bill Hanley and Candid Jones. He also wrote stories for all the major slick magazines. His first novel, Not Too Narrow, Not Too Deep, 1936, is an adventure tale of 10 convicts who escape from a French penal colony, a renamed Devil's Island, and a mysterious stranger who accompanies them. It was filmed by MGM in 1940 as Strange Cargo, starring Clark Gable, Joan Crawford, and Peter Lorre. His finest novels are Lazarus No. 7, 1942, and Passing Strange, 1942. He had an active career in the film industry as a writer, with such credits as Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, 1949, A Ticket to Tomahawk, 1950, Suddenly, 1954, a suspense film with Frank Sinatra, and Torpedo Run, 1958, which he also directed. With his wife, Mary Anita Luce, he wrote Gentlemen Marry Brunettes, 1955, and other films. The Dancing Rats was published in the June 1942 issue.
The Dancing Rats. What was the mysterious and terrible disaster that threatened to wreak havoc in Oahu, reduce the Pacific Fortress to impotency, and throw the shadow of death across every mother's son on the island? Dr. Nicholas Adams, summoned from his work at the leper colony of Molokai, had just 48 hours to find out. Chapter 1. The Episode of Mr. C. The wireless had been burning a hole in Nick Adams's pocket ever since it had been delivered to him at the Cardwell Institute's labs over on the island of Molokai. Nick had been checking the progress of the Institute's fight against leprosy there when the war broke. And although the perfidy at Pearl Harbor had been a memory for some time now, he had remained on Molokai's north coast, checking experimentations with Brooke Carteret, a fine leprosy medico. The wireless, however, took his interest away from Molokai abruptly and returned it to Oahu. Even in the baby clipper plane of the Inter-Island Steam Navigation Company, he could not restrain himself from pulling the thing out once more and rereading it. He knew every word by heart then, as the soiled and frayed message indicated, but it was so damned provocative, he couldn't resist staring at it. It said, "Require your immediate assistance in matter of vital importance. Stop. Secrecy essential. Stop. Disaster imminent in Oahu in 48 hours unless you and I stop it. Come at once. Explain when see you. Wire instructions. Signed, Colonel John Venner, U.S. Medicorps, Schofield Barracks." Nick blinked again and frowned. The plane was empty except for himself. The IISNC operated steamships among the islands, and due to the fact that Molokai held the leper colony, it was not included among the normal stops for tourists. But the company also operated several twin-motored clippers of the old Pan American type, and one of these had flown him out, and a second, which he now rode, had been wirelessed for, to fly him back. From northern Molokai to southern Oahu, where Honolulu sat upon the sea, was no great shakes of a trip, a matter of hours, and they were due to come in at any time. He folded the message and put it away, and then watched out the plane window for the sight of Diamond Head rising precipitately from the sea. Dr. Nicholas Adams, chief of the field staffs of the Cardwell Institute through the Western Pacific, if you wanted to get formal about it, was no Malahini to the Hawaiian island, no stranger. He knew that his identity was well known in Honolulu, as it was in various other places such as Singapore, Shanghai, Manila, and Batavia, indeed in any portion of the Western Pacific where there was disease. But he could not help wondering who the devil Colonel John Venner was, and how the devil Venner had known that he was on Molokai. As for the message itself, it was intriguing, but at the same time it was extremely dubious. The only disaster which could be imminent in Oahu was of the same ilk as had struck it once before, those Japanese planes winging death out of the sky in the dawn. And if Venner had come by such inside information, of what use was a non-military medico like Nick Adams going to be in averting it? It was more the Army and Navy's job. So, obviously, it was not a Japanese attack which Venner meant. It was something else. Nick made no attempt to fathom what, because he could only conjecture, and rather wildly at that. Probably Venner had got in touch with the Cardwell Institute labs on Bishop Street in Honolulu and learned from Paul Cameron, the local head of the organization in Oahu, that Nick Adams was at Molokai. Then Venner had wirelessed. In any case, he had got Nick's goat, and Nick had replied by wireless when and how and where he would be arriving. He assumed that Colonel Venner would meet him and break this strain of curious impatience which held him. From the window of the plane, Nick finally made out Cocoa Head, and then beyond that, the majesty of Diamond Head. An Army patrol plane looking sleek and deadly had picked them up some time before, established their identity, and sent them on. Thus forewarned, no other planes interrupted their flight. But Nick hoped that each of the ground crews who undoubtedly had an AA gun trained on them would also recognize the inter-island plane, a good Hawaiian fixture, and not be too precipitous. They glided lower, and the Aloha Tower by the Matson Pier flashed by. Honolulu sat in the sun peacefully, and the blue sea broke white along the shore from Waikiki to Fort Kamehameha. Then they were down, gliding to a perfect landing on the sea and taxiing up to the ramp of the Inter-Island Airport. When Nick reached the waiting room, there was no sign of any Army man waiting for him. There was only one man there, an Oriental of one sort or another. It was difficult to tell Japanese from Chinese, and Nick ignored him and stepped out to see if Colonel Venner might be waiting in a car at the parking space. "Dr. Adams, sir?" Nick turned blank-faced. From Hawaii west, you always blank-faced when you were surprised. It was a trick of the Asiatics, friend and foe alike. He said, "Yes." "This humble person begs your forgiveness," said the man who had spoken, the same Oriental. "But I have been sent to meet you. Colonel Venner is occupied. He asked me to pick you up. Will you honor me, sir?" Nick found himself bordering on a reaction of wariness. The stranger was a Chinese, a long, lean-cheeked Cassius sort of Chinese, with teeth that were almost as yellow as his skin. It was not only that the man's dark eyes were dishonest, they were sinister. They were like onyx jewels touched with a cold glitter, nor were they shifty. They met his own directly, hard and uncompromising. But the fellow's hands intrigued Nick even more. They were fine hands for a strangler. From wrist to finger base, the measured distance must have been 6 full inches, and the tapering fingers, delicately manicured, were weirdly long and graceful, the left pinky wearing an opal set in gold. "I'm Nicholas Adams," Nick said. "Who are you?" "This worthless one is known as HHC, replied the Chinese. He pronounced his surname Tsi. "I am an officer with the Commission of Health in Honolulu, Doctor." "And you came for me," Nick said. "Forgive me, yes." Mr. Tsi did not have a semblance of expression on his face. "Colonel Venner asked me to get you. This is my car. I shall take you to him at once." "What's it all about?" Nick said. "Go ahead, get in." "Forgive me, after you, sir," Mr. Tsi replied. His striped seersucker suit looked as if it had been slept in. It needed a starching badly. He waited for Nick to sit in the car, then got in himself on the edge of the seat, his face always blank, his hands on the wheel lightly, as if he held them ready to move. "This humble one must apologize for any celerity," Mr. Tsi said. He drove off and took the Waiana Road. "Forgive me, we do not have much time. I will explain quickly." "Do," Nick said. He lighted his pipe unhurriedly and watched Mr. Tsi. "It is an epidemic, and you are needed, sir," Mr. Tsi said smoothly. "I believe you and the Commissioner are old friends?" "Yes," Nick said. "How is he?" "Commissioner Hartley is in the most beautiful health, and had honored this humble one in conveying his personal and profound wishes for your own health, and his gratification at your presence so close to us. He and Colonel Venner dispatched me this morning to take you from the plane. It is so very, very urgent, you see." "Very interesting," Nick said. He was positive Mr. Tsi was lying through his teeth. "What seems to be the trouble?" "Berry," said Mr. Tsi. "It is sweeping through the pineapple estates north of Wright Field like a pestilence. It is very bad. The Honorable Commissioner said that the most sagacious Dr. Adams would know what to do." "Contagious, eh?" "The Kanakas are sick and dying," Mr. Tsi said. "The Kahunas do nothing." His voice was very dramatic, although his face remained as blank as stone. "Forgive me, like a sweeping pestilence." "You certainly like to be forgiven, don't you?" "Forgive me, a habit of speech." Nick pointed the stem of his pipe at Mr. Tsi. "You are a very extraordinary health officer, Mr. Tsi." "Thank you, sir," Mr. Tsi said, bowing his head. "I am only a humble servant." "And I didn't mean it as a compliment," Nick said coldly. "You can go back and tell the Commissioner that beriberi is not contagious. It is a painful disease which comes from the eating of polished rice and a lack of vitamin B. Or were you confused in the press of things?" Mr. Tsi said nothing at all. He did not look nonplussed, resigned, if anything. The trouble was you couldn't tell how he looked. He had learned the poker face trick so exceptionally well it was the only face he wore. The car was slowing down, and the outskirts of the low-lying town of Waiana began to show themselves ahead. Nick said, "The truth of the matter is you don't know Commissioner Hartley at all, and he never sent you after me. What's your game, Mr. Tsi?" Mr. Tsi did not reply. He met Nick's eyes with his own cold stare and let it go at that. When we reach Waiana, and it's here now, I'm going to turn you over to the police, Mr. Tsi, unless you tell me what your game is. This unwitting person... Oh, for Lord's sake, skip the obsequious formalities, Tsi. Let's not kid each other. Mr. Tsi did not object. He said, "Forgive me. Am I such a poor actor?" "No, but your research was poor. What's the idea?" "Too bad, really too bad," Mr. Tsi said. "I am so very sorry. I know so little of medicine, and I was given such little time. It would have been more harmonious if we had reached an understanding through my little Thespia. Now, I regret, sir, that it will be more difficult." "I don't like you," Nick Adams said bluntly, "and I don't like your methods. I'm turning you over to the police." The car jolted to a halt, brakes squealing. Nick started to open the door. Mr. Tsi, still blank-faced, said quietly, "Forgive me, please do not touch it, sir, or I will be compelled to shoot you." Nick paused. He glanced around, saw that Mr. Tsi had a pistol in his right hand. The polished steel barrel caught up the reflection of the sun with dazzling flashes of fire. There was nothing to be said under the circumstances. "I'm going to a little place in Waiana here," Mr. Tsi remarked. "Forgive me, but you will honor me with your presence." "You go to the devil," Nick said. "You can't frighten me." "That is to be regretted if true," Mr. Tsi said, his face serenely empty. "If so, I must shoot you and run. I was ordered to detain you peaceably, sir, and if that failed, I could use my own discretion as long as the purpose was achieved. I have no choice in this instance but to shoot you if you do not cooperate. Forgive me, it makes no difference to me one way or the other. I leave the choice to you." Nick was flabbergasted. "Of all the damned silliness," he said. "If it's robbery, we are not concerned with money," Mr. Tsi said. "Please, leave your bag, sir. Sit still. You are to be a prisoner. It is a happy occasion that you are being so very sensible." He started the car again. "I will put the pistol in my pocket with my hand around it. You will drive with me. Obey me. I sincerely trust you will behave like a gentleman, for if so, there will be no regrettable violence. Nothing will happen if your behavior is exemplary. Please, sir, now." Nick was scarlet with anger and frustration. The man was bluffing, probably, and yet Nick didn't want to take a chance, not with a pair of eyes like that. If he could only have seen some expression in the face, he might have been able to make a few guesses, but the face was void. He dropped his bags grimly, desperately, and sat back. Mr. Tsi drove. On the edge of Waiana, he turned off the main road and presently stopped the car in front of a small cottage, placing the right side of the car so close to the wall that Nick could not get out on that side. Mr. Tsi opened the door on his side and got out and stood behind the door. "That is very excellent," Mr. Tsi said. "With haste, if you please, Dr. Adams. We have so little time. That way out." "Oh, all right, damn you, I'm coming," Nick said grimly. Mr. Tsi waited. There was no sign of the pistol, no need for sight of it. When he neared the end of the seat, Nick saw that Tsi's position behind the door was vulnerable. His own nerve was good. When he came abreast of it, he dropped both of his bags, braced both feet against the half-open door, and slammed the door wide open, grateful that it was steel. It struck Mr. Tsi with a shuddery thud, knocked the Chinese down. Nick touched the starter, put the car in gear, drove off. He had a momentary glimpse of Tsi rolling on the ground. He waited to be shot at. No shots, however. In the mirror, he saw Mr. Tsi, his face void of anger. Nick was a little dismayed at Mr. Tsi's lack of expression. It was very unreal. No fury, no despair, no frustration, nothing. He stood on the street, regaining his feet like an innocent tourist, hands in his pockets, and watched the car go. It was a chilling sensation to see him. Then Mr. Tsi disappeared, along with the confused and unimpressive patterns of Waiana, and the car was rolling southwest toward Honolulu. There was no point in calling the police now. Oahu was an island. Tsi would not get away. There was the cottage, too. Nick hoped fervently that he would never meet Mr. Tsi again. It had been a very unpleasant experience. Chapter 2. The Devil is Loose. As far as Coco Head, he had worried about Venner's telegram. Now he worried about HHC. Life could be incredible sometimes. It had happened before. You could get along for a year without the slightest deviation in a monotonous routine, and then, for no reason at all, you were whisked into a maelstrom. Consideration of Venner's telegram was really de trop because he could only conjecture. The Wire was a trifle spectacular and melodramatic, and Nick conservatively doubted that disaster of any kind, except typhoon, earthquake, or hurricane, could be imminent within 48 hours. How could you put a time limit on disaster? And why the devil was he so important to Venner? It did not read, "Request your assistance." Oh no, it was "Require your assistance." A very urgent touch. He reminded himself not to be angry with Venner when the disaster turned out to be a phantom. The average person was secretly addicted to exaggeration, and it had taken Nicholas Adams many years of painstaking research to speak the facts of a fact, and not what might be startling about a fact. He could not, however, dismiss Mr. Tse as easily. Mr. Tse had been in earnest. The pistol had been real. He thought, what did the bandit want with me? Is the prestige of the Cardwell Institute so great that he had visions of kidnapping and a glowing ransom? He seemed too practical for such an idea, and he knew about Venner and the wireless. It was true, as he was well aware, that the Cardwell Institute did enjoy a prestige in Hawaii akin to that jealously guarded by the old guard mercantile firms, whose ancestry dated back to the pre-treaty days of iron men and sailing ships, and all this because lives were saved by it. Lord knows that was true enough. Nick himself had been saving 50,000 lives a year now for many years, and he could get tired of saving lives. They didn't want to be saved. You showed a cause and a result. Like the hookworm in Malaya. It didn't make any difference usually. The boys were too damned lazy to use the latrines and too damned anemic from hookworm to worry about death. So you broke out the thymol and gave them the works one more time, and for a while you got it well under control again. But give it a year. Nick Adams had never been too philosophical. There had been nothing philosophical about his reply to the young Japanese medico who, during the aftermath of the Japanese earthquake, had asked him, "How can you Americans be so generous with this money and all these supplies and medicines? You will forgive my distrust, but is there not some hidden reward for you in this dispensation?" "Sure," Nick had said baldly. "There is balm in Gilead for an old man's soul. The gentleman who founded this institute, Alexander Cardwell I, made some $90 million stealing railroads from other gentlemen. And when he wizened and saw the yawning grave before him, he repented and wished to gather a smattering of honor unto his perfidious name. So, for all this, you are to remember Cardwell-san as a gentleman and a scholar and a great humanitarian instead of a robber baron and bandit. Do I make myself clear?" Such logic, however, was beyond the understanding of a Japanese. Well, the old man was 8 years buried now, and the fact remained that what had started out as a vanity had become one of the most renowned and powerful healing organizations on Earth, the Rockefeller Institute being the only comparable group. Nick dropped his chin onto the palm of his hand and stared gloomily out of the car window. "Damn that Tse," he growled. "What the devil did he want with me anyhow?" At Pearl City, he abandoned the car. He was glad to be out of it. He took his bags and walked down the Alanui until he found a taxicab, which he instantly hired. He told the Hawaiian driver, "The Royal Hawaiian and Wiki Wiki." But before he reached the hotel, he saw that the driver had taken Bishop Street, and he was half prompted to stop off at the Cardwell Institute laboratories and see his friend Paul Cameron. On second thought, he decided to ring Cameron from the hotel. He did this. After registering and being given his room facing southward on Waikiki Beach and the ocean, from which, nevertheless, he could still see the wreckage in the city where Jap bombs had dropped, he telephoned the labs. Dr. Cameron came to the hotel at once. "In the name of heaven, Nick," Cameron exclaimed, shaking hands with him. "When did you get in?" When did I get in? Nick said. Didn't you get my message? Message? Paul, the very devil is loose on this island. Something is very much wrong. I wirelessed you from Molokai, asking you to meet me at the plane along with Colonel Venner. I wanted your advice about a grave matter. You didn't, but I never got your message, Nick, Cameron said. He was a tall, thin man with a severe face. His nose and mouth were sharp, and he had fever-hollowed cheeks, picked up from his work of many years in Singapore on malarial control of the swamps of the island. His eyes were brown and soft and very remote. Mind you, I'm glad to see you, Nick, but I didn't expect you. You told us you'd be out there with the lepers of Molokai from 3 to 5 months. Yes, I know, but this strange thing came up. We'll talk about it. How are Dr. Wing and Andrews? Both fine, Cameron sighed. Of course, since the Japs bombed Pearl Harbor, the whole place has become an armed camp. No chance for amenities or social graces. That's as it should be, Nick Adams said. Tell me something. Did you ever hear of a man named John Venner? A colonel in the medical corps. He's stationed at Schofield Barracks? I know who he is, Cameron said. But Wing is the man to tell you about Venner. Wing is a good friend of his. I think Venner is in charge of the new military hospital out near Wright Field, the Stafford in Wahiawa. Look here, Nick, why don't you quit this hotel and bunk in at my place during your stay? No, thanks, Nick said. Appreciate it, Paul, but I'm going to be on the move for a while and I want to have a free hand. Suppose you have dinner here with me tonight. I want to tell you something very odd, but first I want to check on it. Very well, Cameron said. See you tonight. Nick was worried. He wished he knew where Venner was. Naturally, in a telegram, Venner couldn't tell all, and yet it was confusing not to know where you stood. There had been no sign of the army man. Why hadn't Venner met him? The wireless must certainly have reached him. It had been sent very early that morning, and it was now late afternoon. He wondered if Venner perhaps had planned to drop in at the hotel. How the devil would the fellow know which hotel? The Royal Hawaiian, probably, and yet there were at least 6 other very fine hotels. Venner had certainly been told which plane it was. No chance to have got mixed up. Nick chewed the side of his mouth nervously. It was very hot, and his shirt was shapeless, the collar wet from perspiration. Disaster imminent in Oahu within 48 hours unless you and I stop it. What the devil? Oahu just wasn't built for a disaster in 48 hours unless Venner were a prophet with a secret volcano or a rattling earthquake or a whistling typhoon up his sleeve. As far as the wars went, Oahu was damned near impregnable. As near impregnable as a fortress could be, because no fortress manned by men could ever be impregnable. How could 2 men who had never even met each other avert a disaster that was due to pop within 48 hours? It wasn't 48 hours anymore, either. It was less than that. Considering there wouldn't be time to waste, why hadn't Venner shown up? He wearily dismissed the thing from his mind for the moment and closed his eyes. Finally, he picked up the telephone and asked to be connected with the new Stafford Hospital in Wahiawa. He got through immediately, but still could not reach Colonel Venner. The colonel was not at Wahiawa. Nick thanked the woman for the information, hung up, and started frowning again. Almost instantly, the telephone rang.
Colonel John Venner to see you, sir.
Send him up at once, Nick said. He spoke much too loud in his relief. He got a towel from the bath and wrapped it around his throat to soak up the sweat and spare the collar of his linen suit. He felt much better now. When the knock came on the door, he said, "Come in, please." The man who came in was tall and heavily built, red-faced, mustached. He was 40 or so, but Nick had the distinct impression that he was trying to look younger. "Colonel Venner," he said. "Right," said the officer. He smiled broadly and shook hands. He had an iron grip. He was dressed in a smart uniform, and there were some decorations over the heart and a medal. Over the shoulders were the oak leaves, and on the collar of the tunic was the Medical Corps standard. "Dr. Adams, I owe you the most profound of apologies." "Have a seat," Nick said. "I expected you at the airport, but I thought you might find me here. I don't mind saying that your telegram has intrigued me insidiously ever since I got it. I came down from Molokai at once. I'm at your service, Doctor." "That's very decent of you," said the officer. "It makes it so much the harder for me to tell you that, well, it's done." "What's done?" "What I mean to say, Doctor, is that I no longer have any need for you. I had stumbled on a rather heinous and far-flung plot, and I admit to the fact that I was terrified by it. I had heard that you were in Molokai, and knowing your reputation, there were lesser medicos I could have had to assist. I wired you at once. Then, by an unbelievable stroke of luck, I came into some facts which exploded the whole plot. I had the malcontents arrested, and the entire incident is closed." "You mean I missed the whole thing?" "Quite," the officer smiled. "You regret that?" "Certainly," Nick said, disappointed. "I'd anticipated so much of it. You haven't told me what it was and why you wanted me." "And I'm afraid I cannot tell you now," he replied. "Hell, man, have a heart." "I'm terribly sorry," said the colonel. "But secrecy is absolutely vital, and since the affair is closed, it would be better if no one but the superiors here knew. Not a good story to get around. Might give people ideas, you know. Your expenses down here will be taken care of, Doctor, and you have our eternal gratitude for your prompt action." "Oh, well," Nick said. "I rather thought it would be a phantom anyhow. I hope we didn't pull you away from something as important. In any case, leprosy at Molokai. I was going to say, in any case, you are free to return. And I assure you," Nick was weary of his politeness. "Never mind, Doctor, that's all right. We'll say no more about it. But I don't think I'll be going back to Molokai. I'd like very much to visit your new hospital, if I may." "Of course you may," said the colonel. "Suppose I give you a buzz. You could come out to Wahiawa for tea, and I'd show you through. We have all the military cases. Most interesting." "When could you come out?" Nick said, "Any time." "Well," said the colonel, "I'm going to be rather busy until Thursday. Suppose I give you a ring on Thursday." "Suppose you do," Nick said. He was annoyed. "Righto. Call you Thursday, then. And again, many thanks for dashing down here so diligently. Like a fire wagon going to a fire." "I've had to put out many fires," Nick said. "Sometimes I have to work fast. Goodbye, Colonel." He showed the fellow to the door, and when he opened the door, the edge of it struck another man outside who had been on the point of knocking. The colonel brushed by quickly and went down the hall. He did not wait for the elevator, but descended by the stairs. Nick took the second man by the shoulders and said, "Eddie Wing, the only man in the world I am always glad to see. Come on in, Eddie." Dr. E.V. Wing was little, young, and irrepressible. He was so small that a strong breeze could have blown him away. He was a native Hawaiian with the CI labs. "It is very delightful to see you again, sweetheart," Dr. Wing said. "I missed you." "I've missed you too," Nick said. "I guess I got pretty used to you, Eddie. You look fine." "As ever," Dr. Wing said cheerfully. "Cameron said you were back. I thought I'd better come right over and apologize. I'm the guy who got you into this thing, Nick. I mean, the reason you came back to Oahu. I told Venner where you were. He knew you were in the islands. He asked me where. It is good to see you, Palsy. I hope I did not interrupt you and the officer. I should have telephoned. Paul said you were in, and I took the liberty of coming over at once." Nick said, "You didn't interrupt anything but a lot of beating around the bush. I'll tell you about it later. Colonel Venner of the Medical Corps just came to see me to beg off demanding my assistance." Eddie Wing blinked, silent for a moment. "Are you kidding?" he said. "You mean that the officer who just left—" "Yes, that was Venner. Brought me all the way down here on an emergency and then ditched me after I got here." Nick smiled wryly. "Nicholas," Eddie Wing said, "I'm afraid that you have been duped." Nick frowned. "I have a weakness for getting duped. I mean that the guy who just left here was not Colonel Venner. If he said so, he's a phony." "Eddie, are you sure? Your humble pardon, Nick, old ass, but these ferret eyes can see pretty well." Then who the devil... Yes, and what the devil, and why the devil, and a lot of other queries sprung into his mind. All went unanswered. Nick stared at the door blankly, trying to arrange his thoughts in some sort of pattern, but they would not fall into line. He picked up the telephone and said, "Get me Army Intelligence at Schofield, please." The desk clerk wanted to ask if something was wrong, but he didn't. Presently, the station answered. Nick said, "Lieutenant Carey, please." Alan Carey was an old friend. "Carey here," said Carey, "Army Intelligence." "Carey, this is Nicholas Adams. I'm at the Royal Hawaiian." "Yes, Doctor." "I've just had an unusual experience. A gentleman dressed in the uniform of the United States Army, rank of colonel, visited me and passed himself off falsely as one John Venner. I wondered if you people wanted to do something about it." "Silly boy," said Carey. "I'll give you Captain Malta. He's in charge of that sort of thing. Hold on." Captain Malta had a kettle-drum voice which rattled from the depths of his diaphragm without effort. "Do you have this guy with you still?" "No, I'm sorry, he's gone. I can give you a pretty good description." "Do that," Captain Malta said. "We'll see if we can't pick him up. I'd like to see him." Nick described the imposter accurately. "Understand, I just could be mistaken. Perhaps it really was Venner, but the chances are 100 to 1 it was an imposter." "There are no chances involved," Captain Malta said. "Thank you for your information, Doctor. I'll see you personally soon." "Very well," Nick said, and curiously, "How do you know there are no chances involved?" "Because Colonel John Venner happens to be dead," replied Captain Malta. "He was murdered in the dark sometime late last night, and we only recovered his body at noon today." "What?" Nick whispered, awed. "So it was an imposter." "Yes," Nick said in a low voice. "Goodbye, Captain." He hung up the telephone and sat down, his eyes troubled. For a few minutes, Nick Adams said nothing. Eddie Wing smoked a cigarette detachedly. Nick went to the window and looked out upon the ocean. It kept coming home to him that the baby had been left on his doorstep. In one way, he was being released from any obligation. What the devil? He knew nothing at all about the 48-hour disaster. He had kept his word to Venner, come down to Honolulu at once. If Venner was dead, how could anyone expect him to keep on with the mystery? On the other hand, several things he had not appreciated began to make themselves clear. First, HHC's attempt to divert him from the plane to Waiana finally took on an aspect of logic. By itself, it was incredible. But when you put it with the word of the imposter officer who had assured him the case was closed, it made sound sense. Tsi had been commissioned to get him off the plane and hidden because someone knew he was coming to Honolulu and didn't want him there. This failing, the bogus Venner had arrived instantly to assure him the plot had been nipped in the bud and that he was free to return to Molokai. The red-faced officer had made a great point of telling Nick that he was free to go. Not free to remain and enjoy his visit in Honolulu, free to go back. They didn't want him in town. He didn't know a damn thing, and yet they were afraid of him. That line of reasoning really made up his mind. He felt rather useless and helpless, but since they considered him such a potential menace to the catastrophic plans Venner had stumbled on, he would stay and try to do a job of it. He had no idea where to begin, but it was his baby, and he adopted it on the spot. The imminent disaster was, obviously, no longer 48 hours away. Colonel Venner had set that hour in his telegram at 8:33 the evening before. It was now nearly 6 p.m. Almost 22 hours had elapsed since the telegram had been dispatched. 22 from 48 equaled 26, a little more than a full day. Nick felt panic-stricken. "Eddie," he said, "you've got to help." "I knew that," Eddie Wing said. "Say the words, sweetheart. I hele kaua." "Read this." Nick gave him the telegram. "Secrecy essential." Well, by God, you had to trust someone. There was no one in the East or the West he could have trusted as much as Eddie Wing. Dr. Wing read the message without expression, paused to consider it with eyes closed, and then returned it to Nick. "I am not surprised," he said. "Some fun, chum." "Some fun," Nick said. "But this may surprise you. I was just talking with Captain Malta of Army Intelligence. He told me that your friend Colonel Venner is dead."
Dead?
Wing said in a whisper. "Yes. I'm sorry, Eddie. He's dead. Make. He was murdered last night. They found his body today at noon. I don't have any details." Eddie Wing's face became hard. "Tough, Nick. He was a swell guy, good medico. And the culprit? Anonymous and at large." Eddie Wing said slowly after a long breath, "Guess I'd better talk. I had lunch with Colonel Venner yesterday. He was scared. He mentioned your name. He had never met you, but he was familiar with your work in Cairo, where he had been stationed before the war. Not only familiar, he was fervent concerning it. He said he wished you were here. I mentioned that you were, that I had the dope on your location in Molokai. He asked for it, and thus it began. Yowza." Nick sat down. "There's an angle here," he said. "Maybe we can talk something out of it. Eddie, you've got to use the old bean. Remember everything. Did he say anything which might give us a clue to this message he sent? Please, think about it." "You're going to continue with the case, sweetheart?" "What else can I do?" Nick said. His voice was hard. "The man was depending upon my help. No one else seems to have had any word of it. I can't just let it ride. If he meant what he said, something rotten is breeding. If he was a friend of yours, I can't take his message lightly. I've got to work on it." "He was murdered for his pains," Wing said. "Oh, hell, that part of it doesn't bother me," Nick said. His chin began to point out a little. "I've never been afraid, and God knows there have been more things to fear than men in the pest holes of the earth." "Well, you've got something there," Wing said. "Okay, Nick. Can do. Hiki no. Now get this. Dr. Venner was disturbed at luncheon, greatly disturbed. I didn't ask him what was none of my affair, but presently he told me that he had unearthed a ghastly business. What were his words? If I don't break this thing cleanly, every mother's son in Oahu will walk in the Valley of Death within 2 days. A very close translation." "What did you suggest?" "I suggested that perhaps his problem was meant for the Army Intelligence, and I pointed out the impossibility of a single man attempting to handle a threat of such proportions. But he disagreed with me. He was afraid that the intelligence might muddle it, and that if it were ever muddled, the result would be catastrophic." Wing blinked. "Boy, can I sling the lingo." "He should have confided in either the intelligence or the police," Nick said. "As a result, we're left with our hands tied. You can be too secretive. Look at this blank wall we start from. He was afraid of panic." "Panic?" "Panic. Mob panic." "How could he have—" "Eddie, look here. Did he say anything as to how he found it out? What it was—" "No," Eddie Wing said. "He didn't trust me with such information, but whatever it was real to him. He could barely eat." Nick pounded his fist into his hand and stalked around the room. It didn't help much. My God, he thought desperately, I want something to work with. "I've been thinking," Eddie Wing said. "John was very close to his aide Bertram Woolton, a sergeant from Brooklyn. Not a medico. Maybe the sergeant—" "Good. We'll get in touch with him at once. The Schofield Barracks? Yowza. Sergeant Woolton was on Venner's staff at the Stafford Hospital. I think he drove the car and such. Will you drive out with me?" Dr. Wing studied him very carefully. "No," he said finally. "No can do, Nick." "Eddie, you're not afraid?" Nick scoffed. "Who, me? No, palsy. Got another date." Nick said, nodding, "I'll drive out alone. If this doesn't give us anything, we'll have to work backwards from Venner's body. That's outright detective work, and doubtless the trail won't be any too fresh. But I'll do what I can." "Okay," Eddie Wing said. "But look, Nick, be very careful and don't forget for an instant that Colonel Venner is dead, as a red herring from following this same road you're starting on. I'll remember, Nick said. Chapter 3. The Day Before Doomsday. The Stafford Hospital was located out in Wahiawa, east of the barracks and right field. Nick Adams was taken pleasantly by the sight of it, for it was a fresh and new building, impressive in architecture, and set against an excellent job of landscaping, the lawns studded with giant palms. He went in and stopped at the information desk and asked if he could see Sergeant Bertram Woolton. The reception nurse was a big-boned, pink-faced woman with straight hair and a strong jaw. The plaque on her desk said Miss Farrar. She smiled very faintly and remarked, "Then you would be Dr. Nicholas Adams of the Cardwell Institute?" "That's correct," Nick said, surprised. "How the devil—"
"We expected you, Doctor. Captain Malta is at the hospital and wishes to see you. I was to send you in to him when you arrived. I believe he's in the waiting room on the second floor. As for Sergeant Woolton, Doctor, he isn't in the hospital. He is not a medico, as you may be aware. He is simply on Colonel Venner's staff, an aide-de-camp," she explained.
"Any idea where I might locate him?"
"Probably at the barracks."
"Thanks very much," Nick said. "I'll give it a try."
"You won't forget Captain Malta?"
"I'll go right up and see him." Nick passed her desk to the elevator without another word. He was impressed. Of course, Captain Malta had been in touch with Eddie Wing in some way and had learned he was going out to the Stafford. But even so, they rather kept track of him. Considering they were the right people, he was not displeased at all. On the next floor, he found a gentleman writing on a small scratch pad in the waiting room. It was obviously Captain Malta in uniform. He was quite an elderly man, his eyebrows dead white, his hair white, his skin coppery. His face was characteristically long and mild where it should have been severe, but his gray eyes were shrewd and sharp, and his mouth had a wry, practical twist. "Captain Malta?"
"Dr. Adams, I believe. A real pleasure for me, Doctor."
They shook hands. Nick said with a smile, "You don't look like your voice, Captain. Glad to meet you."
"Sit down,"
Captain Malta said.
"Why did you come out here, Adams?"
"Same reason as you," Nick said. "Only, how did you know I was coming?"
"Oh, that. Dr. Wing called me and asked for police protection for you. Naturally, they called me out here to report it. Anything to do with the Venner case comes to me. Did you know you had a sergeant of police on your trail?"
"Not in the slightest," Nick said, surprised. "Damn Eddie, so that was the engagement he had. I can take care of myself, Captain."
"I should have thought Colonel Venner could take care of himself, too."
Nick shrugged off the inference.
"Now, Doctor," Captain Malta said, "are you after Woolton?"
"Yes."
"So am I. I wouldn't be surprised if he were after you. He's not at the barracks, so I imagine he's downtown and moving rather cautiously after what happened to Dr. Venner. You and I have some things to talk about. There are elements here beyond me. Here's the picture as I have been able to gather it together. First, I have not located the gentleman who posed as Venner, and I haven't the faintest notion what his purpose would be."
Nick told him what the purpose might be and mentioned the episode with HHC at Waiana. Captain Malta shook his head.
"Venner made a great mistake in not working with the Army. We'd have cooperated 100%. As it is, we're battling with a split stick."
Nick handed him the telegram. "The reminder has chastened me, Captain. Perhaps you'd better have a look at this." Captain Malta glanced at it.
"I've seen a copy at the RCA offices on South King Street."
"Captain, you're amazing. How did you know—"
"Found your wireless in reply to the one he sent. Right on his desk at his quarters, unopened. He was murdered before he ever received it. Naturally, I could tell from your wires something of what he had sent and got in touch with RCA. Rather startling, wasn't it? 48-hour disaster."
25 hours now, Nick said, and we sit wasting time.
You are never wasting time when you are thinking, Captain Malta said. The culprit can be captured in 60 seconds if you know where to take him and what for. So, please, let's discuss this. What sort of disaster did you think Venner insinuated?
I don't know, Nick said. There was no way of telling. He mentioned the idea to Dr. Wing at lunch yesterday and said something about secrecy being essential to avoid panic among the people. So that would make it a universal disaster. I'd considered an artificial epidemic of cholera. You see, the impregnable fortress of Oahu is impregnable only so long as the men and women inside the fortress are able to man it. A sweeping epidemic of cholera would wreak havoc. I'm not much of a cholera man myself, never was much interested in the disease, because its causes and its remedies were so simple.
Well now, Captain Malta said, frowning heavily, you may have hit the nail on the head.
It would be the easiest sort of thing to start rolling, and the easiest way of reaching the entire populace of Oahu Island. It's a horrible idea, but it's quite possible it wouldn't work.
It's not contagious, is it? The captain asked.
Oh, no, you have to drink cholera to catch it. It's in the water. And that's what I mean about it not working. You have a high % Chinese and Japanese population on the island. The Chinese learned about cholera hundreds of years ago when they became a nation of tea drinkers. In other words, I'm quite sure your Chinese population would not come down with it because they boiled their water for tea. We Americans ourselves are coffee drinkers, so that the disease would not be apt to decimate us, and the moment you had more than the average cases, you'd warn everyone to boil water and you would nip it in the bud. It's not contagious. There's the crux. So I'm almost certain you can discard the premise, Nick said. And that leaves me absolutely without another theory, because that is the only epidemic I know of which could possibly be started artificially.
Then we must look for a different disaster. Now, see if what I have to tell you suggests anything to you. Today is Tuesday. Monday morning, a soldier from Schofield Barracks named Robert McPherson reported in here at the hospital violently ill. The nurse on duty downstairs, Miss Farrar, I think her name is, she said he was in poor shape, to express it mildly. Dr. Venner brought him up to isolation and put him off in a room by himself with a nurse, Miss Agatha Wilson. Then Dr. Venner came down with his aide, Woolton, and said that no one was to see the patient without his permission. By Monday noon, the patient apparently failing, Dr. Venner went down to Honolulu. Where he went, we have no idea. Why he left a dying man is also something I don't understand. You say that he lunched with Dr. Wing, and this wasn't all, obviously. He never returned to the hospital. He was alive to send you the radiogram at 8:33, but he never returned to Stafford Hospital.
Nick said, It's possible he deserted his patient and went downtown because of the urgency of the terrible secret he had unearthed. If the patient were in a hopeless condition, the why he isolated the patient so thoroughly interests me. Captain, I think it might do us no harm to visit the isolation ward and see the patient.
Oh, he's probably dead, Captain Malta said.
Do you know what was wrong with him?
Not an iota.
Well, couldn't we have a word or two with Miss Agatha Wilson? The nurse would certainly have his nursing charts all handy.
Of course, Captain Malta said suddenly and grimly. We've been fools. Of course that's it. This all began when McPherson reported in. Up to that time, obviously, there had been no intimation of any disaster. Venner was going about his business normally here. But after McPherson reported in, things began to pop.
I don't quite get it, Captain, Nick said.
Don't you see, Adams, a dying man always relieves his sinful soul. And if McPherson were part of this plot, or were even aware of it, he might have poured out his soul to Venner and revealed the very crux we're after. Consider it. Venner's isolating him, the secrecy involved, Venner rushing downtown, seeing Wing, speaking of disaster, trying to find you, finally wirelessing you in desperation. It all goes back to this McPherson patient and stops. There's nothing beyond McPherson.
Well, in that case, let's see the man or corpse, as the case may be, Nick said, jumping to his feet. And Miss Wilson should be able to unburden herself to a great extent. Where is Isolation, Captain? Isolation was on the 3rd floor. They took the elevator up and reported to a Dr. Hugh Hollister, a grumpy little man with spectacles and a reddish mustache. He and Malta seemed to know each other. "It's Venner's patient, Hugh," Captain Malta said. "The Robert McPherson in Isolation. I beg your pardon, this is Nicholas Adams of the CI offices. Adams, this is Dr. Hollister in charge here now." "How do, Doctor?" Hollister grumbled. "Glad to meet you. Heard a lot about you. If you want to see McPherson, you're out of luck." Nick's heart fell. "Even if he's dead, I wouldn't know about that," said Hollister. "But I'm damn sick of John's hocus-pocus on this thing. Why, he left strict orders that no one was to take a look at McPherson unless he ordered it in writing. And since he's the commanding officer, that's the way it was. Of course, Wilson was with his pet nurse, and he trusted her implicitly, along with Woolton." "I'd like to talk with her," said Nick. "You can't," said Hollister. "She's gone." "Gone?" Captain Malta said sharply. "What the devil are you talking about, Hugh? Gone where?" "Well, you don't have to be popping off at me. Tell it to John Venner. It's all his fault, this whole abracadabra. Agatha Wilson went out with McPherson about an hour ago." "With McPherson?" Nick exclaimed, appalled. "Are you surprised?" Dr. Hollister grumbled. "My word, I'd have expected you at least to know all about it. McPherson was switched down to the Cardwell Institute laboratories for further treatment. Don't ask me what kind of treatment. I don't even know what was wrong with him. All I know is an efficient sort of snob from the government offices, a colonel at that, came in here with a release for the patient signed by John Venner, along with credentials from the Cardwell Institute verifying McPherson's removal and admittance to the CI labs." "Who signed the Cardwell Institute papers?" Nick asked sharply, his hands trembling. "Why, Paul Cameron, of course. He's the chief down there." Captain Malta took a chair, sighing quietly, his face looking most indulgent despite the reverses. "Then McPherson is really gone, Hugh, and Miss Wilson with him?" "All signed out. They left in a private ambulance which was waiting down in the emergency courtyard." "Hand me the phone, please, Hugh. You can have it when I'm finished, Adams." Captain Malta telephoned Central Police Station and asked to have the ambulance checked. He sent 2 men over to the Cardwell Institute labs. Dr. Hollister looked amazed. "Now," Malta said quietly, still holding the phone, "what did your snobbish colonel look like, Hugh?" Hollister began an elaborate description, which proved to be unnecessary, for even from the briefest details, Nick recognized the fellow as the same pink-skinned gentleman who had visited him at the Royal Hawaiian, posing as John Venner. He considered the man's efficiency, for if the imposter had managed to sign out McPherson only an hour before, he had still been able to pop in on Nick and explain that the case was closed. The man had cold nerve. Malta said into the phone, "Yes, it's Zeller again. You've got to find him. I'd report it to intelligence also, since we're more interested in him than they are." "Yes?" "Yes, in 30 minutes or so. I'll be there. Goodbye." He hung up. Nick said, "You know the man?" "Yes. Fritz Zeller, a German agent. Intelligence knows him a bit better and would like to nip him. It's a firing squad when they do. He's a damned clever lad. You wished to call Cameron, didn't you?" "Yes," Nick said. He took the telephone, got through to Paul Cameron at his home. "Paul," he said, "did you sign credentials acknowledging that a patient from the Stafford named Robert McPherson was to be treated and admitted to the CI labs?" Dr. Cameron was silent a moment. "Say it again, Nick?" After he had repeated it, Cameron said, perplexed, "I'm afraid not, Nick. I didn't know what the devil you were talking about for a moment. You sound rather perturbed." "There's been a forgery, then," Nick said. "That's all. I'll explain it later, Paul. Good night." He hung up. He sighed heavily. "You can assume the worst," he murmured. "I already had," Captain Malta replied dryly.
And you needn't look so pop-eyed, Hugh. I think you're both quite mad, said Dr. Hollister, awed. A touch of sun? Johnny Venner is dead. Murdered, Captain Malta said. And don't ask me for explanations. You ponder it, and it ought to explain our behavior here.
Are you sure the charts are gone? Nick asked desperately.
Yes, she took them with her. Murdered. John murdered? Let's get out of here, Captain Malta said. This chap will hold us for hours asking details. Read the newspapers, Hugh, and thanks for all the help.
They went downstairs. Nick said, in admiration, "You've done a good job on this thing, Captain."
Not at all, Captain Malta said. This has all been routine. Don't be impressed. Actually, it has accomplished little. As for my having covered so many details, remember, I've been at it longer than you, ever since we found Venner's body at Maili by the tracks of the Oahu Railroad. He was found shot through the head, stark naked, all identification removed. I recognized him, of course. He was not meant to be found so soon, being in a stream. There were some chains still on one leg, but the heavier weights had dropped off. Where did you plan on going now?
To Schofield Barracks, Nick said, to find Sergeant Woolton.
I'll save you the trip, said Captain Malta. He's not there.
Not there? Where is he?
I wish I knew. If he is still alive, I think he may be hiding out. Possibly he wishes to reach you, since he must have known that Venner had wired you. I would like you to go back to town. I want you to be convenient for Woolton to find.
Nick had a cold thought. The weights and chains might have hung on to him. He could be at the bottom of the ocean.
Anything is possible,
said Captain Malta, his white, bushy brows jerking as he moved them.
We should try to be optimistic. It's the least we can do. Come along, Adams. I'll drive you back to town myself. I'd like you to meet the man I've put on you for safety's sake. His name's Crowell. He's a nice fella, seen service in New York's finest.
Sergeant Crowell was waiting in the lobby downstairs. He was a cheerful soul, moon-faced and with a glistening gold tooth in the front of his mouth.
"Highly pleased to make your acquaintance, sir," he said, shaking hands.
"We're going back together," Malta said. "You follow. Nothing on the way out?"
"No one followed him, Captain."
"Very good. Keep a weather eye on the doctor. Have a feeling he's going to be worth his weight in gold before long."
Nick was gloomy. "It will have to be before long. It's nearly 8 o'clock. That gives us a solitary day, according to Venner's own time limit. Not many hours, Captain."
"True," Malta said.
His voice was low, but his eyes were hard.
"Still, empires have vanished in less time. We've a chance. We've a chance."
But he did not sound enthusiastic. Chapter 4. The Empty Carton. There had been no calls for him at the hotel, no Woolton to his intense disappointment. While he was still at the desk, he saw Dr. Cameron come in. He glanced at his wristwatch, saw it was only a few minutes past 8. He joined Cameron. "Paul," he said, "it may be a hit-and-run meal. I'm expecting a very important call, and I can't risk missing it." "Well, that's all right, Nick," Cameron said, his voice cool. "Although I did want to tell you a personal decision I made today." "Well, we'll have time for that, surely," Nick said. "Go ahead, I'll tell them at the desk that I'm inside, and if there are any calls, they can page me there. I'll eat with you, then go up to my room and change my things." He joined Paul Cameron at a table a few moments later. Nick turned to Cameron, who did not look well, nor did he look ill. His cheeks were very hollow and his color was not good, and from the twitching of his fingers, he seemed to be tense and nervous. "What was your news, Paul?" Nick said. "I've tendered my resignation from the Institute," Cameron said, "effective immediately." "What?" Nick exclaimed sharply. "Your resignation? Have you gone crazy, Paul?" "I put it in writing by mail, but I also cabled the New York office of my decision," said Cameron, his voice dead. Paul, in the name of heaven! I had an offer from the University of Southern California, a doctor of pathology there, my own department, much free time for any experimentation I desire. In other words, a free hand. So I've accepted. I'm tired of malaria. I've done all I can do with it. I want to go at the leprobacilli. I'm going to try and find the way the blight has communicated. Well, I'm terribly disappointed, Nick said gravely. It's such a poor time to lose a man like you. Very kind of you, Nick. Oh, the hell with kindness. You've spoiled the night for me. They'll have a struggle getting another fellow like you. There are better than I, Cameron said. His eyes were abnormally bright, and he could not sit still. That's not true. I can't believe it still. Its causes are not easily explained, Nick. They're bound up in my own life. Tonight, I am finishing here a task I dedicated myself to many, many years ago when I was very young. Tomorrow, I will start on a new task and a new dedication, and perhaps my life will not be, in the future, the inhibited turmoil it has been in the past. Nick shrugged. I don't know what you mean, but of course you know what you're doing. Out of the whole thing, I'm grateful for your friendship, Nick. You sound as if you were resigning from that, too. A waiter stopped by and bowed politely.
A telephone call for a doctor, please.
Which doctor? Nick said, starting to rise.
Dr. Cameron, Tuan.
Cameron rose. He seemed relieved.
Be right back.
He left. Cameron returned in a few moments, his face somber.
I'm very sorry, but I'll have to run.
I know you're busy, Nick, too, so suppose you come to the labs tomorrow. Very well, Nick said. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Nick.
Night, Paul. Almost instantly, the waiter came over again.
Pardon, Dr. Adams? You are wanted at the front desk, sir.
Nick signed the check hurriedly and walked out briskly. At the front desk, the clerk said, The telephone call you were expecting, Doctor? Good, Nick said, elated. I'll take it up in my room. Tell the gentleman to hold on. Very well, Doctor. And just a moment. Your friend, Dr. Cameron, dropped this package as he was leaving. Will you be able to return it to him? Nick took the small carton about the size of a toothpaste tube box, nodded, and said he would return it to Cameron, and then ran for his room. Nick unlocked the door and went in. The moonlight through the window looked very beautiful. The telephone was ringing. He hurried to the phone without turning on the lights and sat on the edge of the bed as he answered it. Hello? Nicholas? Hello, Eddie. Nick's voice dropped in disappointment. Eddie Wings sounded serene, as was his way. Sweetheart, I would appreciate the pleasure of your company this evening for the dropping of a few pearls of wisdom and the eating of some poi. Eddie, thanks, but you know, huapala, I insist. Eddie was firm. I have a friend here who is most anxious to meet you. In fact, visiting me might coincide perfectly with your plans for the night. Nick began to warm. This friend wouldn't be a denizen of Brooklyn by any chance. Eddie Wings said whimsically, I do believe he mentioned the fact. We may expect you then, Nicholas? Yes, Nick said. Bless your heart, Eddie. Bless my foot, Eddie said. Come on over. At once. Nick hung up. Sergeant Woolton had been found. Dr. Venner's aide-de-camp was at Wings' house. It was marvelous good luck, and Nick began to feel the pulse of optimism in his veins. He started for the door hastily, not bothering to change, but hearing a faint click behind him, he paused at the door, his back against it. There was an amused chuckle in the dark. Nick's heart jumped. He reached for the light, hesitated. A voice as liquid as oil said,
Please, sir, forgive me, but you may turn on the light.
Nick flipped the switch. When the room blazed, he found Mr. H.H. Tse lying on the bed. Mr. Tse was not reclining exactly. He was half erect, his shoulders against the headboard, a pillow under them, and his knees were high against his chest. He was dangling his pistol carelessly, his index finger crooked under the trigger guard.
Good evening, sir,
he said, his face with less expression than a judge's.
Forgive this worthless one such informality.
He rose mockingly to his feet and bowed. "Well, Mr. Tsi," Nick said. He halted at a momentary loss for words. "We meet again. I had high hopes I'd avoid another visit from you."
"Forgive me," said Mr. Tsi, "but your so clever escape at Waiina was so very much a challenge to me. You are armed, sir?"
"No."
"Forgive me, sir, if I make certain for myself."
Gracefully, he moved behind Nick. Nick stood stock still while those long fingers probed his person for a gun and found none.
"You have something of great importance in your hand, sir?"
"Since I haven't seen it yet, I wouldn't know," Nick said.
"Forgive me, sir. I will see for myself."
Mr. Tsi took Cameron's carton from Nick and opened it. He did not just rip it open. He inserted one of his long index fingers under the flap and very evenly raised the flap. There was nothing inside. The carton was empty. Mr. Tsi looked at the thing blankly. It could not have meant anything to him, but with his lack of facial expression, Nick wasn't able to make any guesses. Mr. Tsi shrugged.
"So very sorry, sir."
He dropped the carton on the bed. "Quite all right," Nick said. "I'm sorry I don't have a lot of personal papers you could peruse. It would probably do your heart good. Or can you read, Mr. Tsi?" Mr. Tsi's eyes glittered.
"Forgive me, doctor, but this witless one has earned the accomplishment. This humble one is aware that he would normally be your inferior."
He drew himself erect.
"But a pistol, sir, is the great equalizer. One man, yellow or white, is as good as another."
"Ah," Nick said, stalling, "a philosopher."
"Forgive me, sir, but you are right. I am a philosopher. But this poor one is also a realist. You are my prisoner, if you please, and this time you must not escape. You must not offer resistance, doctor, because this time, forgive me, I will take no chances."
"What are your plans for me?" Nick said heavily. He was not afraid, his voice was quite steady, and he felt very cool.
"Forgive me, sir. This unfortunate one does not make the plans. If it were left to me to make the plans, you would be fermenting in Waiana, sir. For when a man is considered dangerous to a cause, there is no wise recourse but to slay him. To do otherwise is to be careless, sentimental, or merciful, none of which are compatible with destiny. Forgive me, it is unchristian, but this realist believes that the meek will inherit only the grave. I am not of those meek, sir. Forgive me the personal mention. This person believes you should have perished in Malacca. This person believes that you should perish now, but others have seen fit to forbid imperiling your life, and elaborate precautions have thus been taken for your safety. Indeed, sir, the star which blessed your birth will take you from this city tonight, for which, Christianly, you should offer your gratification to the deity. Those who are left in Oahu on the morrow will not offer prayers to the deity this side of hell."
Nick felt the goose pimples studding his flesh. He managed to ask, "And these precautions, Mr. Tsi?"
"Forgive me, sir. I have the drug herewith. You are to drink a glass of water in which is dissolved 2 tablets from this bottle. I've been given to understand that they will render you unconscious within a brief time. When you recover your senses, sir, you will be en route south by small boat to Lanai, properly warned that should you show yourself in this locality again, immediate death would result. Forgive me, sir."
"For God's sake," Nick said huskily, "I forgive thee. Don't keep saying that. What guarantee have I that the drug isn't nitric acid or the like?"
"None, sir."
Nick walked to the bed and sat down and put his head in his hands. "And if I refuse, you shoot?"
"Forgive me, sir," Mr. Tsi said, eyes inflexible, "but that would be my pleasure."
Nick raised his head. He dropped his eyes to the carton on the bed, the empty carton which the clerk had given him. He could just see the legend on the face of the box. The drug had a Cardwell Institute label on it, a number, and the words, "Hafkin Vaccine." 5 silent seconds passed while his brain absorbed the words. They transfixed him. He went rigid, his mouth agape, his eyes dilated, his face paling. It struck home. The whole rotten, terrifying business hit into the pit of the stomach with force which stiffened his muscles and knotted a nausea in his throat. The realization welled up in his mind in a roaring crescendo, and he saw the past flit by in rapid succession from the 2nd century through the 20th in the twinkling of an eye. Here was a plot he would not have believed possible, a plot where artificiality was almost fantastic, and yet the simple legend on the carton, like a thunderbolt, declaimed the fact. All at once, the pieces fitted together. The entire jigsaw puzzle coincided its multitudinous parts perfectly. In the lightning-swift procession of the past, he saw imperial Rome decimated, the houses filled with dead, the streets with funerals, the air with lamentations. He saw the Italian boot gripped in the thing, Genoa, Siena, Pisa, prostrated, nearly all the population struck down. The city of Florence taken in storm, perishing in the twinkling of an eye. He saw the Channel crossed and London blighted, and 70,000 men and women dying swiftly and terribly. He saw the red crosses on the doors of Drury Lane, and the words, "Lord, have mercy on us," inscribed thereon, as Samuel Pepys had seen. He saw the dancing rats, red-eyed, sick and dying, coming down the centuries to Hong Kong, Manila, Bombay. He saw the flea, Pulex Chiopus, and the cry echoed in his mind like the beat of a kettle drum. Plague, plague, plague. All this from the simple legend on the carton. The 2 words, Haffkine vaccine, explains so much. Back in time, recent enough to be called contemporary, a professor named W.M. Haffkine of Bombay had developed a vaccine for bubonic plague, which aroused the immunity forces of an individual against the Black Death, although the time of immunity was extremely brief. Nick had used it often, injecting himself before going into plague foci to stamp out the pestilence. A man like Cameron, working in Honolulu where plague was not endemic, could never have had a sane reason for such an injection, unless he was working with plague. It raced through Nick's mind feverishly as he sat on the bed, all in brief seconds, for Mr. Tse did not seem aware of any prolonged stalling. Disaster imminent in 48 hours. McPherson must have been part of the plot, come down with the buboes, and in his dying terror had blurted it all out to Colonel Venner. It was madness. He would not have believed it could be handled artificially, and yet, of them all, it was the surest and most sweeping pestilence. It was the sort of thing which could decimate half of the entire garrison of the island, make the naval base almost uninhabitable, the crowded native sections a pyre of dead, wipe out the manpower in the military barracks. It was difficult to control when it erupted naturally. Artificially begun, with varied and numerous foci, with thousands of rats and fleas. The image stunned him. The Black Death was Omega. There was scarcely any survival if you were struck. You could bury a man in the morning and be buried yourself that evening. Everything seemed clearer. Venner's mentioning qualifications for the job and speaking of his Cairo work. What the devil? He'd been in Cairo many times and done much work, but he knew now that Venner had meant his work in Cairo when he had hunted incessantly for the Focus, found it, and destroyed it. The greatest rat catcher in Egypt, they had called him. Nick had never liked working on plague. It was hazardous, its mortality breathtaking. He remembered when he had stood in a Cairo cellar and seen his covered legs swarming with fleas from the dancing, dying rats in that black hole. Mr. Tse said suddenly, "Forgive me, sir. Time passes and you must reach a decision." "Get me the glass of water and put in your chloral hydrate," Nick said. He rubbed his hands against each other hard, thinking, watching Mr. Tse with caution. Mr. Tse did not have to leave the room. He poured a glass of water from the Bombay cooler on the side table and dropped the 2 pills into the water where they dissolved. He was standing fairly close to the bed. Nick shifted his weight forward so that his feet, curling under the bed, would be able to raise him quickly. Then, Mr. Tse, gun in his right hand, glass of water in his left, said, "Forgive me, sir. Your potion is ready. If you please." "Can it be," Nick remarked casually, "that you have canine blood, Mr. Tse? Are you related, then, to the Ming dogs?" "Forgive me, sir," Mr. Tse replied, mouth hard. "Is it a poor joke?" "A poor joke," Nick said, and then he drove it home. "I just happened to notice the flea on your leg." The glass of water dropped with a crash. For the first time in their acquaintanceship, Nick saw expression on the face of H.H.C. A gnarled pattern of intermingled terror and repugnance broke down the passive structure of the Chinese's countenance, and he threw his head and eyes down without any thought but of his own survival to see the flea, in his mind the only flea, the plague flea. Nick thought, coming up from the bed, that he took an eternity. He had been tensed, tuning his body for just that moment. He put all pressure on the balls of his feet and shot up from the bed, his right fist out like a ramrod. He had meant to catch Mr. Tse on the jaw, but he miscalculated and struck the Chinese square in the face with force which drove a sharp pain through his hand and lifted the man over backwards to the floor. Mr. Tse made no sound, but Nick could see the Chinese had not dropped the gun. Nick kicked at the gun hand, caught the barrel of the pistol with his toe, sent the gun spinning across the room. It struck the wall a savage blow and detonated. The sound was sharp and frightening. He did not see where the bullet went. He ran across the room, imagining he heard Mr. Tse coming to for possession of the pistol. Nick picked it up, breathless, and wheeled. But Mr. Tse lay on the floor, on his back, where he had first fallen, his nose bleeding profusely, his eyes closed. "I've killed him," Nick thought, appalled. There was, however, a strong pulse. Holding the gun and watching the Chinese, Nick picked up the telephone. "I want a policeman," he said. It was a classic phrase in the forepart of every American telephone directory. He supplemented it. "Page as Sergeant Crowell. He may be in the lobby. Then call Army Intelligence. Captain Malta. I've caught a gunman in my room." The desk clerk couldn't say a word. Nick hung up, his hand shaking from excitement. He couldn't catch his breath. Good Lord, it was a mess. It was no time to be respectable, even though he gave his respectability a momentary thought, worrying about it. Someone called him from the door. "Are you all right, sir? Open up in here." He opened the door. Sergeant Crowell strode in, his face screwed tight, a revolver in his hand. "Heard the shot," he said. "You heard the shot? Then you couldn't have been downstairs." "I was in the lobby," Sergeant Crowell said. "Sounded like a blasted cannon. Is that the one, the Slow-Eye, sir?" "His name is H.H.C., Nick replied. He gave Crowell the gun. "You can arrest him. I've no time to wait for details at this point. Please, get in touch with Captain Malta and tell him to meet me at the home of Eddie Wing. Can you remember that? Wing's home. And whatever you do, don't let this man escape." Sergeant Crowell cocked his head grimly. "That point you don't have to think about twice, sir. With me, they don't escape alive." Nick retrieved the vaccine carton, put it in his pocket, and fled. He took a cab and drove quickly to Dr. Wing's home, which was located out in Nu'uanu Valley, not far from the country club. From the outside, the stucco house was ordinary, but its interior was carpeted with luxuriantly deep rugs, the walls studded with Hawaiian objet d'art, the furniture polished teakwood, the place alive with books of many languages. There was a musty richness about Eddie Wing's home which did not match his youth. "Nicholas," he said, "welcome to Stony Brook. Come in, please, quickly." "It's plague," Nick breathed, unable to contain himself. "It's plague, Eddie. Bubonic plague. Look at this." He thrust the carton at Wing. "Paul Cameron inoculated himself with this stuff tonight. It means he's either working with plague or trying to break this thing himself. And the second possibility is an impossibility. I'm convinced. He's been in and out of this thing vaguely ever since I found it. His signature was forged to the credentials Zeller used to get McPherson and his nurse out of the hospital. Now I don't think it was a forgery at all. His resigning his post here, leaving tomorrow himself.
It all fits, don't you see? He's in it. My God, I can't believe such a thing, but he's in it. Huapala, catch your breath, Eddie Wing said, his voice a whisper in comparison with Nick's hoarseness. You're too excited. Come upstairs quickly. Sergeant Woolton is here, and he has news. I don't believe it's plague. You can't use plague in artificial fashion. Too dangerous. Yes, Nick said. It's plague, all right. If it hadn't been plague, I might not be here. It was plague to the damned gunman who... Where's Woolton, Eddie? I'm out of hand. Upstairs in the forward bedroom. Go ahead, scramble. Go right up and visit with him, but don't let him get excited. He's wounded. Nick nodded and ran up the stairs. He knew the guest room well, had spent many nights in it. There was a faint scent of sandalwood upstairs. He opened the guest room door, went in, and found Sergeant Woolton reposing in bed. A young man, brawny and huge, with a big face, big hands, and wild hair. He sat up instantly, his face showing some pain, and said, "Hello, pal. Who are you?" "I'm Nicholas Adams," Nick said. "Woolton?" "That's the name, Doc. My friends call me Boydie." "You're wounded?" "Yeah, Doc. The Jap slipped me one. Square in the groin, but that won't stop me. It didn't stop me when I caught it. I wish to hell you could patch me up for the final because I'm a fighting man, Doc. And I'd like to be in this thing for the wind-up." "You take it easy," Nick said. "Let's see it." It was a serious wound. Eddie Wing had already attended to the extraction of the bullet. If there was going to be peritonitis, Bertie Woolton was in trouble. But he didn't seem to mind. His energy, under the circumstances, was amazing. "Will I make the grade, Doc?" "Yes, if you give yourself a chance and stay strong." "Good. I'll moiter him when I get out." Nick replied, "How did you get shot and who shot you?" "Jap named Kita shot me because I got too nosy," said Woolton, his voice strong. "Oh, he was a sneaky little monkey. I never got a shot at him. I'm glad you came down, sir. I knew the colonel was going to wire you. That was the last I saw of him when he went to the RCA on King. 'Boydie,' he says to me, 'you keep your glimmers on Kita until you hear from me. Kita knows where the focus is, and Kita will lead you there.'" Nick said, "Now talk slowly and take it easy. You'd better start at the beginning, Woolton." "Okay," Woolton said, nodding. He leaned back in bed and rested a moment. "Began yesterday morning. Punk named Robert McPherson reported in at Stafford ill. Slinky little rat. Colonel Venner put him to bed, and McPherson was full of lumps. Colonel got Miss Wilson, told me to get out. I ain't a butcher, you see." "Yes, I know." "The next thing, the colonel comes dashing out like an M3 heading for Libya. 'Boydie,' he says, 'hell to pay. We gotta work fast, lots of work, Boydie, before they turn this island into a pest hole.'" Nick said, "Did Venner tell you what McPherson had related to him?" "If you hold your hat, Doc, I'll tell you exactly like I was told. And this manhole in my belly hurts." He stirred restlessly. Nick knew that Bertie Woolton couldn't be killed by one wound. The fellow's strength and sang-froid were wonderful. "Now, the colonel didn't talk much. What it is, he says, I can't tell you, Boydie. But in brief, this McPherson was part of a plot to spread a lot of death around this island where it would do the most good. Punk was going to introduce the Schofield barracks to this screwy blitz. That was his job, and he came down with the same sickness he had planned for his pals." Woolton frowned. "It was a sickness of some kind." "I know what it is now," Nick said. "I don't like to be impatient under the circumstances, Woolton, but time is precious." "Sure, pal," Woolton nodded. "I'll blitz it. So, the colonel says I'm going down for a snort with Doc Wing because there is only one mug for this job, and that's his pal Nicholas Adams, you. I gotta get Adams here at once, he says, because McPherson said inoculation has already begun, and they plan to loose the sickness on the island within 48 hours, when the rats are thoroughly infected. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. I'm a fighting man. I ain't a sawbones." "You're making sense," Nick said. "Keep going, Woolton. Did he know where the focus was?" Focus. He said focus, too. What's a focus?" "A focus is the center. It's where they would have these infected rats." "No, my friend, that he didn't know. That yellow rat McPherson got hold of himself, Doc. He'd been out of his head for fear and spouting all this dope, and all of a sudden McPherson got leery that the colonel wouldn't save him. So he shut up like a clam and said he would give out no more singing unless Colonel Venner saved him from the lumps. The colonel threatened him with every torture this side of Canarsie, but McPherson wouldn't open up. First, he'd been afraid of what he had. Then he was afraid of the colonel leaving him to die. Colonel Venner said there was nothing he could do anyhow. What was McPherson's job in the thing? Nick asked. He was going to infect Schofield Barracks. But how? I don't know, Woolton said. How the hell would a man infect the barracks? You should know, Doc. He'd have to transport infected rats by truck, Nick said. Truck? Said Woolton. You're within a smell of it, Doc, because McPherson had raved about some people, see? He'd mentioned a man named Zeller and a man named the Chief and a man named Keita. The colonel told me that I was to find Keita and that Keita was a trucker and that I was to follow Keita until he led me to the Focus. And you found Keita? He had a trucking agency on Chalea Street. There was a spot over the road from the garage, and I hung in there with a bottle until it was a dead Marine. Then the nipper came out of the garage. He drove his own car. I chased him in a taxi. He went down to Bishop Street and stopped in front of a place called Laboratories Limited. That was when I caught my slug. Keita saw me leave the cab, and if I'd not been in uniform, it would have been different. I ducked into an alley, and I thought I'd lost a nip, but I hadn't. I was rounding the corner behind the stores when I caught one. I heard the shot, and he just got me turning. See how it hit me, and I went down, then I got up, and I could still walk, but I knew I couldn't get far. There was a parking space behind the alley, and 6 trucks lined up with Keita's name on the side of them. They had tarpaulin over the back, so I crawled under there. The trucks was empty. When was this? Around noon, Doc, because the heat was filthy the rest of the day. The trucks stayed there. I could hear them looking for me, but I hadn't bled outside my clothes, and there was no trail. When it got dark, I managed to get out of the alley into a cab. I came right to Dr. Wing's place because I figured he'd know where the colonel was. Then I heard they'd bumped off the colonel. That's all. Nick shook his head. Woolton, he said, his face alive. You're terrific. I'm dead tired, Woolton said. He smiled. Thanks, pal. It's your show now. Make it a Lulu and slit the slowest slug from his pal Birdie. Chapter 5. The Men Behind the Rats. There was no time to waste. Nick was aware that Eddie Wing had been in the room with them for most of it, but had disappeared. Nick went downstairs to find Captain Malta in the hall with Wing, a Colt H5 at his hip. In a minute, Nick said. We can break it open if we're not too late. He picked up the telephone and called the quarantine station in Honolulu. This is Dr. Nicholas Adams of the Cardwell Institute, he began formally so that they would place him. He knew Dr. Jeremiah Riggs down there very well. He asked for Dr. Riggs, and they switched the call to Dr. Riggs's home. It took some minutes, and Nick was in a nervous frenzy. Hello, Riggs. This is Nick Adams. Yes, in Honolulu, but listen, Jerry, I haven't time for amenities. I want you, please understand this, it's most urgent. I want you to get together the fumigation equipment. Yes, hydrocyanic gas and sulfur and anything you have, bring it all. I'm not sure what sort of situation there may be. To the Laboratories Limited on Bishop Street. I mean every word, Riggs. There's a bubonic plague focus there. Thanks, Jerry. Thanks very much. He hung up. Captain Malta said, Bishop Street, Doctor. The shopping center? Yes. I'll be damned, said Captain Malta, his face red and his eyebrows bristling. Plague. This is out of my line, Adams. No time to talk, Nick said. Let's go. Do you have men? Not with me. Captain Malta telephoned headquarters. Give me a company at once, he said. Laboratories Limited on Bishop Street. The men are to deploy with arms covering the entrance. There's a trucking exit in the rear, Nick said. That's most important. Make certain the men who cover that section are protected on hands and legs from any flea bites. Make certain of that, Malta, or it may mean death for them. Malta relayed the information and received some in return. He did? I'll leave word here, then, for him to follow. Yes, at once. He hung up. Sergeant Crowell brought in a prisoner at Central Station and said that he had information for me.
He's on the way over. Dr. Wing, will you inform the sergeant that I've left with Dr. Adams for—"
"I imagine," Dr. Wing said quietly, "your sergeant is just arriving. There is a car racing down the road." He was right. Sergeant Crowell was in the car, and he brought it to a roaring halt in front of the house, behind Captain Malta's car. Sergeant Crowell jumped out. Captain Malta said tersely,
"Headquarters said you had important information for me."
"Yes, Captain, I have. On that gunman, Mr. Tsi, Doctor. I found these inter-island boat tickets for Lanai. He was taking the morning boat, 2 tickets.
"He was to take me," Nick said. "At least he said so."
Yes, sir, but that ain't what I mean. Look here, on the other side is the address where the tickets were sent to him. Care of the Laboratories Limited, Bishop Street. I thought—"
"Good job," Malta snapped. "Fortunately, we're a bit ahead of you. We already have the address. Let's be going."
Nick and Eddie Wing got into Malta's car as the engine started. Nick shut out everything but the job. It came easily to him. He had done it often before when he had a patient. You could be thinking of 1,000 important things, and suddenly you saw your patient, and in a twinkling you had detached yourself from everything but the patient and your treatment of him. Oahu was the patient this night, and, not unlike those distant days when he had interned at Lenox Hill in New York, he was answering an emergency call, and all that was lacking was the clanging bell of an ambulance. "I can't impress upon you the value of secrecy," Nick Adams told Captain Malta as they drove into town together. "I fully understand now why Venner was so mysterious. I don't mind your knowing that we have bubonic plague in Oahu, Captain, and I pray to God we stamp it out before the night is over. Naturally, Dr. Riggs and his disinfecting crew are going to know too, and I suppose intelligence will be informed. But other than that, I would hush any publicity on the matter, for it ought to be fairly plain to you that such a plot suggests itself again, or suggests others, and that isn't so good. Also, the population might be too close to a panic line on any other incident, which may transpire, for war is war and other incidents will come along."
"I understand thoroughly," Captain Malta said. "I'm even inclined to think I would have acted as Colonel Venner did. It was just his own incredible bad luck in being murdered that prevented a successful conclusion to the thing, as he had planned it. Plague. I don't know much of these things. That's the one with rats."
"Yes," Nick said. "That's the one with rats. That's the one that wiped off half the population of Europe some centuries ago. That's the one they worry about even in the United States at ports like Mobile or New Orleans or San Francisco."
"Could it really work?" Captain Malta asked, his voice awed.
"It's hard to think. It may still work," Nick said. "If they've loaded those trucks with infected rats to establish various foci at the naval base, at various barracks, at the docks, and in the Chinese quarter, not I nor 20 like me will stop the fire once it begins to burn."
"But exactly how did the rats do it? Why is it so difficult? It's easy enough to trap a rat."
"The rat doesn't do it. The rat is the carrier. There are 2 types of fleas that do it. They are infected, Chiapas and Asta. They climb onto a rat, live on him, infect him. When he dies, they hide in the dust and leap onto the next living thing that comes by. Since the long-tailed black moose rattus makes his home with man, he brings the flea into man's quarters, and you have plague. In septicemic plague, there is a 90% mortality and no treatment of any avail. The 10% are just lucky. In pneumonic plague, man can then directly contaminate man by merely coughing. The possibilities are gruesome to look upon. As for trapping the rat, Captain, I will pay you a fine reward if you will find me the resting place of the rat. Like the elephant, the rodent burying ground has never been found. Think of it. There is 1 rat for every 2 persons in the world, and yet his tomb has never been found. A famous scientist connected with the Rockefeller Institute once spent much time in Manila trying to find the rat's grave, and never succeeded. It is most difficult to catch a dead rat, Captain, and in this case it is the dead rat who is likely to have carried the sinister boarders who strike plague." Captain Malta made no comment. His silence was one of dismay. They turned into Bishop Street and proceeded to the address. They found that the constabulary had already done an excellent piece of work. The street was roped off on either side, and the quarantine fumigating equipment stood by, waiting. the truck with the big pumps, hoses, and cylinders of deadly hydrocyanic gas. A tall, dignified man with a fine mustache met Malta, and the captain introduced the newcomer as Major Henry Dinwoodie, commanding the soldiers who had been rushed to the scene.
"We must move quickly," Dinwoodie said. "It's possible they aren't aware of us yet. This was done quickly and quietly."
"Is the rear covered?" Nick asked.
"Quite thoroughly."
"And they aren't aware?"
"No, Doctor," Dinwoodie said. "They are loading small crates into the trucks."
Nick shuddered and said, "Let's go, Captain. Don't storm the place, Major. Just make certain that no one leaves the front entrance, and have the fumigating crew ready to pump. If there are any other people in these shops along the way, get them out and force them to leave until we are finished. It will take time." Captain Malta joined Nick. They were directed to the alley, followed it in the dark until they reached the area way behind the stores. They approached the rear of Laboratories Limited and were quietly halted by a tough sergeant, looking queer with white gloves and white leggings. He recognized Malta and apologized. They had reached the line. "What arrangements have you made?" Captain Malta asked the sergeant. "I blow my whistle and we go in with the bayonet," the sergeant said. He was very tall. Nick watched. Bare-legged, bare-armed coolies who didn't even realize what they were doing, earning their daily shilling, were bringing small wire-netted crates from the sliding rear door of the building and piling them one on top of the other in the rear of the various trucks. Close by the door, his arms folded stoically, stood a little man. Nick assumed it was the same Mr. Kita whose name adorned the trucks. Captain Malta passed a pistol and a flashlight to Nick. Nick rejected the pistol. "Never killed a man in my life," but took the torch. Nick said, "No point waiting, Captain. Leave the trucks as they are. Don't have your men touch them. Take every man in sight prisoner. The important thing is for me to get inside and seal that building. This is it, no doubt of it." "Blow your whistle, Sergeant," Captain Malta said. The sergeant took a breath and blew piercingly on his whistle. Soldiers evolved out of the darkness in more quantity than Nick had ever expected. He found himself running right in the vanguard, striving for the open door before Kita leaped in and closed it. There would be the devil to pay if they couldn't get in. Kita, surprised by the whistle and the sudden rush of men, threw his head one way and another and started shooting. Nick had not even seen him take a gun out, but the shots were vivid enough. His stomach was terrified, a rock-like knob, but his legs kept moving and his head was cool enough. He had a momentary vision as he approached the door of Kita, pointing a gun almost directly into his face. It couldn't happen to me, Nick thought in a flash, not me. Captain Malta, just behind him, fired at Kita and killed the Jap before Kita ever pulled his trigger. The proximity of Malta's pistol to Nick's ear was such that Nick thought he had burst an eardrum. His left ear rang and kept ringing, but other than that internal ring, it was as deaf as a stone. He saw the coolies yelling and chattering in a frantic fear. They were quickly taken, no resistance offered. Poor souls, he thought. They've lived with death tonight and don't even know it. He wondered how many of them had been infected by the valveless epipharynx of the plague flea. When he reached the door, he turned and went in. It was damned reassuring to have a man like Captain Malta at his side. The place was well lighted when they went in, but almost instantly, the fluorescent tubes died and the building plunged into darkness. Nick had a quick vision of the interior, and the room in which he stood he knew to be a former loft, now containing shelves in quantity, separated by little alleys, and the shelves which rose from the floor to a 6-foot height were filled with meshed cages in which the oddly sinister scuffle of the rats could be heard. Some of the beasts were squealing. It was ugly. "There's a staircase on the left," Nick panted. "Must go up to the laboratory itself. No one can get out?" "No one," Captain Malta said grimly. "I'll take the staircase. They must be up there." "Let me go first, Adams. You're not armed." No, it's all right." Nick found the staircase with his electric torch. The stairs were old and creaky, and he heard each one of his own steps as he ascended. A voice ahead of him called, "Adams?" "Yes," he said. "Yes." A rough, hard hand grasped him, swung him around, and pulled him. The torch fell from his hand. Nick felt the cold barrel of a gun against his cheek. In the dark, his assailant had meant for it to be against his head. There was a grunt. He heard Captain Malta trip on the stairs and curse. Then Malta called, "Adams, are you safe?" Nick's assailant said, "Is that you, Malta?" "Yes." "I want safe conduct," the man said. He was strong. "This is Zeller speaking. I'm holding Adams here. If you don't give me safe conduct, I'll kill him. I'll take him with me and release him when I get clear." "Has he got you, Doctor?" It occurred to Nick that he had a golden opportunity. The gun was hard against his cheek. He jerked his head backwards and found the right side of Zeller's thumb cushion against his mouth. He bit it as savagely as any animal and felt his teeth go deep. Zeller roared at the pain and futilely pounded Nick's back with his fist. Then Captain Malta's torch spotlighted them both. At that moment, the pressure of Nick's teeth opening the muscles of Zeller's hand, Zeller dropped his gun. It clattered down the stairs. Captain Malta raised his gun as Nick released Zeller's hand. "Kamerad!" Zeller said. He did not raise his hands. He shook the one which had been bitten. "Kamerad, Malta, I am taken." He said it very quickly, not frightened, but quickly nevertheless, for Malta was not being merciful in the press of things. "This is a dangerous man," Captain Malta said, "and I don't want to lose him in this melee. Can you wait a few seconds, Adams, while I deliver him to our guard downstairs?" "Go ahead, I'll wait." A gun in his back, Fritz Zeller said, his voice ugly, "I trust you have not infected me, Adams." "You never know," Nick said. "Better have a Pasteur treatment, although a chap like yourself should certainly have built up an immunization against rabies." "They should have wiped you off early," Zeller said. He went down the stairs with Malta behind him, grumbling something about the damned stubborn Dutchman. Alone, Nick Adams stood on the landing. His eyes had become more accustomed to the darkness, and that, coupled with the reflection of the electric torches on the floor of the loft below, showed him a door with an opaque glass upper half, marked private and closed. He was wary. Then he called, "Paul! Paul Cameron!" There was a voice beyond the door. "Nick?" Cameron's voice, but not cold and impersonal as it had always been. It was a tired voice, quivering with emotion. "It's no use, Paul," Nick called. "It's finished, Paul." The door opened. Cameron said, "Come in, quickly." Nick shivered and went in. He heard Cameron lock the door. They stood in the darkness. He heard Cameron moving. "Walk directly ahead," said Cameron wearily. "You'll find a chair." "You're a fool. You realize I could kill you as easily as I'd step on a spider? I've a Mauser here, Nick, in my hand." "Why would you kill me?" Nick said. "I'm the only friend you have left in this world." "Sit down," Cameron said. "Sit down." Nick found the chair and sat. He wished vainly that he could see Cameron's face, for the voice was tortured. He was not afraid. He said, "In the name of God, Paul, why did you do it?" He heard a sigh. "It was so perfect," Cameron whispered. "Damn you, Nick. Damn you, damn you. You've ruined a lifetime. You've destroyed a dream." "No, I have. I've done it myself. Committed harakiri because I was still capable of one human frailty. From the beginning, C and Zeller wanted to murder you, but I would not sanction it. I should have stayed in character and let them finish you, and tonight, Oahu would have begun its decline and fall. Oh, my God, why were you my friend in the beginning?" His voice broke, then choked into silence. There was a long and tense pause. Outside on the landing, Captain Malta called, "Adams, where are you?" Then the door rattled. Cameron fired at the door without warning, and the shot raised Nick's hair and took his breath away. He had not expected it. Cameron said, "You had better explain to your friend, Nick. I'll kill any man who comes through that door now. I'm not to be taken alive tonight." "Malta!" Nick called feverishly. "Don't come in here. I'm in here. I'm all right. Please don't come in." "You may tell him that you will be out presently, unharmed," Cameron said. "I want to talk with you, Nick." "I'll be out in a few minutes unharmed," Nick said. "Please be patient, Captain." "Are you saying that at gunpoint?" Malta called sharply. No, Nick said. "He could shoot me if he wished. Please stand by, Captain." The logic was plain. "Very well, Adams." "I am sitting here," Cameron said huskily in the dark, "and wondering what is being thought in that neat and honest mind of yours, Nick." Incredulity mostly. "You hate me," Cameron said in a tight voice. "I'm incapable of hate," Nick said, "but I can't forgive you this for any reason. Because you are a doctor. I could forgive no man who had sworn his fidelity by the Hippocratic Oath such a black, rotten plot. It was your job to save lives, not extinguish them. It was your job to put everything else in life aside, all your personal wishes, and save, not destroy." "You'd never understand," Cameron said. "Right, a chauvinist perhaps, but not a doctor." Cameron's teeth were gritted, and his voice was fierce. "I've owed them this, the verdammt Yankees, owed them since April 1917. If they had stayed at home, tended their own business, we would not be at war today. We Germans would have won the first war, as it was intended we should. But you Yankees interfered. You did not defeat us, you tired us, and you postponed the war for 20 years. This time I swore I would take care of you." He coughed. Nick, stunned, said, "We Germans, did you say?" "Yes, we Germans. I am a German, first, last, always. I saw the pattern of things to come so far back when my kin and friends were killed by American soldiers. I saw what would happen. The armistice confirmed this. I knew at once I must work from within. The opportunity would come. I even assumed United States citizenship. Then the opportunity came. I saw what would happen. The same story again, but this time we had Japan with us. Oahu, the impregnable Pacific fortress. There was an objective to reduce." Nick grimaced at the sound of jubilance in Cameron's hard voice. "After the attack on Pearl Harbor, I knew more than ever that the base could not be taken from the outside unless first it was softened up on the inside. That was my task. Fortunately, I had been working on the premise long before the Japanese flew in from the west and decimated your fleet." "How, in God's name?" Cameron raised his hands. "It took time and patience. I began a year ago, almost, with 50 rats, male and female. As you know, their gestation period is 21 days, and in 3 months the newborn can also breed. So that by the end of the year, when I reached a figure of 5,000 rats, all mus ratus, the time had come to inoculate them. These rats had all been maintained in the lofts below in their cages, well fed and uninfected as far as we could help. I imported Chiapas and Asta fleas from Haifa and Jaffa, from India and from Manila. In other words, under the seal of the Cardwell Institute, I imported the Bacillus pestis. The time had come. I proceeded to infect every rat in the loft with fleas, allowed a suitable incubation period for the vermin to sicken. Tonight, they are alive with plague. In hours, that's over," Nick said harshly. "Do you hear? Finished." Cameron said grimly, "It would have been ghastly, Nick, but it would have served its purpose. The Japanese did not have to take Oahu. They had only to reduce it to impotency, drive the U.S. fleet back to the coast knowing it constituted no threat to their lines of communication. I could have accomplished that, almost alone. But it is finished, as you say, and I am finished. I am very tired." "What happened to McPherson?" Nick said. "Gone in the sea. That was Zeller's department. Venner was Zeller's department. There was another, an American sergeant. Kita shot him in the stomach. I don't know where he died. You were Zeller's department. He put C on you. But I forbade violence. In one way," he spoke very slowly now, "I am glad that no cause contributed to my failure but the cause of friendship. The jackal frustrated the hide.
There is something reassuring in the thought. His voice hardened. Rid the earth of malcontents, Nick, when you look for disease, for they are disease, and while they exist, the meek shall never inherit the earth. Please leave me now, and I give you fair warning. Don't let me see you again. You're going to give yourself up, Paul. Don't be a fool. You're surrounded here. We're sealing the building. You're alone. Get out, Nick. Tell Malta to try and take me. I've 6 bullets left in the pistol, good for 6 men. Nick rose and felt his way to the door. Goodbye, Paul, he said. There was no point persuading. He knew from Cameron's voice. Nick unlocked the door and stepped out. The door was slammed and locked behind him. He ran into Malta's arms. Captain Malta said, "Adams!" "I'm all right." "Where is he?" "In there." "I've got to bring him out." "You haven't a chance. No windows. He's in a closed room. He'd shoot you the instant you open the door. He won't give himself up." "I want that man," Malta said. "Come along," Nick said. "The man is finished, but the rats are not. The plague is more important than the man who fashioned it. I promise you that you'll have Cameron. But first, I want the life of every rat and flea in this pest hole. Tell your men to seal all windows, seal all doors, check the roof and sides for ventilators. The building is to be made as airtight as possible, and remove all inhabitants from the buildings around in an area of 500 yards. "Very well, Adams." Nick descended the stairs to the floor of the loft. There were electric torches flashing around. He saw the crated rats, red-eyed, scuffling, squealing, panicky. His skin crawled. He walked out of the place quickly. He borrowed a light to look at his trousers, but they were devoid of fleas. The chances in that hole were terrific. He watched the men sealing up the building. When Captain Malta came out, Nick said, "These trucks will have to be driven someplace and burned. They're thoroughly infected at this point, and we can't openly spray them with the gas. It's too deadly." Captain Malta ordered the soldiers to drive the trucks out toward Barber's Point and to set them all together out there and await instructions. "I'll call the army post and ask them if they can't use a flamethrower on the blasted things. That's quick fire to kill everything in a hurry." They went around through the alley to Bishop Street, and soon the report came that the place was sealed. The quarantine crew made a quick inspection of their own, then ran a hose into the building. The pump started, and the hydrocyanic gas went in. "But Cameron!" Malta said suddenly. "What about Cameron?" Nick stared at the closed building. His face was dull and unexpressive. "You have no worries about Cameron," he said. "Hydrocyanic is quick and painless." He slumped. "There's nothing else for me to do here, Captain. I'd rather not stay around." Captain Malta looked up to the boarded windows on the second floor, then he nodded. "Yes," he said. "I see your point. I think we've no further need for you at this time, Doctor. Good night." There was a single shot, sharp and clear. It came from the building. "Good night," Nick said. "Well, sweetheart," said Dr. Eddie Wing, who drove him away from the scene. "Spend the night with me?" "No," Nick said. "Thanks, Eddie. I'm going back to the Royal Hawaiian. I want to see about passage." "East?" "Yes. I'm going home to the States." Eddie Wing smiled grimly. "What are you going to do there, Nick?" "Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the country," Nick said. He smiled, too. "I guess we've got to take a moratorium on saving lives, Eddie. First you kill the bug, then saving a life becomes easy. I'm going to offer my services to the medical corps. Perhaps I can help in isolating and destroying the Pestis japonicus." "And the Pestis germanicus," Eddie Wing said. "And the ladybug Italia," Nick said.
This has been a Highbridge Audio production.